and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for the opening round of the 2022 NRG Cycles and NRG Global Power Owner-Driver Sprint season. I will be here all year, and hopefully alongside me all year as well will be this fine gentleman, Mr. Tom Butterworth.
Happy New Season Day, David.
Happy New Season Day, Tom.
Great to be back, isn't it?
It is, and what I will say is the sun has joined us. This wasn't expected in the early part of the week when we were expecting to have to break the wet tyres out for most of it, but the sun is shining. They don't seem to have too many clouds, and out on the track already are our Bambinos for their first race of the day and first race of the 2022 season.
Absolutely. So we're going to have a new format which you'll be running us through probably after the end of this first heat, because it looks like we are ready to go already. So we'll bring you that as quick as we can, and then we will probably do a proper introduction after this first heat. So as you can see, Bambinos are on the grid, ready to go. That's a lovely picture of me and a lovely picture of David, as you can see. Quick overview of the Teesside Karting circuit, and we are about ready to go.
We do. We've got Chloe McGill on pole position with Buddy Hugo alongside Jake Gibbon, and Franklin Street on row 2, Seb McCarthy and James Pibbas on row number 3. 6 runners in Bambino today, a season clash with BKC sees most of our regular runners making their way to GYG, also streamed by Alpha Line as well. And the first race of the season, Tom, is underway, and it's a good start from Buddy Hugo from the second row. He's going to try and get alongside Jake Gibbon. Gibbon's going to hold firm. He slots in then behind Chloe McGill as they make their way round the national loop for the first time. McGill, Gibbon and Hugo, the top 3.
Yes, indeed. Lovely clean start, as usual, from the Bambinos. And away we go into the 2022 season proper. Of course, we have had the Winter Series already. 2 rounds here at Teesside and 1 at Wilton Mill.
Overtake then down the back straight. Looks like Buddy Hugo's got the undercut on Jake Gibbon, and he's going to slide through. Carried so much speed, he's right onto the back of Chloe McGill, and they're just nose to tail as they head towards South Bank in this first race of the day. 8 minutes then, plus 1 lap for our Bambinos. I say it's McGill from Hugo, and Hugo, Tom, got a really good run round the second corner, second hairpin, and onto the back straight, and from 4 or 5 kart lengths back is now right on the back of Chloe McGill as they come through and over start-finish for the first time.
Completing lap number 1 of 2022, it is Chloe McGill in the lead of the Bambino class. It is brilliant to be back, isn't it? And look at this glorious sunshine beating down on the circuit. Bambino's 8-minute heat. We've got a huge amount of heats to go through today before the lunch break, and then we're going to have all our finals after lunch. So a slightly different format today. Chloe McGill feeling the need to go very defensive into hairpin 2 and holds a tighter line on the exit as well. Will that compromise her in terms of overall speed with the gap back to Buddy Hugo? And Buddy Hugo does look to have closed up a little bit through that second hairpin.
We see this a lot, and we mention it quite a lot with Bambinos. It's always good to know, when people come for the first time and have a look at this class, is that whilst the engine is small, the revs are high, and they have to keep them revs up in these karts, and that we see that as a problem. Sometimes they get in a half spin, the engine revs drop below the optimum, and they really do struggle to maintain the speed. But now, Tom, now McGill's got a little bit of temperature in that Coma C50 engine and the tyres as well. Is starting to pull away then from Buddy Hugo, with McGill, Hugo and Gibbon still the top 3. Franklin Street, Seb McCarthy and James Pibbas in P6. And for me, Tom, Jake Gibbon in P3, we saw him last year, and this isn't going to be any sort of attack at Jake Gibbon, but last year he was getting lapped on a regular basis in the races. They've worked really, really hard throughout the winter, and he's now running consistently in the 1 minutes for his lap time, and he's running consistently now towards the front of this Bambino grid here at Teesside.
Yes, indeed. It's been a big step forward for Jake Gibbon, and Buddy Hugo we've seen near the front as well quite a bit. And and just as we say that, he's pulled off.
Arm up in the air then from Buddy Hugo. The marshal's going to go over. That is going to be potentially, Tom, that's the engine deciding it doesn't want to have any more fun.
And that's such a shame for Buddy Hugo as well, because I was just about to big him up and say he was looking very good for his first for the first heat win of the day, but unfortunately it is not to be. So it is Chloe McGill now with a 3.8 second lead as she heads round hairpin 2, and we look at the 15 of Franklin Street and Sebastian McCarthy right behind as they head through the wiggles and into hairpin 1.
Yep, just looking out the window as well.
Whoa,
Tom.
and round goes Sebastian McCarthy. Just a simple lack of grip there as the back came round into hairpin 1. We see it time and time again, year on year here at Teesside. Just a little bit of over-enthusiasm through that first hairpin, and round it went.
Yeah, I was looking out the window at the same time, Tom, at Buddy Hugo. That kart being pushed away, the driver now out of the machine. So definite retirement for Buddy Hugo. And here at Teesside, the format means that if you don't finish, or you finish further down the grid, you start heat number 2 from where you finish heat number 1. So Buddy Hugo will start the second heat of the day from 6th place, having retired from this opening race of the day. It does mean, though, that the attack on Chloe McGill has opened up slightly. She is driving away at the front. And this, for me now, Tom, is where concentration comes in more than the race skill sort of thing. When you're out there on your own and you're at the front with nobody really to chase down and no lines to follow, you just have to keep plugging away and keep yourself in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It becomes almost a test session, doesn't it? Pushing hard, as hard as you can, as you would in a test session, but this is actually racing. This means points. This is points mean prizes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us here then on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and across the social networks as well. Please do get in touch via the live chat comments. I know it's quite an early start for you, so hopefully you've managed to get yourself up on this fine Sunday morning. And please do, as always, let us know where you're watching from. We are beyond half race distance now with 5 remaining runners, as we see Franklin Street, who's made the 7-hour journey up to Teesside Autodrome to take part in this opening race of the day.
Is that all? Only 7?
Only 7. Well, you can't get much further unless there's an element of swimming involved.
Where's Franklin come from?
I think he's come from Kent, Tom.
Oh, okay. Well, that is a fair old way.
And when I say, and the next county along from there's France.
The country, David, country. There's an R in there. But yes, I know what you mean. Oh dear.
As we see Franklin, he takes a wide line round hairpin 2 there and runs out onto the rumble strip using every extremity of this Teesside Autodrome circuit.
I've just realised though that the next country, where we are, the next county / country to us is Norway, from where we are at the moment, because we're right on the east coast.
1 minute and 54 seconds remaining then in this Bambino heat. And as Tom said, we have had a slight change of format in terms of running here at Teesside Autodrome this season. Last year we ran 6 classes. This year we're going out to 8 with the split in our Honda Cadets and the split as well with the Junior and the Minimax. The Minimax grid growing to such an extent that they're going to be split away from Junior Rotax and they'll have their own standalone race rather than going off the back of the Juniors. Honda Cadets, their grid of 35 has been split into 2 classes, one for Pro and one for Club. So we're going to see 2 exciting Honda races, Tom. We always know that that's always action-packed. And then we go into our Junior and Senior classes. The change in format for them is that they have had their qualifying removed. And because of the extended day and some of them not wishing to partake in Saturday practice, where our Bambinos and our Cadet and Mini classes have done their qualifying, they've gone to a random grid format with everybody taking part in a front and middle and a back position for theirs. So that's going to be very, very entertaining, Tom, seeing some of the more established front runners having to come through from the back of the pack. Yes,
indeed. I've always been a big fan of random grids. And I think today is, well, it's certainly the first time we've done it here in the Owner Driver Sprint Series in recent memory. That we've done random grids, so it's going to be really, really interesting, especially with that massive Senior Pro Kart grid that we've got later on today.
Absolutely. More and more series, Tom, I see, are going back to that traditional random grid format.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well this season. There's certainly been a movement towards that, and I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing. It certainly will improve the people who are perennially running or qualifying at the front. It'll certainly improve their racecraft a little bit and make them get their elbows out a little bit, as we were talking about off air, and good practice for them.
Last lap then for our opening race of the day here at Teesside Autodrome, and Chloe McGill has a commanding lead of 13.5 seconds from Jake Gibbon in second. He's just come over the line with Franklin Street in third place. Just having a quick look out the window. It looks like Buddy Hugo is still down there, so the kart hasn't been started to get moving as everybody comes through. There's your race leader then on screen, Chloe McGill, leading the way. 8 laps in to this race to complete this one. This will be lap 9. It's 8 minutes plus 1 lap then for our Coma C50 Bambinos as she makes her way round hairpin 3 then for the final time. Into hairpin 4 as well. And the first race, not only of the day, but of 2022, is going to go to Chloe McGill. And this could be an opportunity, Tom, for her to steal a march on some of her rivals here at Teesside Autodrome. McGill takes the victory, and there's no reason at all today why she can't take a maximum points haul and take a commanding lead into round 2 in a month's time.
Yes, fantastic to have her celebrating over the line as well with a big arm pump in the air, as now just coming across the line now is Jake Gibbon. So 18 seconds back for Jake Gibbon, but a very, very well-earned second place as well. So fantastic result for Jake.
Best ever result as well for Jake Gibbon, Tom, in P2. And coming over the line, making the journey from the South Coast, Franklin Street's going to get P3 with Seb McCarthy and James Pibbers coming through to complete our Bambino grid. Thank you to everybody that's getting in touch with us already here on the Alpha Live channel. Gaming 46 has been on saying I'm here. I'm racing here later. Nathan Jensen as well saying I'm watching from the West Paddock. He'll be racing later in the Rotax classes as well. Gaming 46, he's going to be out in minis, so keep an eye out for that kart at number 46. And good morning as well from sunny West Yorkshire. That's Freya Yeadon, so she's going to have a couple of family members out in Hondas later on and in Senior Pro Kart as well.
David's falling over, and I've made a boo-boo because I've accidentally turned the live stream off on on the commentary box laptop. But we're up and away, and here now we're up and running. So you falling over and me making mistakes as well. So
don't touch things that you don't know.
Let's just blame it on a bit of ring rustiness, shall we?
It's been a few months since we've been here, but I don't think that means that we can press buttons that we don't know about. First races in the bag, though, for today. Another 31 for you to feast upon. Next, then, will be Junior Pro Kart Heat number 1.
So here we go, heading out very shortly will be our heat number 1 for Junior Pro Kart.
And the first time,
we're going
to see that random grid format come into play. Obviously, we've got Buddy Hugo being wheeled off, and we don't need to get the quad out for this because the Bambinos weigh so little they can just be pushed back with a light breeze, really, can't they?
Yes, pretty much, yeah. I mean, you can see it being pushed along, but here we go. Right, starting grid for the first round. The first heat of Junior Pro Kart. So we've got last year's championship runner-up Maximus Shields. Will be starting on pole position. Harvey still in second place, followed by her, Amy Frame, then Joe Arnold, Sebastian Pereira in 5th, and Sophie Pawsey in 6th. Harry Waddis in 7th, Harry Brown in 8th, Christian Oblag in 9th, and Ben Arnold rounding out the top 10. Now, as we say, it will be a random grid, so next time they will not be finishing it. They will not be starting in the order that they finish in, like Bambinos. Try and keep up, people.
Absolutely. So you're going to have to do a little bit of work. So if you've got a pen and paper at home, write this down. Junior Pro Kart and Senior Pro Kart will be doing random grid starts, as will Junior and Senior Rotax. All of our others will go from their qualifying positions for heat number 1 and then their finishing positions for the remainder of the heats before the accumulation of points sorts out the positions then for the finals at the end of the day.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Yes, but I broke it down.
Oh dear, it's good to be back. It really is great to be back here. And Junior Pro Karts as well, running on the Dunlop tyres this year. Once again.
From that switch from Bridgestones at the latter part of 2021.
Absolutely. So, the Dunlop tyres are making a slight difference in lap times as well to the Bridgestones. Not massively. Different profile on the tyres to the Bridgestones. There was a little bit of apprehension, shall we say, when the switch was first announced, but it seems to be people seem to be quite happy with them now.
Yeah, certainly the fronts, the contact patch is a little bit narrow, isn't it? That's what we looked at the British 24. Looks like everybody, though, is in position. The start line marshal is going to retrieve the green flag. Eventually, I think, Tom, we're going to get some start lights as well on this lovely overhead gantry that you can see that's just been put up. But
yes.
The green is up. The green is down. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Amy Frame. She's going to try and get alongside Harvey Still. And this is a little bit of bumping and boring, but everybody seems to have made their way through the D chicane and round the national loop for the first time. Sophie Pawsey from P6 has moved up into 5th place. So Shield, Still, Frame, Pereira, who's running the O-plate. He won that in the December meeting here at Teesside Autodrome. So even though his number may come up as the number 21, his more traditional race number, he will go through 2022 running the Junior Pro Kart O-plate.
Yeah, Amy Frame looking very loosey-goosey as she came through hairpin 1 for the first time. Cold tyres at the rear, and it very nearly caught her out in the same way that it caught out Sebastian McCarthy in the Bambino heat. But all looks good at the moment as we come across the line for the first time. It is Maximus Shields, as we expected, holding the lead. Harvey Still in 2nd place. Then it's Amy Frame, Sebastian Pereira, Sophie Pawsey, Joe Arnold, Christian Oblag, Harry Brown, Harry Roddis, and Ben Arnold in 10th place.
Pereira getting quite close to Frame there, and they're not managing to shake the rest. And Frame now may have to go slightly more defensive into 2, which means Pereira could get the cutback. He's certainly in the slipstream, but can he get close enough to Frame down the back straight? I don't think he can. And Frame comes across, parks at number 14 superbly to prevent Seb Pereira, but he has closed up round there as the leading 2 off that front row, Tom, as we expected. Max Shields, multiple race winner and championship runner-up. Harvey Still, who took that memorable victory here last year, where he came through with about 4 laps remaining from 8th place in that wet session. His tyres just came to him towards the end and just drove through the rest of the field like they weren't even there.
Yeah, it was a fantastic drive, was that. And we've got Seb Pereira running the O-plate as well, David, this year.
Yep, so he's now in P4 behind Amy Frame, who's doing well. Her sister Caitlin, race winner in Junior Pro Kart last season as well. She's moved up into seniors, although he isn't here. She's electing to go down a more endurance route in 2022. So Amy piloting the number 14 machine this year, which had the number 18 on it in 2021. And can't seem to make their way past her at the moment, Tom. She's just putting that kart where she needs to, but isn't being overly defensive with it either. She's just keeping the lines nice. And from there, if you can't make your way through, that's the driver behind's problem.
Absolutely. And I see Seb Pereira's running the new style NASA panel as well, that's got the Edvard Munch sort of scream painting front end to it, you know, with a massive mouth opening.
It's grown on me, if I'm
Has
being
it?
honest. Yeah, because we first saw that. We've got driver off at hairpin 1. That's 9 of Ben Arnold spinning across the grass. He's managed to sort himself out. Yeah, there's a move as well. The other Arnold tries to go down the inside of Sophie Pawsey.
Didn't quite pull that one off.
No.
Christian Oblag has got past Sophie Pawsey in the meantime, and she had a look back up the inside into hairpin 3, but couldn't quite get it done. Yeah. And Christian Oblag sporting a new helmet this year as well and looking very good.
Certainly is. A 10th now between the 2 leaders. Max Shields, who'd moved away by a couple of tenths at the start, has been reeled in by Harvey Still. And now Harvey Still is going to have to try and do a little bit of it. And because they've started together at the front, Tom, they're likely to be pretty much paired up for most of the day in their grid positions. Obviously, you get split between a front, a middle, and a back throughout the day. We see some of the big names later on in senior pro kart going to be going off the back in heat number 1. And we discussed this quite a lot with random grid format. Is it rewards bravery, but it also rewards being clean. There's no point in maximising your front start to then throw it all away, trying to make a rash move for your back start, and then you're going to end up well down the order for the final. It rewards consistency and it rewards finishers.
Absolutely. And of course, neither of those things happen if you get yourself contact penalties and things like that.
Absolutely.
So Shields still leading at the front as we watch the battle between Shields and Still for first place, and it is Still looking up the inside through South Bank. Very clean move, nice overtake, swept through on the inside, and immediately Shields tries to respond. Can't get it done into hairpin 3. doesn't have a look into hairpin 4, decides to think the discretion is a better part of valour in that occasion and sit behind as they head into the D chicane. 4 laps to go.
Fastest personal best then of a 46.6 for Sebastian Pereira. He has managed to find a way past Amy Frame now and up into 3rd place. Frame still sitting in 4th with Christian Oblang right behind, Sophie Pawsey, Joe Arnold and Harry Brown. And there's a move down the inside in the background there from Christian Oblang. He's now alongside Amy Frame down the back straight. Frame's on the outside. She's got a bit more pace as Shields comes back through in a carbon copy of the move that Harvey Still did to him on the previous lap. Down the inside into South Bank and then parks that kart right down the middle of the track, not opening the door into hairpin 4. He's going to come over start line, back in the lead.
Yeah, anything you can do, I can match, says Max Shields as he goes back up the inside of Harvey Still. Through that South Bank corner, like you said, David, a carbon copy, and Christian Oblag has now moved himself up into 4th place, and Sophie Pawsey in 5th, demoting Amy Frame down to 6th on that lap.
So Oblang, who's come through from the back end of this field, running very well in some of the national championships for Junior Pro Kart as well. So expect him to be running right at the front, but at the front of this race, and we saw this at the start of last year, didn't we, Tom, albeit with a qualifying format where the leading duo in last year's championship, Max Shields, who ended up as runner-up, Lennon French, who took the championship, really set a marker out for the whole of the season in the opening race of that day, and it pretty much continued all the way through, back and forth. If one of them scored a win in one race, the other one went and took it back in the next, and it went back and forth throughout the entire season between those two. And it looks like that it could be Shields and Still, and I wouldn't be surprised if I'm honest to see Oblang coming in there as well. Pereira's certainly got the pace, but had to spend the early part of this race making his way past Amy Frame. So we're going to see a lot of different winners, I think, this year, Tom, as Shields turns in very late to South Bank again, and Harvey Still goes down the inside into the lead. Shields, though, will carry the speed down the inside. Oh, chops across there, Harvey Still. Had to be confident that Shields was going to comply there.
It looks to me like both Harvey Still and Shields, when they've overtaken out coming into South Bank, have both made quite late moves, but they've been very, very clean overtakes. So it's not been forced. It just looks very late, but actually it's been very clean and very good racing so far between these two. And as you said, David, it was the French and Shields show last season, and I'm very much hoping it's going to be the Still and Shields show this year. And as you say, if we can get Christian Oblang involved and Sebastian Pereira as well, it's going to be one hell of a show for the rest of the season. On to the last lap then, half remaining, as Still takes a much tighter line. Shields is not going to get alongside there. What's going to happen into 4, because Still's going to have to park the kart. He does in the middle. Can Shields get the run out of the final corner? He can't. Through we come then. Junior Pro Kart Heat 1 winner is going to be Harvey Still from Max Shields. Seb Pereira's going to take P3 from Christian Oblang. Amy Frame will complete the top 5, holding off Sophie Pawsey, Joe Arnold and Harry Brown. The top 8 split by just over 7 seconds. Great racing as usual in Junior Pro Kart, especially at the front of the field and then throughout as well. So very quickly we will move you on onto heat number 3. So these guys just come across the line. So that is Ben Arnold taking the final position across the line. So we will very quickly move you on to our new class for this year, which is the Pro for cadets. So it is going to be Honda Cadets, split now into 2 separate classes. We have Pro and we have Clubman. So for your Pro heat, we've got Thomas Potter on pole position, followed by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Amy Peacock, Jack Collinson, Harris Alley and Holly Swan. Then it's Joshua Sullivan, Stanley Clark, JJ Plowman, William Howard, Ethan Charles and Ben Robinson. And then on row 7, it's Sam Hayes and Edward Rice. So, David, while we've got a couple of minutes now, just while we're waiting for the cadets to head out, do you want to just take us through the pro-cadet split, how it's going to work this season, and benefits and things like that that are going to come from this? Because it's I see it as a positive move.
Absolutely. Well, towards the tail end of last season, we were getting nearly 40 entries. We obviously had a number of the Honda Pro or Honda front runners move up. We saw them out in the Winter Series in the Minimax class. But what it's done, Tom, in splitting this class is it gives drivers that are a little bit further down, that are still developing and coming through. Not only does it give them a little bit of screen time, but it also means that they're not going to have to deal with later in the race with the front runners coming through and potentially putting laps on them. And they're going to get their own race, and I think that's going to build their own confidence as well, as they're going to start running towards the front of a field, and they're going to have to start defending for victories and for podiums rather than having to defend for 15th, for example. And I think that's really going to bring on their own development as well as they make their way through in this class. Because Honda, quite a big spread, Tom, in age from Hondas. You can race from the year of your 8th birthday, so we're going to have some drivers out there that are 7 years old that are going to turn 8 later this year. And you can race now in Honda Cadet all the way up into the year of your 13th birthday. So we have got a massive spread, you see, of drivers. And it's not always down to their actual ability to drive. Just a lot of the time, their drivers are so small, they can't get any weight over the back end. They struggle then with the handling. And that is a huge problem for them as they come through that development. So I think this grid split is going to be really, really good for overall driver development. And that's ultimately what this class is about, as well as, in Bambino, you learn how to handle a car and what it's like to go out and speed. But for me, racing, you learn to race when you get to a cadet level. I
agree 100% with you, David. And I think this split is it's certainly an experiment that I think could work, and really, really is going to develop drivers on and bring them forward. And there's potential as well, obviously, for the clubmans, if they are doing particularly well, to move up into the pro class throughout the season, and likewise go the other way as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we've split it to an extent. I think we've got 14 or 15 runners in pro with 20 in club. So we were going to have 34 or 35 anyway. And we have been in the past used to seeing the Hondas where they've been gridded up almost down to South Bank. The grid has gone back that far. By the time that the front runners are making the chicanes, there's still around the national loop, given the depth of this grid. So we did have to split them, and we split them based on previous performances and average points results, and whether drivers felt they were ready to go into pro. And that really is where we are now with this. We see the kart starting to glisten in this sunshine, Tom. It's really now starting to add a bit of temperature. It's been out since about 7:30 this morning, but it was still cold here at Teesside. Now the temperature's starting to rise.
Well, you've been brave and gone T-shirt already.
I'm in the window though, aren't I?
So that's true.
You're still you're in my shade.
As always, some might say. So here we go. Green flag ready to go. Green flag is about to be raised. We are clear for cadet number 1, and we are away and racing. Not the best start from Thomas Potter.
Good start though from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. The problem is, Tom, she's going to be on the outside, and Amy Peacock could well come through from the second row, and she has indeed slotted in to second place and has a half a look down the inside of Thomas Potter. This is a good move from Jack Collinson down the inside of Joshua Sullivan, or I think it was more Sullivan trying to go round the outside. He's now going to get alongside down the back straight. Is it? No. So we have a look down. So there's looks like Stansmore-Wilson has gone down the inside of Peacock. Peacock left half a gap down the inside there. Stansmore-Wilson tried to come through, but then had the door closed.
I was going to say there was a foot in the door, but it swiftly got bashed back out again. Not quite literally, of course. There was no contact between them, but
looked like there was a late move down the inside there by William Howard on Joshua Sullivan. Got the move done in the early part of the corner, but that's been redressed on the way back out. So as they come over the line then for the first time, it's Potter leading from Peacock, Stansmore-Wilson, Ali, Collinson, Sullivan, Howard. Then Stanley Clark from JJ Plowman as Ben Robinson goes down the inside of Holly Swan into hairpin number 1. The top threes, Tom, starting to break away, leaving Harris Ali quite lonely then in 4th place at the moment, with Collinson, Sullivan, Howard and Clark behind.
Yes, indeed, and they're about to come across the line for completing lap number 2. That was the 111 of JJ Plowman making a move up the inside, and I think that was immediately taken back again by Ben Robinson.
leading trio then, Tom. Still nose to tail with Peacock in second place. And Potter has left the door open, and Peacock down the inside and into the lead at hairpin number 1 and defends well to stop Potter coming back down the inside. He may well get track position on the way out, although Peacock gets the head down as Potter gets a good run though in the slipstream and back down the inside as they head towards South Bank. And it's as you were then in Honda Cadet.
And there they go into hairpin 4, and they're side by side as they come through.
Stanley Clark with a great move down the inside of Ben Robinson. Robinson's going to try and get the switch back, but he's going to be on the outside and will have to slot back in behind Stanley Clark.
Fastest lap of the race that time round for Harris Ali.
48.6 for him in third place, as there's a move for second place as Stansmore Wilson tries to get alongside Amy Peacock, as we saw Stanley Clark, Tom, taking a very defensive line.
And that's Amy Peacock giving the push me along because Thomas Potter's getting the away signal, and immediately Stansmore Wilson is down the inside.
Look at this, Tom. Stanley Clark defensive and everybody getting backed up, and JJ Plowman, who tried to go round the outside of Clark, is going to lose a position to Ben Robinson, and Robinson's going to try and go down the inside of Clark. Clark's going to go defensive. Plowman's on the inside. They're going to have to sort themselves out. Robinson, though, Tom, will have track position as they come through the chicanes.
Yeah, ultimately that didn't work out for Plowman, losing 2 positions there. But I liked the ambition of going not just round the outside, but right the way round the outside of South Bank, that then went right the way round the hairpin, the outside of hairpin 3, and gave him a line up the inside into 4. Yeah, that was good.
It's a long route round there, isn't it? Tom, on the back of the leader, Potter's managed to move away, but Stansmore Wilson's Peacock, look at this, 3 wide. 4 wide.
As they come down the back straight, still 3 wide. They're going to get themselves sorted out into South Bank, and they're going to go line of stern.
Sam Hayes is going to be the winner here, Tom. He's going to come through from 12th place, is he? Holly Swan's going to try and get through as well. He's going to be in front of Clark. He's going to go up to 9th, is he? Plowman all the way round the outside, back to the inside. Then there's still going to be 2 or 3 wide up on exit.
I think tested that line last lap and made it work this time round. So
yep, certainly.
Practice makes perfect there for Plowman.
As I was saying before, Potter's moved away, and Peacock and Stansmore Wilson are battling this out, and Harris Ali is now right on the back of this battle.
Harris Ali still with the fastest lap of the race, so yeah, coming on strong onto the back of these two, and they're going to make it a 3-way fight for second, and Harris Ali doesn't look at all like he's in the mood to mess around. Straight up the inside of Peacock for 3rd place on the road. And there he goes, Peacock deciding not to take the Plowman line around the outside, which I'm now going to be calling it for the rest of the day. As they come across the line, 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And it is Thomas Potter still leading now with over a second gap to Stansmore Wilson. Then it's Harris Ali, Amy Peacock, as we saw. But Harris Ali now coming under pressure from Peacock. Then it's Jack Collinson, William Howard, Ben Robinson, Joshua Sullivan, Ethan Charles and JJ Plowman, your top 10.
Thought there was going to be a little bit of contact there between Amy Peacock and Harris Ali as Peacock put half a nose down the inside, although Ali seemed to have that scouted and left in sufficient gap for Amy Peacock to run around the inside without losing himself any time either. These certainly all battling it out, and Ali once again goes to that half move down the inside, and this time it Stansmore Wilson who gives half a kart length just to make sure that they can all get round there.
And it's great to see Harris Ali with the step forward again that we've seen this season. We saw it through the Winter Series as well, but yeah, Harris Ali making a step forward here, not just in terms of cadets, but with the new pro class as well, running right at the front.
Yeah, last year, Tom, for me, he showed glimpses of what he can do, but lacked the consistency throughout 2021. And I think now he's got to that point where he's able to apply his talents on a far more consistent basis.
I was going to say, do we dare say a little bit of racecraft was missing as well at times, but certainly seems to have moved it forward this year, and that's great to see.
Certainly.
Stepping forward all the time. And there you go, big step forward and take second place.
Oh, Peacock's going to come through as well. They're still going to be 3 wide. He's going to be in the middle of a sandwich here. Who's going to be brave? Peacock all the way around the outside and back into second place. She was 4th about 100 metres ago. Superb move from Amy Peacock. Took full advantage of Harris Ali's overtake and ran all the way round the outside towards the D chicane.
That's a beautiful 2 for 1 from Peacock, but it's immediately Ali back up the inside into hairpin 1 and takes second place now for real. Stansmore Wilson having a look around the outside and then gets the cut back side by side down the straight and tucks back in. So it is now Ali from Peacock from Isabella Stansmore Wilson, but it might not be that way for long. Thomas Potter now 2 seconds in the lead in front of this train.
Thought Peacock was going to come through there down the inside. Ali this time had to leave half a kart length. This, Tom, has been a really, really good, but ultimately very, very clean battle as well, as Potter puts in a 48 dead, fastest lap of the race.
Yes, indeed. So still not hanging about, Thomas Potter. 3 seconds clear now while these three scrap away over second place. Thomas Potter is just clearing off into the distance, and there goes Peacock up the inside of Ali. Stansmore Wilson trying to capitalise, but won't be able to get around the outside there and can't get the cut back either. Amy Peacock feeling the need to get head down and try and get that aero position down the back straight and get a little bit of extra speed, but it was beneficial as well because she's gapped Ali a little bit. Stansmore Wilson up the inside straight away into hairpin 3. Oh, great chop across the front there from Harris Ali into 4 and holds that 3rd place.
Stansmore Wilson went down the inside, but ultimately just couldn't get it stopped and ran wide then at 3, allowing Harris Ali to come straight back through. Under 1 minute then, Tom, now remaining in this Honda Cadet Pro heat number 1. So they're going to go to last lap, I imagine, next time round.
And there goes Ali up the inside again into hairpin 3, but can't make it pay off. And Stansmore Wilson, is she going to get the 2 for 1? And does! She gets a 2 for 1 through hairpin 2 and now moves back up into 2nd place.
Super move from Stansmore Wilson. Last lap board will be out this time, I'm sure, as they race to a time of 8 minutes. Harris Ali tries that late move again on Stansmore Wilson, and that could hamper him on exit, but I think he's going to have sufficient track position to hold on to 3rd place. No last lap board this time, Tom, because they got over the line before the time elapsed, so that'll be round 2 more laps then of Honda Cadet Pro. And the top 4 moved away, and now Amy Peacock goes down the inside of Harris Ali. Can she get it stopped? Ali's going to come straight back down the inside into hairpin 2, and he's up into 3rd. That's gives Stansmore Wilson some respite. She is 4 or 5 kart lengths away now as Peacock and Harris Ali, and Ali's keeping this one tight. Peacock, though, comes down the inside. The kart was where Harris Ali wanted to defend.
She was already there too quick. And then Harris Ali's going to send it up the inside into 4.
Loves that move, doesn't he?
He does, and runs Peacock out as well. But as Peacock kept the momentum she has and dropped straight in front. Now this is the last lap of the race now, and all this has done is helped Stansmore Wilson eke out the best part of a 1.3 second gap now, because these two have been fighting over 3rd place. And there goes Ali up the inside again of Peacock and holds it onto the back straight. Now what's Peacock got in terms of speed down the back straight? Ali already feeling the need to go defensive as they turn into South Bank, almost the Bambino line as they go into there. Is that going to give Peacock a run into hairpin 3? Not quite close enough. Carries some good speed. Not going to be close enough into hairpin 4, but it is going to be Thomas Potter taking heat number 1 here at Teesside in Cadet Pro. It is going to be Isabella Stansmore Wilson crossing the line just now in 2nd. Then it's Harris Ali and Amy Peacock. William Howard in 5th place. Jack Collinson in 6th. Ben Robinson in 7th. Joshua Sullivan 8th. And then we had 9th and 10th. Which just disappeared before I could get it on there. So we're going to move very swiftly on to our brand new championship for this year, which is the Clubman Cadet Championship. So it won't take long to clear the field here for the Pro Cadets. So while that's going on, we will run you through the grid for Cadet Clubman. So Sebastian Benson takes pole position. Then it's Mason Dinsdale, Samuel Yeadon, Layla Berryman, Caden Simpson and Summer Wood. Then we have Drew Davidson, Ollie Carter, Charlie Iball, Alfie McBain, Mason Webster and Joey Swan. Row 7, headed by Riley Buxton-Young. Then it's Alfie Watson, Morgan Cooney, Jamie Balding, Josh Hushka, Riley Sims-Ezard. Rounding out your grid will be Thomas Harper and Bradley Swift.
Just having a quick look at some of the live chat comments. Paul White's asked when is Senior Pro Kart. Sit tight, Paul. You're about 35-40 minutes away from that. As we make our way through, this will be Honda Cadet Club. Then we're going to have our 2-stroke classes before Senior Pro Kart round out the cycle of races. As we see some of our runners there just making their way over the weighbridge. That'll be the top 3 or 4, just ensuring that they achieve that minimum 107 kilos of for our Honda Cadet class. Jack Foster's been on saying, well done, Harry Brown. He was out in Junior Pro Kart about 20 minutes ago and stuck with that middle pack and I think crossed the line in P number 8. Lord's Brewing Co.'s been on saying, are these running 160 or the 200 version? All of our Hondas, both in Cadets, Junior Pro Kart and Senior Pro Kart, using the GX200 RPM Extreme engine, the sealed unit with the new 2022 seal on as well. That one-piece seal now, Tom, rather than the 4 original tags, providing an extra level of security in terms of the balance of performance as our Hondas make their way round.
For our new viewers as well, we should clarify RPM is a brand.
Correct.
It's a Honda GX200. Essentially, it's a generator engine, really, isn't it? But then it's tuned up by RPM, the company, and then there's some new exhaust fitted and fuel tank moved and various other bits and bobs go on and some bits come off, and then they're bolted onto a cadet cart and away we go.
They don't look that nice when they're strapped to a cement mixer, do they, Tom?
No, they don't. They don't sound that nice.
No, not at all.
They still smell the same though, surprisingly.
They don't rev to 6,000 RPM when they're strapped to a whacker plate, do they?
No, they don't. But they still smell the same, which is great, because when you walk past a building site, it just smells of karting to me.
So our second edition for our Hondas then, making their way into position. And, these are going to be gridded back a little bit further, because it's going to be there's going to be 20 of them. Final few are going to get themselves into position. They're spaced a lot more economically, Tom, now, because we're able to do so. We're not having to fit 35 on the grid, which does make that run down into the first corner a lot cleaner, spreads them out a little bit more as well, and provides a much more safer environment for our new breed of Hondas. And there's no reason, Tom, while looking at this Honda Club class, that we can't be looking at future champions in Pro out of this class. That is the purpose of it. It's an evolution of making their way through, isn't it? It's an evolution class. And it's amazing to see, Tom, now how many drivers have actually got out of their Pro Honda karts and have moved over to the barrier to watch their friends go in the club class. It's really, really good to see that. They were doing the same in qualifying yesterday as well, as the qualifying session was split, but we seem to be all in position now and ready to go for the second of our Hondas. The green flag is up. The green is down. We're away and racing. It's a slow start from the pole sitter, Seb Benson, and Samuel Yeadon has come through, and Benson could go into the first corner in third, maybe fourth place as well. He's gone wide, down into fifth place, and the hard work he did in qualifying yesterday has already been ruined. It's a good start, though, from Yeadon, Dinsdale, and Davidson, but all of them sliding very, very wide on cold tyres, Tom, into the first corner.
Yeah, not quite enough warm-up done on that opening lap round to the grid, and you could see them struggling on.
Oh, there's contact.
Big contact.
That's Berryman round, and she went up and over the back as well with Sebastian Benson in there. And I think it could have been potentially Ollie Carter as well in the 33.
Yeah, that didn't look particularly great for any of the three drivers.
Replay up on the screen, Tom, and we'll just see how this one pans out. They were too wide as well. I think Carter went wide and got a bit of a snap oversteer. Benson went round the outside, and that gap was only wide enough for two carts. Luckily, though, Berryman spun out of the way The problem for her, unfortunately, is she qualified superbly yesterday in 4th place, her highest qualifying position, and she's now had to go all the way down to the back of the field as we watch everybody come through. And it looks like, Tom, she could be also heading towards retirement. We've got that kart stationary in the unused chicane. Contact warning for Ollie Carter.
Yes, this is the great benefit for us of having the Digi flag, or the brand new Digi flag right in front of the brand new commentary box for this season as well, which we haven't given a shout out to yet, but thank you very much to Teesside Karting for providing us with some brand new facilities here. And the Digi flag right in front of our window gives us instant updates on any warnings and conditions out on track.
Yeah, it does also allow our drivers as well, because there's a timer on the top as well to see how much longer of their race they've got, so they can plan their moves throughout the race. At the front though, Yeadon, Dinsdale and Davidson, the top 3, with Caden Simpson coming under pressure from the pole sitter Sebastian Benson, and both of them, Tom, closing up round hairpin 1 on exit. And Benson's going to get a good run as we've got a spin. Couple of drivers off. Alfie McBain is one of them, I think, and Thomas Harper the other, spun and requires some marshal assistance, and there's a nose cone off one of the karts as well. That is off the front, I think, of Harper, I believe, is it? I think it is. He's going to continue without a front fairing, although he is being directed off the track because without that front nose cone on, not a safe kart to be out there. So his first race of the day is unfortunately going to end in retirement.
Which, yeah, that's a shame as well. But sorry, it's not random grids here for this one, is it? We've got one off at South Bank as well.
We do. Stationary kart well offline though at South Bank, Tom, as that's Berryman's kart from that incident early on, as we battle for the lead. Now sees Mason Dinsdale come down the inside, but there is that stationary kart, although don't think there's a yellow flag out there. There is, but it's beyond the incident, so not sure whether that's going to be looked at, because whilst there was a stationary kart, I don't think there was warning for the driver, so that's going to be a very, very difficult one for our new clerk of the course to sort out. Through they come then, over the line, and the new race leader will be the 24 of Mason Dinsdale. Yeadon, Simpson, Benson and Davidson. It's Alfie McBain, Tom, there on the outside. He was the driver that was involved in that incident with Thomas Harper at hairpin number 1, so his kart appears to have stopped on the outside of the South Bank corner. Potential
damage to the kart.
There is a yellow flag out now, Tom, on entry, although that looks like the driver will be is well on the inside and off the track, so out of harm's way.
So no overtaking, yellow flags mean no overtaking until clear of the incident. Yep. Which is what most people were doing, line astern. There was definitely no overtaking that we saw on camera, which is a good thing. People observing the rules.
Looked like Benson got a good run there round the outside of Yeadon, but had to slot back in. And Mason Dinsdale, who qualified well yesterday. And there's another driver, Tom, that I would say goes into a very similar mould of Harris Ali, although probably doesn't have that same sort of pace on a consistent level. But he's one before, Tom, that has shown really, really good speed, but has potentially lacked that consistency throughout a race day to maximise his points haul as they make their way through some lap traffic onto the back straight now.
Yes, indeed, and it was Dinsdale you were mentioning there, wasn't it? So
yes,
making a step forward as well. So at the front, right at the very front of this Cadet Clubman field. So another step forward in 2022 for Dinsdale.
So 3.5 minutes remaining then, so probably 5 laps worth of action remaining then in this Honda Cadet Club heat number 1. No changes in the top 5 or 6 as they come through. Carter's managed to get back up to P6, Tom, having been involved in that incident early on, which had his car elevated, although he did manage to keep it facing in the right direction.
That's Carter with a C.
Certainly is.
But yes, it is Dinsdale from Yeadon, Benson, Caden Simpson, Drew Davidson, Ollie Carter. Then it's Mason Webster, Charlie Ibor, Wood and Buckton Young rounding out the top 10.
Some drivers making some big steps forward. We've got a couple of, obviously, that have been out through through retirement early on, although the only real front runner out of that was Layla Berryman, who was involved in that incident on the second lap.
personal best for Yeadon, Simpson and Davidson on that particular lap, but it is Dinsdale still moving away at the front. Summer Wood has overtaken Charlie Ibble for 8th place, as well as we look at the battle for 2nd place.
Oh, Simpson down the inside of Sebastian Benson for 3rd place. Great move down the inside from Caden Simpson. You remember throughout last season and the winter season, both Caden Simpson and Riley Buckton-Young racing Micromaxes here at Teesside. Teesside electing not to run Micromaxes at all throughout 2022. So those of them fought the first round at least out in the Honda Cadet class. And Caden Simpson and Riley Buckton-Young, actually both of them adapting well, as Dinsdale puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 48.987.
So still moving away at the front, almost 2 seconds clear now for Dinsdale as the battle for 2nd place heats up. That's only going to help Dinsdale move away even further with just over a minute to go. So we're going to look at potentially 2.5 laps here.
Simpson takes a much tighter line out of hairpin 2 and then has to slot back into the slipstream. Will he pop out round as they head towards the South Bank corner? He elects not to, but Yeadon took a much tighter line on entry into South Bank.
It's another thing that's been great to see as well is Benson moved back up the inside of Caden Simpson through hairpin 4 and took 3rd place again on the road, so took that position back.
Drew Davidson, Tom, has come right onto the back of this battle now as well. So we've got 4 carts battling from 2nd down to 5th. Behind them as well, we've got Ollie Carter, but he's been reeled in by Mason Webster in the last couple of laps, which is going to give Webster a real good shot of 6th place as they go onto the final lap. They will see the last lap board when they come round next time. Yeadon holding 2nd place firmly. Benson has a look over the shoulder, because when you're in the middle of a pack like that, you both have to attack and defend, which gives you twice the amount of work to do as well. And we've seen often where a driver will go for a place and then end up losing one because they've put all of their focus into the attack. Benson's going to get alongside as they come out of that final corner. Last lap board is out then for Mason Dinsdale with a gap of 2.3 seconds from the rest of the pack as they squabble over 2nd down to 5th behind them, and then there's another battle for 6th and 7th as well. Most of the carts out there have got themselves a friend to play with. Final lap then as Caden Simpson tries to go down the inside, skims the tyre wall actually on the inside under the watchful eye there of Layla Berryman, keeping an eye on proceedings. She's going to have to come through from 20th place in the 2nd heat of the day as Yeadon holds off Sebastian Benson round South Bank. Final time.
And there it goes. Good look up the inside there from Benson on Yeadon. Couldn't get it done, but it is going to be Simpson
coming through
on
down the
Benson.
Inside. Sorry, Tom. Over line then to take victory for the first time. Mason Dinsdale wins Honda Cadet Club from Samuel Yeadon, Sebastian Benson, Caden Simpson, Drew Davidson and Mason Webster on the final lap. Gets past Ollie Carter for P6. Carter gets 7th with Wood, Eibel and Buckton-Young then completing the top 10.
And Dinsdale setting the fastest lap of the race as well on the final lap.
Plugging in. And I know that we see drivers, they like to do that, much to the despair of their mechanic parents and everything else when they've got a comfortable lead and they keep plugging in fastest laps.
It's the Valentino Rossi kind of method of going racing, isn't it? Let's have a look at how fast I could go if I really wanted to.
It worked well for everybody apart from Ayrton Senna in 1988 at Monaco.
Yes.
We didn't see him for a few days after that either, did we?
No, he went and hid, didn't he?
Well, to be fair, if I lived in Monaco, I'd go and hide too.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was hiding or hiding in plain sight. One of those. Anyway, moving on swiftly, we're going to have our first Rotax race of the day. So that's going to be your junior Rotax. They will be going next.
Please do get in touch with us as well via the live stream chat. And there's a poll on there as well to let us know whether you're watching from Teesside or from elsewhere, as one of the carts is pushed off. Random grid then for our junior Rotax. Nathan Jensen starts on pole position with David Thompson-Mack alongside Bella Franklin and Lizzie Mentier. who moves up from our Minimax class into juniors for the first time here at Teesside, starts fourth. Finley Watson and Vincent Bailey on the third row. Row 4 sees Catherine Potter alongside Alfie Warbank. The 9 runners completed by the 14 of Rocco Baker. And Tom, interesting developments we see in our junior class as the quad makes its way down to South Bank to collect Alfie McBain's stricken number 8. And not only have we got some random grids, but we've got a number of our Minimax drivers from last year moving up into the junior ranks for the first time. We saw an intense battle throughout 2021 in Minimax between Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter. Potter moved up into juniors at the start of the winter season, with Mentier doing the winter season in Minis. She now has elected to move up into juniors as well this season. So will it be a recommencement? Let's see how they go. But not only that, Tom, changing tyres as well for our Rotaxers. The shortage throughout the UK of the Mojo tyre sees almost every Rotax class throughout the UK switching to the Comet tyre. So we'll see how that goes. What that does mean is that the previous lap record that was set on the Mojos, which went at the last round as well of the winter season, Catherine Potter, fresh out of Minis, set a new junior Rotax lap record of a 41.424. Let's see how the Comets fare against their Mojos in terms of tyres. Now, they will be getting 2 rolling up laps rather than the usual 1, because the Comets do take a little bit longer to switch on in terms of getting them up to temperature, so all of our rolling start classes will get 2 rolling up laps.
Have you ever driven on the Comets, David?
Absolutely not.
They are, when they do get warm, they are very, very sticky.
From what I can say, looking at for getting some feedback from drivers that were at another series last weekend, is that there's an optimum window of temperature and performance, and the races they were in, there were some 17 minutes for their finals. And what was happening is that they were having drivers who were getting the tyres switched on in the first half of the race, but then they were falling off a cliff, and there was the rest of them who were coming for the second part of the race. We're then getting, we're getting them switched on for the second part of the race as well. It's me and you.
Oh, hello. There we are. Oh, hang on.
That's the camera down at South Bank, isn't it?
I'll give it away.
That's the South Bank camera.
Okay. I was waving in the wrong direction. Standard when you see yourself on TV.
Yeah, the better view is the chicane camera, because they can see our faces.
It's not like we do this for a living or anything,
If the chicane camera can get us a bit later on, they can see right into the combo. They may have got to see Adam sat down behind the production screens here as well in the com box, but that is on the right hand side of your screen is the new commentary box here at Teesside. Thank you not only to the storm that took the roof off the previous one, but also for Teesside Karting for building us a fantastic new home here for ourselves for the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, also sponsored as well by Energy Global Power. We look forward to bringing you more about them throughout the 2022 season. As we say, 2 rolling up laps then for this Rotax. So what we'll see is that they will generally go out at quite a pace to start with in order to build up some temperature.
We've got one dropping out already. That's the
Vincent
111.
Bailey. I think he looks like he's going to try and get that started again. He has done, and then it stopped again. We might get more.
Now
than
it's
two
going again.
We might get more than 2 rolling up laps here, Tom. If that car
going to have to
decides it doesn't want to play ball again, and he's
push. Is he going into the pits?
He's going in the pits.
No, he's going round again. So he's going to have to push like crazy now to try and catch up.
They will slow it down. The leaders, Tom, went out of this rolling up lap and the first rolling up lap at an incredible pace. And we know that they do need to maintain a certain amount of pace so that the plug doesn't oil up. They have to go to a certain speed. Although Vincent Bailey, Tom, has stopped again on the back straight, and he's stopped on the racing line as well. Unless he can get that kart moved, we're going to have to abort this one. Look, he has got it moved again, which is good. So we may well get this one racing just without Vincent Bailey on the back. We are going to roll again.
Yep, we're going to go around again.
They weren't exactly gridded perfectly as they come through. The acceleration line has actually, Tom, for me, been moved a lot closer to the start line as well here. They were last season. We saw the acceleration line a lot nearer the second part of the dogleg kink, and this year it's been moved further up the track, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think that's going to keep them nice and tight over start finish as well.
Vincent Bailey is still heading round and at a good lick as well, so barring any further problems, could well catch this pack as they roll up. So they're taking it fairly steady now. And Vincent Bailey's just got onto the back straight, so...
But at least he's going to be able to come over the start line at full chat.
Yeah, we're going a bit quicker this time round, though, on the roll-up. And green flag is in the air. And we're away and racing, but that wasn't the cleanest of starts.
No, it looked like there was a little bit of contact from the second row into our leader. And
Catherine
Potter round at the opening corner as they make their way through. And Lizzie Mentier, Tom, from 4th place, is leading the way in her first junior outing. Bella Franklin up from the second row as well. Is going to get alongside as they go down the back straights, as there's a little bit more chopping and changing. It looks like Rocco Baker could be in there as well, challenging David Thompson-Mack round the South Bank corner.
Yes, indeed, as they're coming through hairpin 3 for the first time. They just about get themselves sorted out through there. That we were looking at the 33, which is not listed on my screen here. Oh, it's Finley Watson.
Yeah, it would have been a late entry yesterday. Entries had to be in by midday so that the random grids could be formatted. So Tom has located a Bic, and he's going to add Finley to our com notes. So top 5 as it stands then: Franklin, Mentier, Baker, Thompson, Mack and Watson, although Mack goes wide onto the grass on exit there, and that may open up the door to Alfie Wallbank, because Thompson Mack has dropped down into 5th place, as Watson and Baker are going to battle it out for 3rd, Tom. And they, if they carry on battling, could just be handing this one to not only Franklin at the front, but Mentier has got a good start as well. We are running to laps, Tom, in the Rotax classes rather than a time.
Yes, 10 laps here for this opening heat.
And that'll go to 12 for the final.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, 9/10 of a second was the gap from Mentier to Watson.
Although Watson does appear, Tom, to have broken away now from Rocco Baker. And this could once again, Tom, we're talking about these tyres, about getting them up to that optimum temperature, getting them into that working environment. We know the Comets are, I'm not going to say more temperamental, but they do have a tighter operating window in terms of getting them switched on.
Temperature mental.
That's it. The first pun of the year for Tom Butterworth. Don't worry, there'll be plenty more.
Yep, stay here. Stay with us for more puns. That's what we're good at. But it is Bella Franklin now coming under increasing pressure from Lizzie Mentier. Looking very good, and that junior Rotax looks like it looks like she's been in it for years at the moment. Going very well in her first ever junior Rotax heat.
Let's see whether the advances of Finley Watson, Tom, who in practice yesterday was showing some incredible pace. They crossed the line.
Half a second.
Yeah, not even, no. That's not half a second, that's half a that. Oh, you mean back to Watson?
No, it was Finley Watson took half a second out of Franklin.
Oh, and Mentier's gone slightly wide, Tom. I was looking at the gap between the leading two. I was thinking that's not half a second, that's about half an inch.
Well, it was 3/4 of a second over the line. It's now a cigarette paper between the two of them as Watson now makes a move up. Doesn't quite manage to get there.
No, Mentier, Tom, who ran wide at hairpin 1, really balked the exit then of 2 as well. And Watson has had to work all the way down through, round the South Bank corner and through. And now Finley Watson, who was 7/10 off the lead in the previous one, is now only 3/10 off, and with an overtake in that one. Watson, the driver, on the move then here now, as we cleared half race distance. Slow moving Vincent Bailey, Tom, down the back straight again. That kart appears to have cut out once again at hairpin 2. So there's quite clearly a problem with that kart on slow right-hand corners. The lead, though, is in jeopardy for Bella Franklin, with Finley Watson right on the back here as they go round South Bank.
Yeah, Finley Watson looking very good as well here, and immediately up the inside into hairpin 4, carried a lot of speed through 3. Got the overspeed on Franklin and sent it up the inside. Job done, and moves through into the lead.
Yeah, good move from Watson. Actually came from quite a long way back there in that corner, and straight lined it down the inside of Bella Franklin. Franklin compliant, but that has brought Mentier back into play, Tom.
I was going to say, what has Mentier got in the bag for Franklin, if anything, as they head down the back straight with 4 laps to go. Looking a bit further down, you've got Rocco Baker in 4th, then it's Alfie Wallbank in 5th, David Thompson-Mack in 6th, Catherine Potter recovering well in 7th place, then it's Nathan Jensen and Vincent Bailey, the aforementioned Vincent Bailey, who's just crossed the line in front of us now, so it's about to go a lap down.
He may well come into play, Tom, and we've seen this before about finding a clean way through lap traffic as to not.
There goes Mentier up the inside of Franklin. Sorry to cut across you, David, but that's Mentier moving up into 2nd place.
I'll allow it, Tom, for an overtake.
And Vincent Bailey very wisely getting out the way down the back straight as well, just pulling to one side. Very well done there, Vincent Bailey. Good awareness.
Yeah, good move from Lizzie Mentier down the inside, Tom, and is already starting to pull away from Bella Franklin as the leading trio now. Evenly spaced and probably about as far apart as they have been for the entirety of this race, and there's only 1.1 seconds between them.
Yes, 6/10 is the gap from Watson to Mentier, so we're going to see what what that's going to be coming over the line next time. See if Mentier's got anything in response to the pace of Finley Watson, who's been flying through this heat.
Last lap board will be out as well, Tom, so a lap and a half remaining then for this opening junior Rotax heat of the day.
I love that the helmet from Finley Watson as well. Very Jensen Button Braun era-esque. Yeah, fluorescent yellow, black and silver.
Bella Franklin with a new helmet as well.
Yeah, new helmet, new livery for this year, so
yes.
That confused me a little bit at the start, but then to be expected with a new season. They cross the line for the final time. 7/10 is the gap, so that looks done and dusted for Finley Watson, barring any problems. Back to Mentier, and then Franklin in 3rd, another 6/10 back. So, barring any issues for the front 3, this looks like that's the way it's going to end. Then it's Rocco Baker 3.5 seconds behind Finley Watson. Alfie Wallbank another near 3 seconds back. David Thompson-Mack, Nathan Jensen, Potter recovering well, but he's going to finish 8th, and then it's going to be Vincent Bailey. Across the line, Finley Watson takes heat number 1, then it's Mentier. Bella Franklin with a personal best on the final lap takes 3rd place. Rocco Baker also with a personal best takes 4th. Alfie Wallbank 5th. Vincent Bailey 1 lap down in 9th, and then we're going to get David Thompson-Mack, Nathan Jensen and Catherine Potter. And it is Potter, in fact, who takes 7th place on the final lap.
They've been having a fantastic battle throughout most of that race. Not taking anything away from our leader, Tom, but what a transition to juniors for Lizzie Mentier.
Absolutely.
To finish 8/10 back from a seasoned junior racer in Finley Watson in her first outing in the junior spec as well is really, really good. Just having a quick look down there. I don't know what Franklin was doing down towards the right-hand side there. Just having a quick look. I think it was down stub axle way on. So I don't know if she's having a quick look down there and just having to see whether there's something bent. Although she didn't appear to hit anything throughout all of that. So I'm not sure what's going on down that end.
As we move swiftly on to Minimax, just before we do that, I'm going to have my gratuitous shout-out, first one of the year, for the female racers here at Teesside and how well not just they're supported but represented here as well. There's so many female racing drivers here, and it's great to see, and the more the merrier. So if you are watching and you do want to come along and try it out, there are many options that you can get involved here at Teesside, not just in terms of racing on the grid, but marshalling and getting involved in the championship and even writing about the series if you wanted to. Social media posts and things like that.
I don't think it's a secret, Tom, that it's in terms of a sport, it's generally male dominated. But I don't think there's many other series where you can say that at least 10% of your grid is made up by female drivers.
Oh, well, at least 10%. Yeah, it's fantastic to see.
And certainly now, more so like with the advent of the W series coming in, and we've seen a lot of drivers from this area of the country making their way into that series. Also, good to see Abby Eaton back in the W Series after what was a terrible incident in 2021.
It is.
Good to see her.
I saw her a few months ago, and she was still wearing the back brace as well.
So good to see in the last couple of days her get her 2022 seat confirmed and back in the W Series.
Yes, absolutely, and Jess Hawkins as well, taking the British TCR win last weekend as well.
There's no reason, Tom, why we can't see a driver from Teesside on this grid, given the female representation, taking part in in that series in years to come.
I would hope so. I would hope so. They definitely are well worthy of some backing. So if you are involved,
yep.
Anyway, let's move on to Minimax Heat number 1.
Let's see if we can rattle through a grid.
So they're going to head through onto their rolling up.
Sometimes
onto their second rolling up lap, so at least we have a bit of time, and we're going to get the grid up now. So very quickly going to run through this. So Melissa Adrian takes pole position, then it's Ben Adrian in second place, Lewis Goff, Addison Smith, Benjamin Lee and Sam Robson. So another female driver taking pole position. Jared Fox Whiteley 7th, then it's James Philip Byrne, William Robinson, Cian Logan, Daniel Bridgen and Sebastian Corking in 12th. And then it will be Ben Horner rounding out the 13 grid field for Minimax. So Seb Corking making the step up from Micromax last year as well, and you'll remember, if you watched last year, you'll remember him coming through from the back of the cadet grid and picking his way through and taking several heat wins as well.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if he's out there, Tom, because they weren't supposed to be here. They were moving house.
Oh. Well, he was on the grid sheet, so...
Well, we'll have a quick look, but if there's 12 results, Melissa Adrian goes wide into the first corner and loses, and Addison Smith has come through then into the lead from Lewis Goff and Ben Adrian. So Melissa Adrian from pole position is all the way down in what could potentially be a 7th or 8th place. She's got one back down the inside into the right-hander of hairpin number 2. But now everybody is having to work their way through. So as we often see here from pole position, it's you either carry too much speed because they are coming into that national loop corner, Tom, considerably quicker than what they normally would, because they normally take that D-chicane beforehand, which does slow them down. Good opening lap then from Addison Smith. Jared Fox Whiteley as well, up from 7th place into P3. So as they come over the line then for the first time, it's Smith, Goff, Fox Whiteley, Adrian, Lee, Robson, Melissa Adrian, Philip Byrne and Ben Horner with Cian Logan in 10th place.
Yes, indeed. Right. So, we just had some extra notes being passed to us through the commentary box as well, and that is Lewis Goff now moving up the inside of Addison Smith and taking the lead through Southbank corner and into hairpin number 3.
Good move then from Lewis Goff as Smith tries to get back alongside, but Goff will have track position and will come over the line in the lead.
So a few people stepping up into Minimax from cadets last year. So Goff, Smith, Fox, Whiteley, the 2 Adrians.
Cian Logan as well had outings last year. Sam Robson did the early part of the year in Hondas before disappearing for a while and now returns in the Minimax ranks. And we saw William Robinson as well, Tom, at the early phases of 2021 out in Hondas before he once again disappeared and did a bit of testing before coming back in the mini ranks this year.
Yeah, so a lot of drivers stepping up into Minimax, and as we've seen already, we've got Bambino stepping up into Hondas. We've had Honda cadets stepping up into minis, minis stepping up into juniors, and we're going to have junior pro karters who you will see very soon stepping up into seniors.
Minis are a very transitional class, though. You often only see drivers in it for a year, don't you, before they move into junior Rotax. So it's a very transitional class, hence why I think that there's a lot of talk going into 2023 about how that Rotax class is going to be structured in terms of maybe changing the chassis size for the Minimax class.
Because they're running a senior chassis, aren't they?
They are. So I think we're going to see potentially some changes in that and more going to the more Euro-style 950 chassis, but that's yet to be confirmed. Although I know that there's a lot of talk going on regarding that, and I'm sure details will come out throughout the middle part of this year.
For those who don't know, the Euro 950 chassis,
it's bigger than the Cadet,
but smaller than the senior.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like an intermediate chassis. Sounds perfect for this class, in my opinion.
See, you chastised me earlier, Tom, for making things too simple. So I thought, you know what, I'll let people figure it out for themselves.
I did not chastise you. How rude. So we're looking at Fox Whiteley, another one who's stepped up from cadets last season. So this will be first heat in Minimax here at Teesside in the summer series anyway.
Yeah, did most of the winter season as well in it, having obviously won the cadet championship last year in what we thought was surprisingly commanding fashion. No, did well but didn't win it because the year before Potter won it.
Ah, okay. My apologies.
Yeah. Because he has
sorry,
lost
Thomas,
third.
I've done you a disservice.
Lost third, Catherine.
Sorry.
Catherine won it.
Sorry.
As Fox Whiteley has lost third place to Ben Adrian, although does try to come back down the inside into South Bank. Scrubs off a little bit too much speed on the way in though, and Ben Adrian goes right the way round the outside. So Ben Adrian, who started the day on the front row in second place, gets back up into third at the expense of Jared Fox Whiteley, who drops into fourth. He had a difficult qualifying session yesterday, qualifying in seventh place. Issues throughout the day with these new Comet tyres meant that he had a seat change to give him a little bit more snugness, and they didn't have time to set that seat in exactly the right position for Fox Whiteley, and had to go out in qualifying with a seat that wasn't 100% to his liking. So qualifying yesterday not quite so well for last year's cadet champion, but the race pace now seeing him up into the top four. 1.5 laps remaining. Our leader Lewis Goff will see the last lap board when he comes round this time. Hasn't managed to shake off Addison Smith though, who's keeping him honest with a gap of 4/10 back. Here we go then, last lap board, showdown time for our Minimax drivers. Most of them though have either got themselves a pairing or have started to move away on their own.
Goff set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Half a second clear now of Addison Smith, so it was a couple of tenths quicker. There's a bit of a gap now back to Ben Adrian, but he's still kept very honest by Jared Fox Whiteley.
Personal best as well for Cian Logan in 10th. Another driver making his first outing here in the mini ranks, having raced Honda Cadet for the majority of last season. Out of the final corner then comes your race leader, and now your race winner, the number 4 of Lewis Goff, holds off Addison Smith. Ben Adrian recovers to third. Jared Fox Whiteley will get fourth, with Melissa Adrian. Her recovery drive sees her coming back into 5th place, having dropped down to as far as 8th on the opening lap from pole position. Benjamin Lee, Sam Robson and Ben Horn across the line to clear out the top 8. James Philip Byrne will get 9th, with Cian Logan crossing the line in 10th place, with William Robertson and Daniel Bridgeton completing our 12 runners in our mini class.
So congratulations to Lewis Goff on heat number 1. We will move very swiftly on to senior Rotax, heat number 1.
Riverside. How dare you?
I should keep quiet on football matters, shouldn't I? Okay, so heat number 1 for your senior Rotax grid is headed by Luke Davis, and it's Jensen Jones, Wayne Citro, Arthur Louthian, Paul Swan, and Jack Hayes Roberts. And then we've got Ashley Savage and Kieran Savage, Emma Brown, Martin Fisher, Andy Collinson, and Tyler Jex, Josh Redhead, Chris Stoves, Tony Citro, and Connor Lucas, P16.
Connor Lucas, P16. We don't hear that often, but it's a random grid. So he has moved after 3 stellar years in the senior Pro Kart ranks into senior Rotax. And let's see whether he can add to his haul. The number
Stellar being triple champion.
Yes, but we will see the number 43 kart still out in the senior Pro Kart class. That one handed over into the very capable hands of Josh Volkus. Still waiting for them seniors, Tom.
Yeah, and they're on 2 roll-up laps as well. So we could be a while here. So we're random grids again for this one, aren't we, David?
We are very, very random grids on this one again, and then we'll be having more random grid action for senior Pro Kart, although that being even more random when there's 36 of them.
Yes, that's really going to be exciting. So the next race, I'm not saying that the senior Rotax isn't going to be exciting by any means, but 36 karts on a random grid is going to be a highlight of my day, I think. Absolutely. It's certainly going to keep us busy.
Let's talk about this first corner, though, Tom, at Teesside, if you don't mind, because as we see with these rolling starts, normally our Rotaxers take the D chicane, so they're going a lot slower around and naturally curving to the right, whereas we've seen now in 2 rolling starts in our Rotax ranks where they're carrying a lot more speed into that first corner than they do for the rest of the race. And we've seen our leader into that first corner all running wide. And it's not the first time. It's nothing to do with the tyres. They were doing it on the Mojos last year as well. You know, it's getting that kart stopped into that first corner is really difficult when that's not your normal braking point. And we've seen it at other tracks as well. We see it a lot. The one for me, I think the hardest one is Fullbeck. That long run down to that hairpin when they're not taking the chicane, when they're entering that corner at almost twice the normal race speed that they would, is really, really difficult.
Yeah, you can really get hung out to dry. Not just in terms of being forced all the way around the outside and get freight trained by, you know, 6-7 karts. You can obviously there can be incidents as well where you're you know, there's a spin or there's a slight bit of contact and it unbalances it, unsettles the kart, and then round you go. And by the time you've made the first 100 yards of the race, it's already over. Yeah,
and what I'm doing, Tom, is whilst you're going to ably fill, is just have a look at any sort of penalties if they've been applied to our race day here in terms of the classes this morning. To any of our races on the Alpha channel.
I've just asked our new clerk, and we have no penalties from him so far.
Oh, so we'll see whether we've had any front fairing penalties, and by that we mean if somebody's applied too much pressure to the front, to the rear of somebody else's kart, the nose drops down, and they pick up. Or we've had a first one of the season, Tom. First one goes to David Thompson-Mack. In junior Rotax. He's picked up a 5-second front fairing penalty,
which puts him
still in P6.
Okay, and it looks like we're being sent round again because we were nowhere even close to being ready for that one.
No, that field was the pack field, wasn't it?
Yeah,
spreadable across pretty much most of the Teesside Autodrome circuit.
I was going to say more strung out than a Sean Ryder session.
Even though it's on a Rotax, Tom, that 43 has still got the traditional 43 livery on, hasn't it?
It has. It certainly has. And it's looking great in the
yellow,
in the
orange, and a splash of blue.
And you'll probably see the exact same livery in the next race as well in Senior Pro Kart, but it will be a very, very different kart. But they are lining themselves up now. They're still going quite quickly, and the back of the pack is still a long way back. So we might have to go again. I think we're going to have to go again, surely. Oh, apparently we are going green.
Apparently we're going. We've had enough of them trying to sort themselves out, so we're going to go racing. I mean, we can only give them so many chances, can't we?
Exactly, we can't go around all day.
We could, yeah. So we're going to go racing anyway. The 97 then leading the way of Jensen Jones in that Teesside Karting Academy Rotax. And he's quickly been taken by the 14 of Arthur Lothian down the back straight, with Paul Swan joining in as well.
I'm keeping our eye on triple champion Connor Lucas, who started right at the
contact
back.
Between, and it is Lucas.
And it is Lucas.
In the tyres there in the background as well. Contact between Connor Lucas and the, trying to pick out who that was. We'll be able to tell you when they come over the line, because he's the only other runner. I think it's the 59, it is, of Martin Fisher. So contact then between Martin Fisher and Connor Lucas. I think at the time, Fisher was in front.
Yeah, he was.
Lucas behind.
Lucas had made up 3 places on the opening lap, and then we've got yellow flags as well on coming down the back straight for something, potentially.
Oh, there's a stationary kart, Tom, halfway down the back straight on the right-hand side.
I see it, yeah.
The drive, it's a Tony though, so it's green. It blends in with the grass.
And we've got Paul Swan, who's now overtaking Arthur Lothian for second place. So Lothian led over the line, but has now been passed by both Collinson and Swan.
Andrew Collinson then coming through. A driver, Tom, that we know all too well from the Teesside Sprint Series, has dipped in and out of this series, having won the O plate.
That's Kieran Savage off as well, so we've now got 2 retirements. So we've got Wayne Citro and Kieran Savage already out of this race. As we look there, I think that was, I couldn't even see who that was. That might have been Tony Citro being overtaken by Martin Fisher.
Yeah, driver missing as well from the timing down there is Ashley Savage, who was definitely on the entry list.
We've got Tyler Jex going up the inside of Jensen Jones, who then drops another position. I think that was to Emma Brown.
Yeah, Jones went very wide there. Look, just run us through the numbers down the left-hand side, Tom, the red and the green.
So the red are our regular Rotax class, and then we have a 177, which is an extra 15 kilos, am I right? 162, 177.
Quick maths.
Yeah, so an extra 15 kilos for the green numbers that they're running. Just gives them an extra little bit of comfort zone of weight, getting into the weight limit, gives them their own separate class as well. It's a class within a class, basically.
We do have a British champion at Rotax 177 Racing, but not in this class. He'll be out in about 10 minutes' time in Senior Pro Kart. That's Dan Tate, the reigning Rotax 177 British champion.
Chris Stokes is round now and can't get it going again.
No, and he's going to have to do that quite quickly. He's stationary in the middle of the track, has managed to spin it round. Kart stalled there.
Did get it fired up and away again. And just crossing the line in front of us now.
Yeah, Andrew Collinson then comfortably out at the lead with Paul Swan and Arthur Lothian in second and third place. And we see this sometimes, Tom, with mixed grid formats, is that sometimes everybody gets stuck together and sometimes they spread out a little bit further. But Andrew Collinson currently leading the way and putting in the fastest lap of the race. Almost 9/10 quicker than the personal best of the driver in second, until Connor Lucas appears in P8, putting in a 41.4. So whilst his finishing position might not be where he may well expect at this one, he's certainly got the speed for heats 2 and 3. And ultimately, Tom, with this one, he was starting down towards the tail end of the field anyway. So damage isn't a killer really on this one, is it? If he was at the front and he'd spun, then that is a real problem, because they're the races where you really want to be able to maximise your points haul.
Yeah, absolutely. He's another question I have. The Comet tyres that we're running for this season, as we've mentioned, how are they just one round a set, or
two? I believe two. We have had a limit on a number of classes on the amount of tyres they're able to use. Cadet, for example, in Hondas, they're allowed 3 sets of slicks for the entire season. So
Connor Lucas is trying to get 2 for 1 here, coming out of hairpin 2.
Josh Redhead's going to try and get involved. 3 wide round South Bank corner.
So Redhead got passed by Lucas into hairpin 3 and then tried to fight back. And Lucas does in fact get the 2 for 1 and moves up into P6. And we'll start to begin hunting down Emma Brown with just under 3 laps to go.
Yeah, the gap 1.9 seconds for Connor Lucas in 3 laps to try and catch Emma Brown. Although in terms of actual points, Tom, in terms of class position, Emma Brown comfortable at the head of the 177.
The reason I asked about the tyres is because I caught hold on a second, we'll come back to that as
Fisher. Yeah,
Fisher moves back. So after that earlier incident into hairpin 4, now moving back up on the inside of Josh Redhead. I might well have a go at Jensen Jones into the D chicane. Not quite got the speed, I don't think, but yeah, the reason I was asking is because I caught a flash of Lucas going into hairpin 1 and still very much driving it like a senior pro kart, so fully crossed up, brakes locked up, sideways into the hairpin. Now, and still doing it now this time round, because I could just see it out the commentary box window. Now, my question is he going to make those tyres last 2 rounds if he drives it like that?
I mean, is he going to make them last 1 round if he drives it like that?
There he goes up the inside of Emma Brown.
So through comes Lucas then into 5th place. Certainly race wins for him to be had in the this mixed grid format. As we say, he's come through from the back and including a spin up into 5th place. It'll be interesting later on as Paul Swan, I think, has come under attack from Tyler Jex, Tom, just off camera. And Jex making a very bold move round, and he's gone up into 2nd place. It's brought Arthur Lothian back into play as well. As we see our leader, he has a look over his shoulder and see where everybody else is as he makes his way round South Bank for the final time. There is still an intense battle going on behind for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. out of the final corner then is going to be Andrew Collinson through the dogleg for the final time to take victory in Senior Rotax Heat 1. Everybody else still battling out behind. Lucas has closed in on the back, but he's going to run out of time to make inroads as Tyler Jex gets second from Paul Swan, Arthur Lothian, and the fastest lap of the race is Connor Lucas across the line. In 5th place, Emma Brown takes the victory in the 177 ranks with Fisher, Redhead, Jones, and then Tony Citro will come through. And then we have Christos who spun, and then our 2 retirees. Kieran Savage on the opening lap. He's parked on the infield down at hairpin 3. And Wayne Citro, unfortunately, unable to take the rolling start. His kart, though, still out on circuit on the back straight.
So I'm interested to see whether Lucas can make these tyres last. If it's 2 rounds for a set and he drives it like that, obviously he was recovering, needed to push very, very hard in this heat to recover those points to get grid position for the final. But is that going to punish him sort of towards the end of round number 2? Not heat 2, round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Kieran Savage, who's surveying his kart. See what's there. I think we're going to require some recovery.
That's why you not go bad.
Correct. Moving on, though, we are going to have to move on because we've got such a grid of Senior Pro karts. It's going to take us this recovery period to run through the grid. So next up, the final one of our opening heats, be heat number 1 of Senior Pro Kart. Pole position will be that for Scott Tate, who we expect to be, Tom, right at the sharp end at the champion of the championship this year. Alongside him, one of the young chargers here at Teesside Autodrome, Thomas Braid. Row 2 sees Toby Dodson and Josh Yeadon, with Connor Jupp and Paul Rye on the 3rd row. Gareth Plackett starts alongside Joe Burrell, with Callum Booth and Alban Dowell completing the top 10. Jess Alexander and Simon Doughty will be on row 6. George Davis and Jordan Guy share row 7, with Jonathan Allen and Gracie Mitchell moving across from Rotax. She starts 16th with Paul Stewart and Thomas Lowther in 18th. The top 20 then completed by Dan Fulsham and Steve Nichols, with Connor White and Mark Tate on row 11. Asher Blythe starts 23rd alongside Andrew Worley. Scott Blackburn starts 25th alongside Mark White. Adam Nichols returning, he starts 27th alongside David Brown. Lennon French, last year's junior champion, starts 29th. He's alongside James Hitchin on row 15. Row 16 is Harry Nottage and Jake Richardson, with Jack Morris and Josh Folkers on row 17, with Joe Grinsell and Daniel Tate in 35th and 36th, respectively. So we've got the...
a very mixed up grid.
A very mixed up grid.
We've got some perennial front runners starting right at the very back. We've got some championship contenders starting lower mid pack.
And we've got some returnees, Tom. We'll run through them now. We'll start with the big returnee. We'll start with Josh Folkers, who's won 2 championships here, and in every season that he's raced in this championship has not finished outside the top 3. So we know that he's going to be competitive. Remember, not last year, which he missed the year before, where he missed out by a single point to Connor Lucas. The other big returnee for me, Tom, double Super 1 champion in the past, Adam Nichols, returning, piloting his own kart this year on the Apollo machine, getting involved in the development of that kart and also working hard to maybe shed a little bit of weight off it as well, because at about 9'2", not only is he his own personal windbreak, but he does struggle actually to make that 185 weight limit.
Like a human sail.
But we've seen him as well, and I've said this to him before. Remember that stint back in the 2020 British 24-hour where he worked on his own to hold back the advances of those following behind. And for me, I was possibly one of the most impressive hour and a half, 3 hours, because he double stacked it, stints I've ever seen in a British 24-hour race.
Well, you say that. The other one was, who was it in the wet who did the mammoth stint in the wet and was basically a second and a half quicker than anybody else? I can't remember now. Was it Tomo? Was it Steve Thompson?
Tomo was always good in the wet. I remember 2019, him and Adam Willis were were like 2 seconds quicker than
yeah,
anybody else.
It
rained about 5 in the morning, didn't it? And everybody was sliding all over, and them two were just scything through everybody.
Well, speaking of scything, right at the very back, we've got Joe Grinsell as well, who's another demon in the wet. Thankfully for everybody else, it's not wet here today. It is very dry and very sunny, and actually bordering on being warm. There's still a lot of jackets being worn up on the bank, but David's gone T-shirt. He's brave.
You'll be in a T-shirt later as well, I can promise you. When we get around midday, you'll be loving the T-shirt. I've got shorts in the van if I need them.
He's very brave.
I don't think it's necessary today.
Very brave.
Final few runners, Tom, making their way in. Jack Morris gets a bit of scrub into them tyres. He's going to line up down there almost, I think, potentially alongside Josh Folkus as 43.
So it is the same livery, isn't it, as we've just seen with Lucas in Rotax.
Yeah.
So
would you like to predict a winner for this one, Tom? Because
I think Mr. Tate at the front is going to be very
difficult to beat. Play it safe.
But I mean, he's a perennial front runner here, isn't he? Green flag up in the air and green flag down, and away they go. Good start from Braid. He's going to chop across. Is he going to get there? Yes, he does, and moves into second. We've already got a spinner. It's the 183 of Alban Dowell round. So that's a shame to start the season that way, but yeah, didn't even make it into the D chicane before going round. But it is Tate from Braid from, I think it's, is it Doughty in second?
Toby Dodson, I think, has moved up into second, is it?
Sorry, in third.
Yeah, it is. It's Toby Dodson in third.
Yeah.
With the it looks like Connor Jupp up into fourth and Yeadon in fifth, and they have got a bit of a gap then as there's a move then down the inside of Paul Rye. Coming through though already, Tom, Jess Alexander. She's going to be on the outside, I think, of the 94. Is that Gareth Plackett, and has to slot back in. It is. So the top 10 then as they come through for the first time in this random grid format. It's Scott Tate from Tom Braid and Toby Dodson, the top 3. Jupp, Yeadon, Plackett, Alexander, Booth, Wright and Burrell, the top 10.
And instantly that's already out of date because Connor Jupp has moved up the inside into hairpin 1 and got the move done and taken third place. Connor Jupp, of course, senior X30 world champion.
Of 2020.
Of 2020, but still a world champion on the grid.
I'm not taking it away from him. It doesn't get removed from the history book.
No, it certainly doesn't, no.
No, it's in there forever. Scott Tate then coming through, not able to shake off Tom Braid though, who throughout the early part of last season, Tom, struggled with the physicalities of Senior Pro Kart, but towards the latter end of 2021 and throughout the Winter Series, has really grown into this one. Given the right day and the right grid positioning, he can certainly run and mix it with some of the best in this Senior Pro Kart class.
Absolutely, and again, just breaking away ever slightly, you'll see different coloured numbers again on the left-hand side. Blue is for Pro, red is for Clubman, green is for over 40s, and black is for novice. So 4 different classes.
Absolutely. Simon Doughty, I think, he must have had a birthday, because I'm sure he was running Clubman last year, and he's got a green background for 40s this year. So maybe he's just inched himself over into that class.
So moving, let's have a look at our big movers and shakers so far that we've seen. Jess Alexander moving up to 6th place. Gracie Mitchell up to 9th now.
16th, I think she started.
Yep, so already up to 9th place, putting in the personal best. We've got a yellow flag. As we've got
Paul Stewart, is it? And then the 124 coming in as well. Mark White retiring to pit lane.
Wow, all action here. Jack Morris at the inside of hairpin 1 and then instantly freight trained around the outside of hairpin 2. Josh Falkus giving it the bounce and go down the back straight.
Some almost a bit of teamwork there from Falkus and Morris. As Falkus, he's going to come through down the inside.
Got a replay here at the inside. That's the...
Whoa! Oh, we missed that on the initial one, but what a... That was one of the Tates. Is that Mark Tate? I think
it was Mark Tate, yeah.
And
he'd been making some good moves as well. But yeah, that was airborne.
Yeah, I get the feeling that might get clipped up on the
There's Nichols.
Alpha have a TikTok now, Tom, so that might get clipped up on there.
So that was Connor White sliding wide, and Adam Nichols taking full advantage and straight up the inside into hairpin 1. Is that Asher Blythe, I think, and the 94 of Gareth Plackett. They're side by side. Asher Blythe now sends it up the inside into hairpin 3.
Still only 15 years old, Asher Blythe, as Adam Nichols slides down the inside of Simon Dougherty as well.
Connor Jupp with the fastest lap of the race and is now in second place. Closing in on Scott Tate, it's got to be said. He is coming, but we thought Scott Tate might just walk away with this, but then Connor Jupp has made his way through quite quickly. So with 5 laps to go, it's going to be interesting to see that, whether he can make some inroads into that 6/10 gap.
Yeah, Jupp closed quite in on back of Tom Braid and was doing a lot of his taking tenths out into hairpin 1. At one point as well, I thought he'd actually overcooked it into the back of Tom Braid, but managed to hold firm as Nichols and Gareth Plackett.
Yeah, and there we have Connor White as well, moving up the inside as well. We're looking well outside the top 10 here, following these through, and this is where all the action is at the moment. This is what happens when you have mixed grids. It's very, very difficult even for us to keep up with a 36 kart grid. Yeah. Joe Burrell with his fastest lap of the race, his own personal best, in 8th place.
When we saw that incident, Tom, we thought it was one of the Tates. I get the feeling it might have been Dan, because Mark's up into 10th. Dan Tate, it was going side by side with Lennon French at the time. French is in a much closer region to where Dan Tate is at the time, but in between that 11th to 19th space. So I think it could have been Dan Tate who was the one that got almost pitched out of that kart as they came over, because Mark Tate's going to cross the line in P10 just off the back of Joe Burrell.
Yep.
2.5 laps remaining then in this senior pro kart heat as Jess Alexander goes down the inside of Toby Dodson, then battling it out. That'll be for 4th place. And through Jess comes through, then dips the head down behind the steering wheel as they go down the back straight. She's got a long way though to catch up onto the back of Thomas Braid, who has a comfortable 3rd place. The battle though for the lead is going to go down to this final 2 laps. Connor Jupp has reeled in Scott Tate at a rate of around about 2/10 a lap. Let's just keep an eye on the timing. I didn't know if we were going to cut to a shot, but it's going to be 2/10 maybe, as a 45.6 second for Jupp sees his fastest lap of the race.
And I've just been informed by our clerk of the course that Joe Grinsell has not just a contact warning now, but also a 5-second penalty for a jump start.
Well, he was all the way down there at the back, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he was starting it last.
Really tried to maximise it there from row number 17 or 18, isn't it, down there at the back of the pack? So 5 seconds for a jump start for Grinsell. Here we've got Tate and Jupp now going to go at it for the for the overall win in heat number 1, and there goes Jupp up the inside into hairpin 4. Tate immediately responding. Round the outside, Tate's going to have to be brave here. Will he keep his foot in on Scott Tate? He does. Final lap then. I'm not even sure they'll have seen that board as they were battling it out over start finish, but Tate comes back across the front of Connor Jupp, and they'll battle it out. The 2 TTM drivers racing together in the same team in the BPEC series in this Pro Kart class are going to battle it out for the early spoils in Senior Pro Kart Heat 1. Scott Tate holding it tight on the exit of hairpin 1, and that's given Jupp a run down the outside. They have a good gorp at each other. That's going to send Jupp right round the outside, and I think that could well be it. I've been wrong before, don't tell the wife, but yeah, she's there we go, up the inside. Tate holds a defensive line. Jupp cuts it back as they go through the dogleg. They're going to be side by side, but it is going to be Scott Tate taking heat number 1 just from Connor Jupp. Thomas Braid takes a well-earned 3rd place. Jess Alexander moving up into 4th place. Then it's Toby Dodson, Josh Eden, Joe Burrell taking 7th, Gracie Mitchell in 8th, overtaking Callum Booth on the final lap. Then it's Asher Blythe taking the final place in the top 10. Mark Tate, Adam Nichols, Connor White, Dan Tate, Josh Falkus, Gareth Plackett, Lennon French, Jack Morris, Jordan Guy and Harry Nottage round out your top 20 here in Senior Pro Kart. And just like that, the first set of heats are completed. Whew. I don't know about you, David, but I need a break after that one. We're making good time as well, which is handy.
We are, but that was certainly eventful. And we're going to have our Bambino heat number 2 heading out very shortly, but congratulations to Scott Tate for heat number 1.
Absolutely. Just having a look at some penalties applied for front fairings in Minimax. Pole sitter Melissa Adrian is going to be dropped down into P6 from her finishing position P5 for a front fairing penalty. Having a look then as well at our other Rotax classes for that one. What have we got in our juniors? We've got we ran through David Thompson Max one earlier as well, and in seniors we've got a we've got a big one, Tom, actually in
senior Rotax.
In senior Rotax, Tyler Jex from second place, removed from the standings, coming in underweight on the weighbridge.
Well, that is a big one,
and that's going to move him down to the. Well, it's a random grid, isn't it? So it's not going to move him down to the back, but he's certainly not going to pick up any points, and that means for the final, he's highly likely to be in the last couple of rows when it comes to our final.
So moving on to Bambino's heat number 2. Taking pole position will be Chloe McGill after the win in heat number 1. Then it is going to be Jake Gibbon in 2nd, Franklin Street in 3rd, Sebastian McCarthy in 4th, James Pybus in 5th, and Buddy Hugo in 6th place. Just the 6 starters for Bambinos. So we'll just wait for them to head out onto the grid. As David shows me, who's that?
That's Layla Berryman's helmet.
Oh, is
from
it?
the incident on the opening lap of Honda Cadet Club.
Okay.
And that black mark there is tyre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is she okay?
She is fine.
Well, I mean, we saw her up and about.
A little bit shaken, but determined to come back out for the second heat in Honda Cadet Club, which will be in around about half an hour's time.
Good for you, Layla.
So absolutely fantastic that she's going to be taking part in the rest of the race day here at Teesside Autodrome. Bambinos have started to make their way out. They're very stealthy, them Bambinos. We can't hear them from the comm box now. We used to, I think, just hear that meh as they came out, but we can't hear them anymore.
What noise do they make, David?
Meh. Which, if this was NASCAR and they were all coming past, it'd be meow, 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 meow.
If it was NASCAR, I'd be asleep by now. I've said this off air to various people as well. I love NASCAR. And the reason I love NASCAR is it is the best thing in the world to fall asleep to. Any insomniacs out there who are watching, if you're watching this at 2 o'clock in the morning because you can't sleep, I'm not saying don't watch us, but watch NASCAR. Watch NASCAR, believe me. You just put on the live replays on the NASCAR, the full, they do full race replays on the NASCAR YouTube channel. Put that on, I'm asleep in about 5 minutes.
It's just a
brilliant.
constant noise, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's like, what happens is when they do the onboard shots, the engine note rises and falls, especially on the short tracks like Bristol and Martinsville and places like that. It rises and falls, and it's literally like V8 waves crashing on a shore. It's beautiful. It just sends me straight out.
Some people sleep to whale noises, you sleep to NASCAR.
Absolutely, the rumbling V8. It's beautiful. It has me out like a light. It worked last night when I knew I needed an early night. As we almost had an incident on the grid there, but good reactions from the marshal.
We're gonna have a little switcheroo.
Yeah.
Seb McCarthy trying to steal 3rd place from Franklin Street. He's gonna have to start 4th though, unfortunately for him.
Yeah.
He's trying to get an extra couple of metres. One to watch for this one, Tom, for me, Buddy Hugo going off P6 after that retirement in the opening race. Let's see where he can come, because he did obviously start the day inside the top 3. Let's see if he can make some inroads and see whether he can catch up on Chloe McGill, who took a commanding victory in that opening race of the day.
James Pybus as well. I think that marshal's ankles must have a target on them today, because that's twice he's nearly been clattered. Clearing the grid now, as we've mentioned before over the years, that Bambinos are the only ones who have supporters on the grid. We'll come into that at heat number 3 as we're away for heat number 2.
Yeah, the combox, Tom, so far forward that parents either have to walk up and around the back of it now or underneath as well. So as we have a clean start then for our Bambinos. They've made their way round the opening early part of the lap. Chloe McGill leading the way then from Jake Gibbon alongside. Seb McCarthy, Tom, has made a good start from 4th place. And he's got past Franklin Street, although he has gone slightly wide. So Franklin Street tries to come alongside and get back. Where is Buddy Hugo?
He's there.
Oh, again, Buddy Hugo in the in the 11. Sorry, he's been pushed to retirement. So far today, Tom, he's done the best part of 3 laps, unfortunately, in 2 races for Buddy Hugo. Will the marshal be able to see if we can get that kart started, or is it just going to get pushed off and straight into retirement? These comas are very, very sensitive, these engines, aren't they? I think the marshal is going to give it a go, and hopefully we can get him out and at the very least a little bit of track time.
Well, I'll keep an eye on that, David, if you want to keep an eye on the track action. They are still working on it. It's going to end up being at least a lap down if he does get going, but I think that's going to be it for Buddy Hugo as well. So really unfortunate day. Tough
day for Buddy Hugo, a driver that we thought would be well towards the front of this this Coma Bambino grid. And also on a day, Tom, where we spoke about the opportunity to take a huge amount of points haulers. We expect a few more of our regulars back for the second round of the season, as there's a fantastic battle going on in the early part of the back straight, Tom, which the camera will pick up in a few moments. Jake Gibbon will come through, and then there's a fantastic battle between Sebastian McCarthy and Franklin Street. And Street has pretty much managed to get alongside in every corner, and McCarthy's just managed to carry loads and loads of speed round. Jake Gibbon in front, Tom, going very, very slowly in front of them.
Yep.
Problems potentially here then for Jake Gibbon, because he had 4 seconds for Sebastian McCarthy and Franklin Street, and he's lost all of that 4 seconds in the back straight. Whether he's back up to speed now, I'm not sure. He's going to have to do some racing now, because whatever it was, Tom, maybe he had a half spin round South Bank, because he was going very, very slowly around hairpin 3 when he got caught up, but now appears to be right back up to racing speed. We've got a 3-kart battle then for second place.
Like you say, it's all about momentum, David, with these Comma engines. It's the second you lift off, it takes forever to get that momentum and the revs to build back up again. So maybe just a half spin, or maybe the back stepped out or something like that, had to lift off the throttle, and that was all it took to lose probably 2 seconds.
Round the outside, Tom, and round South Bank. He's got it done before the corner, though, because if you don't, it's a long way round there in a Coma Bambino, but gets the move done in the early part of the corner and the latter part of the back straight, and goes back up into second place, Jake Gibbon. So no matter what comes at the end of this one, if it's a second, at least he's had to work for it, because he almost dropped down into 4th place when McCarthy and Street close right up.
Yes, indeed. So Chloe McGill again with a commanding lead. I mean, Jake Gibbon puts in his personal best lap, which is at 1:02, but he's 12.8 seconds behind Chloe McGill now. Absolutely romping clear.
So Gibbon falling back into the clutches of both McCarthy and Street through what we can only imagine was a half spin earlier on in the race. He's well back up now to his normal race speed. This battle once again is a 2-kart one between Seb McCarthy and Franklin Street.
Franklin Street has looked very racy since the drop of the flag, but has so far been unable to get past McCarthy. McCarthy just placing the car exactly where Street wants to be, it seems, and that's sort of forcing Street onto different lines and different places of the track, and trying to cut back now, but won't have the overspeed enough to get through the D chicane anyway.
That's the issue, isn't it, for Street, is that lines he's having to take to try and get past Seb McCarthy are not the traditional nor optimum racing lines, and that is potentially hampering him. He is going to have to try something different, either an over and an undercut, which he's going to try this time here on McCarthy, and he's actually tried something different and then chops right across McCarthy. He's mixed it up there, Franklin Street. Spent a couple of laps following the lines and trying something different, and this time Franklin Street comes through in It's not even a textbook overtake, is there? Because he's come right down the inside and then just chopped right across.
I genuinely enjoyed that. The reason I enjoyed it is because Franklin Street had spent the best part of 3 laps figuring out where to get past.
Oh, it looks like he might have scrubbed off a bit of speed there. Seb McCarthy's going to get alongside. McCarthy's going to go the long way round, and it is the long way round there. We don't often see it. We see the occasional cut back down the inside, and Franklin Street now moves up into 3rd place. Confirmation on the screen there with the number going green, with McCarthy's going red to indicate that change in position as these two now battle it out for still 3rd place, but with Franklin Street leading the way in this battle. And now will Seb McCarthy be able to try something different to try and get through?
That was clever from Street again there, holding the tight line into hairpin 2 and the tight exit, and then what we see is this traditional Bambino line down the right hand side of the back straight, because they don't scrub off any speed when they turn into South Bank like the quicker classes will do. Oh, that was a bit leery from McCarthy heading through hairpin 3. Back stepped out ever so slightly. Kept the foot in though.
Yeah, it hasn't seemed to have lost a huge amount of time or track position to Franklin. He's still only 3 or 4 kart lengths back. Although I think Franklin will probably have carried a bit more speed down the entirety of the start straight and through the D chicane. That will give him a little bit of respite maybe as they come into hairpin 1.
And Jake Gibbon is now the best part of 5 seconds clear of these two as they continue their battle. But that one seems done and dusted now for 2nd place. Chloe McGill now, by the time they cross the line, is going to be over 20 seconds clear of Jake Gibbon.
Yeah, McCarthy right on the back then here as the time goes below 1 minute, and our runners doing 1 minute, so probably going to get a last lap board next time they come through here, as I think McGill will probably just about get round as here. Oh, it looks like Franklin took a tighter line. Franklin Street took the tighter line and then had to get it stopped halfway around the corner. A little bit of contact into the back there from Sebastian McCarthy.
I think
nothing untoward.
No, exactly. Tried to get the cut back, but didn't expect, or rather expected Street to go a bit wider than Street did, and Street holding it tight round the hairpin, which of course more than entitled to do, and McCarthy struggling to get through and just clipping the back, but no, not intentional and no harm done.
Absolutely not. Last lap board is out then for our leader Chloe McGill as we concentrate on this battle for 3rd place between Street and McCarthy. McGill already over start finish, half a lap almost in front of the battle that we are watching at the moment, which has seen Street manage to make his way through but hasn't been able to shake off Sebastian McCarthy. He's been parking that number 15 kart really where he wants to, and there now McCarthy's going to try and get down the inside. They're going to be side by side, but Franklin runs all the way around the outside and holds the speed off.
This has been a great battle. I've really enjoyed this one.
It's been different, hasn't it? Which I like. It's, you know, there's been a bit of everything, with obviously Jake Gibbon dropping away and then coming back, and unfortunately for Buddy Hugo, him taking no further part in this one. And that fantastic overtake from Franklin Street. So the least they're going to get for their long trip up from the south coast is a nice bit for their highlight reel with that fantastic overtake of Seb McCarthy. Last lap board is out now for Chloe McGill.
So Chloe McGill already heading through the wiggles and into hairpin 1. And Street now with a bit of a gap back to Sebastian McCarthy, who's dropped back as they came across some lap traffic of James Pybus. But yeah, McGill, as you said, David, best part of half a lap clear by the end of this race. Will probably be half a lap clear of anybody else.
Yep, she's had another faultless drive as Chloe McGill.
Almost a track to herself.
Yeah, and for 50 points for a win in the heats and then 65 for the final, we are well on our way to a maximum 215 points haul for Chloe McGill. The youngster from Bowness in Scotland takes the checkered flag and makes it 2 wins from 2 races for the 6-year-old. Jake Gibbon will come through, one of our youngest in our Bambino classes, still at only 5 years old. He's going to come through for 2nd place if he can make it without any troubles round hairpins 2 and 3. He's also well on his way to his first trip to a podium here at Teesside Autodrome. And Franklin Street has moved away in the final lap from Sebastian McCarthy. So that looks like it's going to be your top 3 in our Bambino class. Just having a quick look at some of the comments in our live chat. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us as well. Freya Yeadon's been saying, well done, Sam. Sam Yeadon had a good outing in the Honda Cadet Club class earlier on. They'll be back in around about 20 minutes' time as well for their 2nd heat of the day. Eden Brown saying, come on, Joe Burrell. Darcy Lucas has been on saying, Lucas Racing, come on. So they're obviously now represented in far more classes now that Connor has switched into the Rotax ranks as well. We've had other people. I love it when people that are racing here get in touch as well. Nathan Jensen earlier as well. We've had Isabella Stansmore Wilson saying hello in the live chat comments. It's amazing how many of them, once they've done on track, decide that they want to watch even more racing as well by joining us on the live stream.
Absolutely.
Bambinos then are out of the way. Next up, Junior Pro Kart for heat number 2.
Okay, so running you through the grid for heat number 2 of Junior Pro Kart. So pole position taken by Sophie Porsey. 2nd place will be Harry Roddis. Then 3rd is Harry Brown. 4th, Christian Oblag. 5th, Ben Arnold. And 6th, Max Shields. 7th will be Harvey Still. Then it's Amy Frame, Joe Arnold in 9th, and Sebastian Pereira in 10th place. So again, random grid as we see Buddy Hugo being recovered back into the paddock. That could just take a moment to clear before Junior Pro Karts head out. And I can see there is a trolley heading out there as well now, so that's going to speed things up ever so slightly, which is good for us. We are running, as we said, slightly ahead of the timing schedule here, but it is going to be a fairly long day here in the saddle for all involved, with the addition of an extra couple of races that we've got because we had the split of cadets and the split of the junior and minimax running separate grids as well. So we're going to run through all 3 heats first off for all of the classes, and then we're going to have a slight break where we will put essentially the stream on pause, and then we will come back after lunch and we will have all your finals. Looks like we might get going in a moment for Junior Pro Kart. So again, random grid here for Junior Pro Kart. So look to see the likes of Christian Oblag, Max Shields and Harvey Still coming through from their various positions, which will keep things exciting. And others holding their places at the front as well. They head out onto the back straight. They're normally very good, Junior Pro Karts, at gridding themselves up. So they will be side by side, as you can see already, 2 by 2 Noah's Ark formation, ready to go straight onto the grid and line up. If only they could do this in the Rotax classes. Because they've always, in fact, the last 2 seasons that we've been commentating here, we've noted it almost every round that the Junior Pro Karts are so good at gridding themselves up very quickly, very smoothly. They all get themselves out in the right order, and then they stay in the right order, and they grid themselves up before they've even, got to the rolling up position, if you like.
Yeah. The Rotaxes are far more like MotoGP, aren't they? Where they go into any order they want,
and then try and
hope
figure
they
it
can
out.
Find their start spot.
Yeah.
Seb Pereira then goes off the back of this one, Tom, with Amy Frey once again in front of him, and we know that he took a bit of time to get through on that one in the previous one. Once again, though, Still and Shields still side by side. In front of them, though, Christian Oblag, race winner in Junior Pro Kart in previous series, in other series as well.
I've just taken a step to the side so I can see out the window and see Christian Oblag's new helmet. Oh, we got a bit of a jump start there potentially for Harry Roddice. We'll see if anything comes of that, but certainly there was movement before the flag dropped.
Yeah, got a bit too excited there, didn't he, in second place. Harry Brown's going to go around the outside, is he?
I think managed to stop, but it was whether that initial movement was enough.
So, Tom, I'm just looking out the window. In the chicanes there, I think there could potentially be a air filter cover that's come off. Oh, there's contact into there. That's Harvey Still up in the air, bouncing over the curbs. Max Shields going to slot back inside. Harvey Still has a couple of looks over his shoulder. Be interesting to see what forced him up there, but he went right the way up and over the curb on the inside. And we just heard the noise of that cart bang back down to ground. The pictures on the screen are about half a second delay, so we heard the noise, looked up, and it was Harvey Still bouncing himself back down to earth. Here we go.
Oh yeah, Harvey Still with a big send up the inside, full send on that one, and we've got a stationary yellow flag.
Oh, Ben Arnold and Joe Arnold. That's going to be a tense awning.
They were round in the D chicane. We've got Max Shields moving up the inside of Harry Brown. And also that was Amy Frame as well coming through at the same time.
He's going to get a good run on Harry Roddice down the back straight as well. Roddice gets his head down behind the steering wheel, but there's nothing he can do to stop the charge of Max Shields coming
already
through.
Up to fourth for Max Shields.
Yeah, two leaders though, Tom, have broken away, so it's going to take a little bit for Still and Shields now in third and fourth respectively to close up on the back of Sophie Pawsey and Christian Oblag.
Yeah,
Pawsey continues to lead the way.
Oblag had no hesitation moving through into second place. So was very quick to get into that position. But now, yeah, as you said, it's Sophie Pawsey leading, but following now are your Heat 1 winner Harvey Still and Heat 1 second place, and it's Oblag who moves through into the lead at hairpin 2. But as I said, yeah, Harvey Still following, and then it's Max Shields. So what inroads can they take, especially if these two start battling away? Is Oblag going to move clear, or is Sophie Pawsey going to fight back or work with Christian Oblag to try and gap Still and Shields? Let's find out as we move into the third lap of the race. So there will be 7 to go. Yeah,
gap from second to third, and the last one was 1.6. I think Still is a lot closer. As Still now, he's going to close in 8/10 the gap. But as he closes in, Tom, he's got to make very, very quick progress past Sophie Pawsey and onto the back of Christian Oblag, because if he gets balked for a couple of corners, Max Shields will be into play, and then that'll be a 4-kart battle for the lead then.
Yeah, absolutely. Harvey Still looking very good again here. Managing to gap Shields as well. So not only caught up 8/10 on Oblag on the previous lap, but pulled away from Shields as well.
Just seen a move off camera as well as Harry Brown goes down the inside of Harry Roddice into the entry into South Bank. Nice clean move there from our newest driver in the Junior Pro Kart ranks, Harry Brown, who stepped out of cadets last year. He's gone down the junior route.
So Pawsey is definitely not being dropped by Oblag, but Harvey Still is taking another half second and is right there. Half second out of Oblag, that was, not out of Pawsey, yep. But Still is right there now on the back of this, and it's now a front 3.
It is, and half a second back Max Shields, and this is what we're saying now about Harvey Still needing to make early progress once he caught up onto the back here, because if they come round to this corner next time and he's still where he is, see, through he goes down the inside. And that's what he needed, because if he was still there, he's going to get backed up, because there in the background lurking with the new gold helmet this year, Max Shields, closing in onto the back. Still 4 karts then, 1, 2, 3, 4 as they cross over the line. Less than a second between them.
Yeah, he's got much more Lewis Hamilton this year rather than the Iron Man.
Yeah, there's still bits of Iron Man on it if you look towards the top of it, but yeah, it's got shades of Hamilton down the side as well. He is now right on the back here of Sophie Pawsey. You're going to get that run down the back straight. Will he be close enough to make a move on Pawsey?
and still is close enough to make a move on Oblanger. There he goes, up the inside into South Bank. We saw that move on Shields in Heat 1, and there goes Shields up the inside of Pawsey as well to take 3rd place. So both of them well versed at that move now into South Bank.
We're still halfway through this race. We're still going to have 4 more laps as they come over the line. Shields now is closing in. Fastest lap of the race as well, a 46.144 for Max Shields. That's only a 10th and a half off the outright lap record here at Teesside Autodrome. And Max Shields flying, tries to go down the inside of Christian Oblang, has that door closed, though it was a move coming from quite a way back. He's now going to have to see if he can get a slipstream down the back straight. None of them, I don't think, close enough to make a move into South Bank. Hairpin 3 is certainly an opportunity here if Shields can send one down the inside.
How's the hand for Shields now? Have you spoken to him since?
Fixed.
Oh, he's all
Fixed.
sorted now, because
Yeah,
we saw him in the Winter Series with
a broken thumb.
Yes.
Which I'm sure wasn't doing him, but he's had a couple of outings in CKC where he's piggybacked and done both Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax and done twice as many races as everybody else. So
if it's not strong by now, then it won't. It's not going to get
no,
there. So it is still from Oblag, from Shields, Pawsey, Frame, Pereira, Brown, Arnold, Roddis and Ben Arnold.
They seem to have sorted themselves out a little bit more now, Tom, into
everything's calmed down, yes.
Calmed it down. Maybe they're just gearing themselves up for that final 2 laps.
Yes, and unfortunately Sophie Pawsey doesn't seem like she's going to be able to go with this front 3 now that they are line astern and not battling with each other.
Yeah, comfortable 4th for Pawsey though, and more valuable points for the 77. Another fastest lap. Shields once again, Tom, closing in on that outright lap record. It's a 46.003 as he tries to go down the inside, and there's contact between Max Shields and Christian Oblang. Arm off the wheel for Shields. I think he thought that Oblang closed that door very, very late, but Shields definitely didn't have more than the nose and maybe a front wheel down the inside there of Christian Oblang, and that's one of them where you think you have to sort of make it your corner rather than expecting compliance from that kart in front.
Absolutely, yeah, it was a little bit late there from Shields, but we'll learn from it. We'll catch up to the back again of Oblag. We've got the last lap board going out now, so it's going to have to get there fairly quickly and make a decisive move this time. Wonder whether it will be the standard move for him down on the inside into South Bank.
Well, let's see whether I don't think he's close enough to Christian Oblang this time to make the move down the inside. He's further back now than what he was on that previous lap, as the fastest personal best of a 46.64. Harry Brown, I think there. The number went off the screen before I could be 100% sure on it.
Definitely not close enough into South Bank, but he's right on the tail now of Oblang. It's going to be a lunge up the inside into hairpin 3. Doesn't quite make it.
Will he do the same into 4? Oblang actually parks that car in the middle, and once again Shields up and over the back, and he could end up losing 3rd place here to Sophie Pawsey. They're going to be side by side on the line. Pawsey gets 3rd on the line from Shields. Harvey still takes the victory from Christian Oblang, and Max Shields balked in hairpin 4, had to go over the curb as well, and drops down into 4th place. Amy Frames, Seb Pereira, Harry Brown and Joe Arnold, the top 8. Here we go. Once again, Shields rides up the back. Not the first time he's got air in that one. And now Sophie Pawsey managed to get alongside, and she hung it all the way out round the outside as Shields bounced over the curbs, and she grabs 3rd place by 0.3 of a second.
Absolutely, got to be. It was an opportunistic move for Sophie Pawsey to grab that 3rd place, but you've got to be there to take those moves.
Absolutely, and
she had hung on quite well.
We said this before, where you said that she was probably a little bit too far back to make an attack on the top 3. But what she did was put herself in a perfect position to take advantage of other people's misfortune.
Exactly that, David. And you've got to be there to take advantage of those mistakes by other people. If you're too far back from them, you won't be there. And she was. So well done to Sophie Pawsey on her 3rd place.
Next up, though, Honda Cadet for their Pro class. Starting grid then is the finishing result from heat number 1. Thomas Potter starts on pole with Isabella Stansmore Wilson alongside Harris Alley and Amy Peacock on row 2. William Howard and Jack Collinson on row 3. Ben Robinson starts 7th alongside Joshua Sullivan. JJ Plowman and Ethan Charles complete the top 10. Holly Swan and Sam Hayes on row number 6, with Edward Rye and Stanley Clark completing the 14 Pro class runners in our Honda class. Waiting for some recovery, are we? Oh, no, the circuit is clear, so we shouldn't expect Honda Cadet Pro out in a few moments. 14 of them to grid up, so 7 rows. We should be fairly quick at getting them sorted. They obviously make that run, Tom, all the way down from, it's a standing start though, so they don't have to worry too much about finding the braking point into that first corner, but it is still a long run for them from from a standing start position here in our Cadet class.
I'm just thinking, would the cadets, I know they're short wheelbase, aren't they, as well? Would they be taking that flat? I was about to say you've got experience of Honda Cadets, but you've got experience with your lad of Honda Cadets, but it's not.
I've never asked him.
But you've never driven one.
Well, I'd not get in one.
That's what I mean. But is it flat? Is my point. Is it flat through the Northern Loop?
Throw my shoes in the seat of a Honda Cadet.
Certainly off the start, is it going to be? Obviously, it's going to be. I'd imagine it's going to be flat, not obviously, but I imagine during the race they're going to be flat out through there.
For me, Tom, I think the pole sitters are probably getting round there flat, and with the ones in the middle, I might have to have a dab of brake just because, as we've seen this before, like say in Formula One, you see it from a standing start grid, is that those get round the first corner, and then those that are further back have to trickle their way round and just make sure they're clear. Now, luckily here at Teesside, it is quite an open radius for the first corner around that national loop. It's
a wide track as well.
Absolutely, probably one of the widest tracks on the UK calendar, actually, because 80% of the circuit is used for car testing as well. The start line, the D chicane round, and then they go round towards onto the west track, which we use for the British 24-hour. The rest of the track down all the way down South Bank and round the South Bank corner down the back straight, all used for car testing as well.
And bikes and super bikes and things like that as well. I've seen
a lot of stuff going on here. So Honda's making their way out then. Thomas Potter will be on pole position with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson alongside Harris Ali and Amy Peacock on row 2. So them all making their way round then. They'll be going round the South Bank corner. Shouldn't take too long to get them gridded up because they too look like they're keeping a fairly sensible formation here on the way round. Just trying to do enough to get some temperature in their tyres. And this year, Tom, because they haven't got the full 35 gridding up as well, any temperature they do get in their tyres is likely to stay there because the pole sitter in the past would be sat there at the front, their tyres just getting cold, the driver getting somewhat a little bit bored, waiting for everybody else to grid up. So they now, with this split in Hondas, they're not going to be waiting for too long before they get to go racing. Potter then rolls into pole position with Stansmore-Wilson alongside. Top 6, Tom, already in as William Howard and Jack Collinson. They roll there. William Howard appears on the screen just as we speak about him there in P5. A good opening heat for him, saw him move up from a starting berth of the 4th row into a 5th place finish.
Is Jack Collinson any relation to Andy/Shane?
Do not think so.
Okay. Of course, we've got Collinson's running. Well, we have a Collinson running in the senior class today, but we've had Shane running in senior Rotax in the past.
Yeah, we thought that they were both out, and only one of them signed on in Andy Collinson for this round in our Rotaxes. Everybody in position though, Tom, including Stanley Clark, whose car is parked at an aggressive angle, actually not towards the first corner, but probably more towards the marshal's post. I think he could be heading straight for the chicanes.
I'm sure he'll straighten it up very quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
So green flag is up, green flag is down, and we're away, and a good start for Harris Ali. Or immediately moves into second, and Stansmore-Wilson slots into 3rd place. Nice line of stern all the way through the field so far.
Sorry, Tom, for the first time in about 8 months, Thomas Potter's made a good start. Normally, he drops at least 2 places and has to work back on the opening lap, but Thomas Potter this time gets away and makes a good start this time in this Honda Cadet Pro class.
Went slightly wide out of hairpin 2 though, didn't get the best exit, and that's left him open to attack from Harris Ali, but it's actually Harris Ali coming under attack from Stansmore-Wilson into South Bank for the first time.
Yeah, good start from Harris Ali then, moving up from 3rd place at the expense of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And can he take the battle to Thomas Potter as there's movements in the background? They're still side by side. Further down the pack, let's see whether they can sort themselves out over start-finish. Over the line they come then for the first time. It's Potter, Ali, Stansmore-Wilson, Peacock, Howard, Robinson, Collinson, Sullivan, Plowman and Hayes the top 10, with Charles, Swan, Rye and Clark completing this 14-kart Honda Pro Cadet grid. And they're all, Tom, still nose to tail all the way through the pack.
Yeah, they are. This is very, very close racing, as always, in Honda Cadet. Joshua Sullivan getting a bit squirrely coming out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, looked like there was a little bit of contact there on the way out, and thought that would have balked his exit and allowed Plowman to get alongside, but they're all still side by side, and now sorting themselves out into a straight line as they get themselves sorted there. Fastest, well, I was about to say fastest lap of the race, but I think there might be a timing glitch, Tom, because I don't think anybody's done a lap of 1.5 tenths.
No.
That would be, well, I was going to say that'd be incredible, but also
I
be
think
impossible.
they're gaps, aren't they?
Yes, I think they could potentially be gaps. As there's a move, Tom, for 2nd place. Stansmore-Wilson tries to get down the inside of Harris Ali. Ali, however, closes the door quite early on in that move, and we know he's quite difficult to overtake. And now Stansmore-Wilson is going to try and get down the inside, as the timing is going to try and get that fixed. Peacock's going to try and go all the way around the outside now.
These four need to get in line and start working together, because otherwise Thomas Potter's going to be well down the road by the time they figure it out. As that's the 27 of Howard was up the inside into hairpin 3, but immediately retaken by Amy Peacock. But as I say, if they start scrapping, you can see straight away, because they went side by side, look at the gap that's appeared. And Potter puts in the fastest lap of the race, but Stansmore-Wilson and Ali need to work together. And likewise, Peacock and Howard need to work together again to get onto the back of the 2nd and 3rd place karts.
The thing is here, Tom, and I know that we're only in our 2nd race, we know how quick Thomas Potter is.
They're going to have to kind of gang up on him a little bit,
and what I was
going
to say is that at some point, if this keeps going on, we are going to have to not only start talking about a potential clean sweep of a day, but how can he get towards that realms of Conor Lucas's 20 win streak that he had in 2019 now, where he just
on a Honda Cadet grid, that's going to be asking a lot.
It is, isn't it? But we I know we're only 2 races in, but he's now 1.2 seconds away from the rest of the pack, and the pack do need to maybe come up with a bit of a plan. Yeah,
as I say, they're going to need to work together and kind of gang up on him a little bit. I don't mean that in the sense of, normal aspects of ganging up. I mean, they're going to need to work together, push each other along and not overtake each other until the end of the race. Otherwise, he is just going to work his way clear.
We don't advocate bullying, do we?
No, absolutely not. Far from it. What I mean is kind of...
Move there, Tom, from William Howard down the inside of Amy Peacock, and there's a move from Joshua Sullivan as well down the inside of Jack Collinson. Has that move been done? Let's see on camera as they come through. He's through as well. JJ Plowman coming under pressure as well from Sam Hayes there in the background. They'll come into shot in a minute. You'll find the blue cart at the back. Sam Hayes, he came alongside JJ Plowman, tried to take advantage of Collinson and Sullivan in the early part of that corner. Let's see whether now Sullivan, who took a couple of laps to get past Collinson, whether he can move away or whether he'll still get embroiled in this battle. Sam Hayes right on the back, showing some good pace now, Tom, on the back of JJ Plowman in this battle just behind this one. Stansmore-Wilson finally tries to get alongside. Once again gets alongside Harris Ali, but can't get through.
Yeah, she would be far better served or even though she does seem or appear quicker, as Howard now sends it up the inside into hairpin 4 and gets the move done, and that's going to allow Amy Peacock as well to go through. So Stansmore-Wilson losing 2 places there.
Well, let's see whether anybody else can...
and that was all started by that half move into South Bank that got blocked by Harris Ali.
Now, let's see if anybody else can get through here now, Tom, because Stansmore-Wilson tried a couple of laps getting past Harris Ali. Let's see if Robinson can do it, but no, sorry, Howard can do it, but Peacock's come through immediately. So let's see whether we can see if they can take advantage of that. And let's see whether Peacock can get past Ali, because Stansmore-Wilson couldn't and Howard didn't get a chance.
I think it's going to be too late to catch Thomas Potter now. He is scampering off down the road. 1.7 seconds clear. But yeah, what I was going to say was Stansmore Wilson would have been better served rather than doing that half move, as you can see now, because she's dropped down into that 5th place. But would have been better off served just pushing Harris Ali along like NASCAR style, as we mentioned before, just bump drafting and working together to try and close the gap on Potter, because they're not going to be able to do it single-handedly, and they're certainly not going to do it if they're overtaking each other.
Down the inside then goes Amy Peacock on Harris Ali, and finally someone has managed to get past the 76 into hairpin number 1, because he's drove superbly so far, holding off the advances of Stansmore Wilson. Now though, Stansmore Wilson tries to push William Howard down the inside. Howard tried to go down the inside and actually goes across a bit of the grass there, trying to get down the inside of Harris Ali into the South Bank corner. And Ali straight back down the inside of Amy Peacock. Will she try and run all the way around the outside? She can't. And Harris Ali back into 2nd place.
Yeah, very, very good racecraft from Harris Ali there. We said it in heat number 1. He's really taken a step up this year and a step forward in many aspects of his racing, not just overall speed. So yeah, very good to see, and that was a good, clean overtake.
Yeah, fantastic move. And now Ben Robinson, Tom, not too far back in 6th place.
Well, part of the reason
for
that is that Harris Ali was feeling the need to go defensive into hairpin 1. So that's just going to hold the whole train up and bring potentially Ben Robinson and the following 4 of Sullivan, Collinson, Plowman and Hayes into play.
We're going to get a couple more laps at this, Tom. We're racing to a time now than to a number of laps. So we're going to have to, we've got 1 minute and 15 remaining. That's 3 more laps, Tom, here in this Honda Cadet Pro class.
So if Ali's already feeling the need to go defensive, although I said he went defensive, pumped in a personal best lap of the race.
48.16 then. Now Amy Peacock has a half move down the inside, but Harris Ali parks the 76 where he needs to.
So this is going to be the
come out this time round, Tom, as Peacock is as Potter is round South Bank. Let's have a look on the time.
I think they've given up on Potter now, haven't they?
Yeah,
Harris Ali certainly has. And Peacock moves through now on Harris Ali.
Stansmore Wilson as well tries to go down the inside of William Howard
and gets it done. No, Howard retains the position.
Yeah, looks like Tom, we're going to be 5 strong here. Last lap board is out, but Robinson now is right on the back of this battle. And having not been with them for the entire race, he's right on this battle now for 2nd place. So Ben Robinson joins the party then on the back as Amy Peacock is in front of Harris Ali for 2nd place. Looks across and William Howard goes down the inside, bounces over the curb. Ben Robinson's coming down the inside. William Howard's lost 2 places in that corner. He's got some good straight line speed though. Stansmore Wilson's going to try and go round the outside of them both and drop down the inside. And in going for 1 place, Howard has lost 2.
And that's what we see with this Honda Cadet field up and down the grid. Amy Peacock very defensive into 3 and 4 as the checker flag waves for Thomas Potter. It is going to be Peacock in 2nd, but side by side over the line with Harris Ali taking 3rd. Stansmore Wilson in 4th, then it's Ben Robinson just in 5th place, and William Howard, Joshua Sullivan, and unfortunately I missed who were the final ones because the timing disappears a little bit quickly. I'll try and be
I'm going to go with Collinson, Plowman and Hayes, but I can't promise it's in that order. Collinson, Hayes, Plowman in that order.
There we go. Thank you, David.
So another enthralling battle in Honda Cadet Pro.
Not for Thomas Potter though.
No, I mean
easy day so far for him. You'd have to say.
I mean, I don't know. Do you ever can you get bored of winning? I don't know.
I mean, kind of feel bad for him because he's not really getting much coverage, but that's what happens when you're that far clear, when you're 3 seconds clear at the front of a Honda Cadet.
It's a compromise, isn't it? You either win and get no coverage, or you don't win and get you slow it down the rest of the pack and get a bit of coverage. I mean,
I'd rather win and get no coverage in all honesty, but
tell that to his sponsor.
Well, exactly. That's the problem, isn't it? Anyway, we're moving on swiftly to your Clubman Cadets. So, Clubman Cadet heat number 2. Pole position goes to Mason Dinsdale, then it's Samuel Yeadon, Sebastian Benson, Caden Simpson, Drew Davidson and Mason Webster. Then it's Ollie Carter, Summer Wood, Charlie Iball, Riley Buckton-Young, Joey Swan and Jamie Balding. Put my teeth in, David. Joss Hushka, Alfie Watson, Morgan Cooney, Riley Sims-Ezard, Bradley Swift and Alfie McBain. Finally, it's going to be Thomas Harper and Layla Berryman, who we expect to be in a recovering position.
Yeah, and
hopefully
good
they've
to
got
see
the,
Tom as well. She is out there in the bright pink helmet at the back of the field after that opening lap retirement.
I think there'll have been some brake cleaner put on that scuff as well that you were able to get a picture of.
So grid rolling in then. It's going to be a long run then down into that first corner for Mason Dinsdale, who goes off pole position, having won Heat 1, starts pole position for the first time in this split in our Honda Cadet grid. Thank you for joining us via the live stream, both on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and on social media as well. We do appreciate you getting in touch. Thank you very much for doing so as well. Please do keep the comments coming in to the live chat. Finn Collis has been on, so just join what race is it. So right now we've got our Honda Cadet Club class, so this is the Honda using the GX200 engine for our Cadet class. We'll then be into our 2 strokes where we'll go Junior Rotax Minimax, then into Seniors before Senior Pro Kart completes the second round of races here at Teesside. Then we'll have Heat 3 before we go to our finals. We might even get a break in the middle of that as well, Tom, so we can go and sample some of the delights in the cafe, because as we both know, we do like a trip up there.
We do, and there may be cake chat later on, which I know everybody here is poised for, because we do it every round. However, there will be no cake consumption. Well, not by me anyway.
Oh, have we moved on from that?
No, we're dieting.
Oh,
ish. Ish.
Everybody seems to be gridded up though, and looks like we're about to go racing in Honda Cadet Club. Start line marshal has the green flag in hand. There he is on screen, making his way towards the head of the pack. Drivers now looking up into the air for that green flag. The green is up, the green is down. We're away and racing. Slow start for the pole sitter Samuel Yeadon once again, Tom. Is the driver making the quick start right the way around outside. And Caden Simpson is turned round by Mason Dinsdale into the first corner. Mason Webster is off as well from 6th place. No fault of his own there, as the first 2 got caught up between each other. Simpson tries to go round the outside of Dinsdale, and Simpson from 4th and Webster from 6th spin down into 19th and 20th respectively.
Yeah, real shame for them straight off the start as well. But we've got action here at the front of the field. That is the 70 and the 33. So that's Drew Davidson and Ollie Carter going side by side through South Bank. And heading into hairpin 4 for the first time. As they come across the line, we've got a replay of the start.
Here we go. Look at the 2 karts there on the 2nd and 3rd row on the outside. That is the 2 that we're looking for. Simpson is on the outside. He gets caught out there, and Webster, with nowhere to go, forced to take evasive action and onto the grass.
That's it, and they're almost identical looking karts as well. They're very, very similar liveries, and they ended up side by side.
They're the same livery.
Oh, they are identical.
It's the same livery.
Okay.
Let's see how they come, because they were some 15 seconds back, Tom, after that trip across the grass. They were almost saying hello to some of our senior pro karters on the West Track paddock. They were that far off there, so we're going to have to see what their development back is through the field. Caden Simpson 10 seconds off, Webster 12.6. We'll see them try to see if they can make their way back through the field. Over the line they come though this time, and it's still Yeadon from Carter. Benson, the pole sitter from qualifying yesterday, is up into 3rd with Davidson and Dinsdale off pole this time in 4th place. After what was a slow start, saw him drop a couple of places off the line.
with the incidents for Simpson and Webster, that's moved Layla Berryman up to 16th now from 20th on the grid.
Yeah, Simpson has just gone down the inside of her into the first hairpin, and he's going to go down the inside of Sims Ezard into the second one as well, although Sims Ezard is going to try and fight back down the back straight. Oh, Dinsdale, Tom. He arrived late to that party, didn't he? Straight down the inside at the expense of Drew Davidson.
Yeah, moving through and taking no prisoners.
So it looks like now Dinsdale, after that early issue, seems to have the bit between his teeth, but he's going to have to find his way past 3 drivers in front of him who are all very, very evenly matched in both speed and racecraft in all of them. So Dinsdale is going to try and have to work his way through as Yeadon continues to hold firm from Ollie Carter and Sebastian Benson. Or Benson, though, has got a good run out of hairpin 2. Gets alongside Ollie Carter. Carter looks to the inside and looks to defend. He's got some good power in that 33. And all the way round the outside goes Dinsdale up into 3rd place. Benson bought by the 33 of Carter, and Dinsdale straight back up into 3rd.
Yeah, lovely move. Very, very nice move.
Oh, and there's contact there. Benson catches the back of Dinsdale, and he's spun out of the top 10.
And nearly took Buckton Young with him when he recovered. Sort of half spin and then tried to recover and straight into the side of Riley Buckton Young.
Here we go, Tom. Let's see where this one goes. And Benson tried a really late move on Dinsdale. I don't think he did, actually. It was just his normal line. Tags the back of Dinsdale and then does make contact with Riley Buckton Young as he tries to rejoin the circuit. As there's contact there between Mason Dinsdale and Ollie Carter. Drew Davidson's going to take advantage of this down the back straight as he's going to get at least 1 place at the expense of Dinsdale. Frantic at the front here, but this one has allowed Samuel Yeadon to pull out a hell of a gap at the front with 4 minutes remaining here.
Well, he was only a 10th in front at the start of this lap. I think he's going to be about 2 seconds.
3 seconds, let's guess. 3.
1.3.
No, I'm not even having that. I counted to 3. I counted to at least 3.
Sebastian Benson, fastest lap. We've got a contact warning for Mason Dinsdale, but Sebastian Benson with the fastest lap of the race, and a contact warning for Ollie Carter as well.
They were the 2 involved in that incident earlier in the lap. Let's have a look at the progress of the 2 that had the issues earlier on. Simpson is up to 14th, Webster back up to 17th.
Still side by side, Joey Swan and Sebastian Benson.
Tyball on the outside there of Summer Wood, who we've seen here before, Tom, in a mini max, a micro max before.
Yep.
The new Digi flag over start finish is getting a double outing to let Dinsdale and Carter know of their indiscretions.
It is great having that there.
Yeah, it is. The leader, Tom, now coming up to a little bit of lap traffic, and let's see whether everybody can make their way safely through and cleanly. The leader has got through as the others trying to make their way through the chicane side by side. Davidson's going to try and go round the outside and squeeze through. He does, and he's going to take a position off Mason Dinsdale as they try and make their way through the lap traffic. Not sure whether you can still see us on screen. Now there we go. Rejoin. Certainly in the com box we had a bit of a freeze, so I'm not sure where we were as they're 3-4 wide round the South Bank corner. That's Sebastian Benson in the 77 recovering from the spin he had earlier on.
That was almost a car park route around the outside as well. They're the very, very long way round.
Yeah, they're 2 and
but
3
almost
wide.
pulled it off.
Tom, I'm just looking over start finish. Look for the change on your screen. Drew Davidson with a sensational move all the way round the outside over start finish on Ollie Carter and Mason Dinsdale, and moves up into 2nd place. Carter's going to try and return the favour, though, down the inside into hairpin 1. Davidson gives him sufficient space, doesn't defend too venomously, but will now try and get a good run out of that final corner. Fresh out of Bambino, Drew Davidson, and he's adapting very, very well to the extra power and weight of these Honda Cadets.
Yeah, it certainly is. As you say, a number of drivers stepping up in class this year, and this is their first proper outing here at Teesside, what with it being the first round of the summer series, that is.
Side by side over start finish. Carter back then up into 2nd place, Davidson 3rd, and Dinsdale in 4th place. The gap 1.7 seconds now to Samuel Yeadon, the front of this pack.
And Benson is now up to 7th place. We've got Alfie Watson has dropped a couple Oh, in fact, dropped quite a way back. Have we lost Alfie Watson somewhere out on circuit?
Let's have a quick look to see.
Oh, no, has come across the line.
Yeah,
17th, but dropped from, I think it was 12th. So dropped quite a few places on that lap. Must have had a spin somewhere and got going again.
Just having a look at some of the Jamie Boulding as well, a driver who's down in 19th now. He started the race in 12th, and he's off the back of the pack. So I think he may well have had a bit of an incident as well. So maybe those two just got too well acquainted throughout the part of the previous lap. Last lap board will be out next time round as the time is closing down towards it, elapsing at the top, and then we get a last lap board after that. Personal bests for Carter and Dinsdale. The gap closing by 3/10 on that previous lap. It's amazing what not fighting each other does, doesn't it, Tom?
Yes, indeed. And this is what we were talking about in the previous heat.
As they proceed in the background to fight each other and go side by side down the back straight.
Well, that's it. And they're side by side into South Bank again. So that's Dinsdale and Carter still going at it. They've been pretty much going at it for the last 3 laps, I think. 3 or 4 laps. And Davidson right there with them still as well. Samuel Yeadon still leading, coming across the line. That gap has shrunk. Dinsdale now into second place, but it's now a 1.3 second gap from 1.5. So they managed to take a 10th and a half, maybe 2 tenths out of Samuel Yeadon on that previous lap, but it's not going to be enough unless Yeadon makes a mistake.
I mean, Dinsdale, Tom, has broken away from the 2 behind him and is starting to close in, but ultimately the race does have to come to an end at some point, and all the drivers know where that is, and they've spent so much of this race battling with each other. Let's not take anything away from Samuel Yeadon, though, Tom. Out at the front, drove impeccably when he needed to. The gap is closing in this last couple of laps, but over the line to take the checkered flag at his first win in Honda Club. Samuel Yeadon in the 118 from Dinsdale, Carter and Davidson, the top 4. Benson recovers to 5th with Buckton Young in 6th. Eibel, Wood, Swan and Hushka complete the top 10. Riley Buckton Young coming through from outside the top 10 to make his way up into P6. Recovery drive was a good one from Caden Simpson from the grass on the opening corner. He's going to be in 11th with McBain. Cooney, Webster recovers to 14th in front of Berryman, Harper, Watson, Sims, Ezard and Jamie Boulding crossing the line with a personal best of a 50.218 on the final lap. Bradley Swift classified in 20th place. So some good movements there throughout the grid. It's very much a case of what could have been, though, for Caden Simpson, who made a good start and could have quite comfortably been in second place at the round the outside of the first corner, but coming to harm in that and ended up on the grass in that incident on the opening lap. So that is our cadets out of the way. Next one up will be a rolling start for our junior Rotax. Junior Rotax up on the screen, then it'll be Vincent Bailey if he can get that 111 machine working correctly, starting off pole position with Catherine Potter alongside Alfie Warbank and Rocco Baker on row 2, Nathan Jensen and David Thompson-Mack on row number 3. Bella Franklin and Lizzie Mentier will share row 4 with Finley Watson on row number 5. Those 3 were your top 3 in the first heat of the day. They're going right off the back of the pack. All of our Hondas are off. We don't have any recovery missions required for the quad, which means that we should be a few moments away from our junior Rotaxes making their way out. Remember, 2 rolling up laps for the juniors, the minis and the senior Rotaxes, just to get their tyres up to the correct working temperature. That hopefully we can get them going. Off pole position then this time will be Vincent Bailey on this random grid format introduced for 2022 in our junior, mini, senior Rotax and senior Pro Kart classes. So hopefully we can get everybody round for their 2 laps and get themselves all cleaned up into a good position. Looks like Vincent Bailey's kart is working considerably better than it was on the out laps of heat number 1, where that kart was finding itself hampered on a number of occasions. In fact, it stopped twice, at least once, and then that almost stopped a third time. But it did manage to get through to the checkered flag, which was good to see. So they're going to come through for one additional lap here just to warm up. Last year we were only doing one rolling up lap, but the change to the Comet tyres from the Mojos, 2 laps required round this Teesside National Circuit. And they'll start in a few moments' time as they head down towards South Bank to consider getting themselves into the 2x2 format, which we'll see Bailey on the inside, Potter on the outside. And Tom, Potter had the issues in the opening race of the day, not making it round the first corner without going onto the grass and then having to try and fight her way back through. Let's see whether, once again, from an outside berth, we can get round, although there is a... everybody's backing up. The leader is gone... the
leader's going to have to wait.
The
leader's not in shot because it's miles in front.
Have to slow this one
there
up.
We
there
go.
we
right.
go.
And now we're all taking position.
Well, now the leader's slowed a little bit more. We are side by side. We're about to go racing this time. It's a clean start. Potter's actually managed to get across to the inside. Bailey down the outside. He's overcooked it. Thompson Mack is in contact. And Lizzie Menti, I don't know if there's any contact with her, but she's off on the outside. Looks like that could be Finlay Watson as well. Vincent Bailey from the inside pole berth, too hard on the brakes, spins and takes out at least 2 others. Don't know whether Mentia and, David Mack, that's a bent axle or a puncture. Not sure which, but the back end crabbing its way through. Look at that car bouncing down the back straight. You will pick it up hopefully in a few moments as he comes down the back straight, because that car is crabbing and he's going to bring it to a halt halfway down in the little bus stop that they've got down there that they use for the bikes.
And a big bang at the steering wheel as well.
David Thompson-Mack looks like that. I would suggest that Tom is more axle than it is puncture.
Yeah.
From 7th place though, Bella Franklin's managed to make her way up into 2nd.
Well, that's very well done for Bella.
Yeah, I think she's one of the only runners in the back half of the grid that actually managed to make their way through.
Well, Potter had obviously a very good start and sided the cross right off the line and took the lead. Franklin taking full advantage of the situation and has got 2nd place, and we're already coming up to end lap 2. That's how quick these
20% in already.
These junior Rotax get round.
Yeah, and all that first lap excitement. By the time we figured out who was off at the first corner, our leaders were round South Bank.
Yes, indeed.
That new livery, Tom, on that 43, we saw it for the first time at the winter season finale, which wasn't streamed, but it's got some of the Teesside Karting, the Teesside Karting Academy. Which
the word you're looking for is pops. It pops.
Does it?
It does. It's brilliant.
Well, normally that pink is a darker shade of red.
Yeah.
And that pink, I think, really makes it stand out at the front.
Makes it pop, David.
It makes it pop, apparently.
It pops straight off the screen. It looks really good, yeah.
You're quite clearly far more down with the lingo than I.
Always, David. Down with the kids. Up with the adults. I don't know what... I don't know where I'm going with that.
Absolutely not. I think we should take that one to the pit lane. Maybe retire it.
Moving on. So it is Potter from Franklin, Warbank, Baker, Jensen, Watson and Mentier are your only runners left in this race. So we've had Vincent Bailey retire, and obviously we saw David Thompson-Mack off, only completing half a lap after that first corner incident. But Potter looking good here, pulling away slightly from Franklin. The gap out to 0.3 of a second. Alfie Warbank now over a second behind Bella Franklin, so this is just sort of field spread, probably the best way to put it. It's although the random grid format is definitely making things interesting at the start. When you have an incident like that at the first corner, it's sort of the cream very quickly rises to the top, and then it all just sort of spreads out.
Even if you have qualifying and you have an incident like that at the first corner, it spreads it out anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not much of a Potter 4/10 in front of Franklin. Franklin not able to get close enough, but we saw this in the opening race of the day regarding getting them tyres switched on and their shelf life in terms of performance window. is it very much a case of going early and then trying to defend, or setting your car up for the latter part of the race? Because Franklin now, Tom, seems considerably closer than what the 4/10 in the top corner suggests.
Is Potter running a Tony kart?
Yes, I believe so.
I can see the green.
Yes, I believe so,
was...
but I think that's quite a recent development for her.
Okay, and I'm assuming Franklin's on the MS.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll race the MS here at Teesside, and then switch to the Esprit for non-Teesside events.
Okay. Good to know.
What I will notice with this, Tom, is that Franklin closes up in the early part of the lap. Potter is incredibly strong out of 4. And that's why she's crossing the line with what looks like 3/10 of a gap, because that obviously with time it's not consistent throughout the whole lap. It's as they go over the line. So Franklin is closing in, but then out of this final corner, Catherine Potter is getting a lot of drive, and this is where the gap opens back up again. That'll be 3/4 when they cross over this time. 4/10 it is, with a personal best from Catherine Potter of 41.
Oh, you can count.
4:03. I can.
When it's 4/10 we're good. When it's 3/10 we struggle.
Absolutely. What I will say that.
Sorry, 3 seconds.
Yes, that 41.403 is quicker than the previous fastest lap. Although that didn't show it as being the fastest lap of the race. So we'll have a quick look on the live timing. But obviously the fastest lap previously on the Mojo tyres rather than on these Comets. So fastest lap of the race so far is actually by Finley Watson with a 41.1, which if we are going to go to Comets for the whole season, then we're going to actually have to look at the lap records and that sort of thing in isolation later as we go. Obviously, with the almost all of our series throughout the UK switching to Comets on the Rotax, the gap's still 3.
A lap record's a lap record in my eyes.
Oh, well.
I don't think it. I know. Obviously, the tyres are different, but I don't think you can, because
I'll take all the lead off and stick some car wheels on it.
Well, what I mean is, if a record stood for 6 years, say, was the engine and the chassis and the tyres and everything exactly the same 6 years ago than it was from now? Do you see my point?
I see your point.
People change chassis evolve every year and things like that. So, a lap record is a lap record. It's, regardless of what tyres or what chassis or whatever it was on. Otherwise, you'd have to have one for a Tony Kart chassis, one for an MS chassis, one for, do you see what I mean?
I do, Tom.
It'd just go on forever. So we enter the last lap.
We do.
And we're already halfway around it.
Halfway around it then. Catherine Potter already around hairpin number 3. Out of hairpin number 4. Catherine Potter's actually opened up a bit more of a gap from Bella Franklin. Over the line she comes in to take the victory in heat number 2 in junior Rotax from Franklin in second. Wallbank will take third from Rocco Baker. Finley Watson crosses the line in 6th place. Mentia recovers from that opening lap incident to take 6th place. And it's going to be Nathan Jensen. And then that is it for our 6 runners. We've had Vincent Bailey off into retirement on the first corner, and David Thompson-Mack only completing half a lap. He's parked just off the left of this camera shot in the bus stop chicane. He'll require some recovery because I don't think that cart's making its way around under its own steam. We saw that rear axle not really wanting to play ball. Definitely bent there on that one, so work to do down in the Thompson-Mack camp.
So we'll keep an eye on his progress in heat number 3, which will be coming up in around about hour and a half, something like that. We seem to be getting about an hour and a half turnaround, something like that.
Well, 8 classes now, Tom, rather than the 6 we had last year. So
yes, this is what I was saying earlier.
Finding some extra time to get through. Hence why we've done away with some qualifying for some classes, and the rest of them qualified yesterday afternoon.
Moving on now, we will have heat number 2 for Minimax. And your starting grid for heat number 2 of Minimax is going to be pole position for Lewis Goff, then it's Addison Smith in P2. Row number 2 is headed by Ben Adrian, then it's Jared Fox Whiteley. Benjamin Lee goes off the front of row 3. Then Melissa Adrian, Sam Robson and Ben Horner. Then it's James Philip Byrne, Kian Logan, William Robinson and Daniel Bridgen. So another random grid here for Minimax.
Still no quad though. Oh, here it is. It's appeared.
Okay, so we could be a couple of minutes.
There it is. It's off to collect David.
So should we go back onto the lap record chat? Do we want to cross that bridge again?
No, I thought you'd put me back in my box. Don't take me back out of my box. You definitely put me in it and closed the door.
No, I just thought
you closed the lid, put some nails in it, and buried it.
But I mean, even tyre technology. So if they're on Mojos from year, 2018, the Mojo technology is going to move on to 2022, isn't it?
If I just say I agree, leave it. Are you going to carry on?
No, to
be fair, I do agree. It's just that when it's the Mojo lap record was last month, and then we've switched to Comets this month. It is quite a tight one on that time frame, and it goes back to when we were looking at the Bridgestones to the Dunlops as well. Is that in terms of the Pro Kart tyre, is we found that them to be very, very evenly matched in performance, and the Pro Kart one obviously we broke the lap record last year on Dunlops, and we broke the at the end of last year. Sorry, at the end of 2021, we mid part of 2021, we broke that record on Bridgestones, and then it took us all year then before the Dunlops came on, and then it was another perfect storm in terms of conditions, weather conditions wise, temperature, good breeze as well to make them engines look good, and then work good, and then everybody moves forward then, and I think on the day actually that the lap record got broke at the last round here, the top 7 actually all went quicker than the previous lap record. So it is a little bit in terms of weather conditions, tyres, that sort of thing. So there is more to it than just
of course it is. It's not
technology. It's like ultimately, I don't think you're ever going to see a lap record broken in 30-degree heat in the middle of August.
No,
because the air is just too thick for it to go into the engine and to work cleanly and work to its optimum.
Yeah, I'd agree with that to an extent. And as you say, it took them a while to eventually get up to speed, certainly on the Dunlops in the Pro Karts. But I think part of that was the tyres were so very different to the Bridgestones that it took a while to get the setup quite right.
The operating pressure was a lot different, wasn't it?
Yes.
To the Bridgestones in that.
Very
class.
different, and so that took a lot to get used to. And then also, individual setup tweaks for individual drivers. It was chalk and cheese really, moving from one to the other. They weren't even remotely similar. So yeah, big learning process throughout last season. But then eventually, they started to figure it out and got that pace back up there.
Some track noise,
which means we're heading out for Minimax. Here you can see them on screen, rounding through hairpin 2. So they're going to go on they've got 2 roll-up laps. So
that was an elegant spin by Kian Logan.
Oh, I missed that one.
But he just did a full 360 and gunned it.
Oh, nice. Did you do finger guns as well while doing it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's a bold strategy when you're fresh into a new class. Doesn't necessarily endear you to the clerk either.
No, definitely won't do that. So
what that has done, Tom, is it's given the field quite a spread, and Lewis Goff is going to have to back this one up probably earlier than he would have liked, because he's at hairpin 2 and the back of our pack is still making its way through the chicanes. So. And we've got,
there we go.
We've got one off, Tom, actually. William Robinson is off on the grass at the National Loop. There he is. Is that a problem with that kart, or is that just a bit of a driver error?
Bit of over-exuberance on the warm-up. So they are slowing down. And as you said, Lewis Goff was backing them up already on the back straight.
Yeah, and that's earlier than normal, isn't it? Normally it's...
But they are still going quite quickly through hairpin 4. Are we going to go green this time, or are we waiting? No, we are going to go green. Flag is up in the air, and we are away.
Good start then from Goff, and Addison Smith from second place moves across as that run into the first corner once again catches 1 or 2 out in the middle pack. And like I said, Tom, it's because they're carrying so much more speed into that first corner. Addison Smith almost round in that first corner. Had the front wheel off the floor. He was jacking it that much, trying to hold on to that number 15 machine. Doesn't seem to have lost any prep position, although has dropped a couple of kart lengths off the back of Lewis Goff. So it's Goff from Addison Smith, Ben Adrian, the top three. And then let's have a look further down as they come through over start finish. We'll get the full timing stacker in a few moments' time. But it will be Lewis Goff leading the way then. Through they come. Goff, Smith, Adrian, Lee, Melissa Adrian, Fox Whiteley, Byrne, Horner, Robson and Logan, the top 10 with Daniel Bridgen. And then William Robinson will come over the line in a few moments. But I think, Tom, he's got some kart issues on that one. He's was off on that opening lap. We've got a spin. It's Fox Whiteley at hairpin 1, facing the wrong way. He's going to drop out of 6th place down, and he's going to be in 10th, I think, behind Kieran Logan. So Jared Fox Whiteley from
not having the best of starts to this particular race.
No, it's been a tough weekend so far, with difficulties in qualifying yesterday for Fox Whiteley, and then the spin in heat 2 there. So some of our front runners then from some of our Honda Cadet class last year now are running right at the front of this mini class. And Lewis Goff has been reeled in by Addison Smith and Ben Adrian, certainly around hairpin 1. He was a lot further away, obviously, because on the previous lap Smith was facing half sideways, had that half spin into hairpin number 1. This is the battle then for 4th place with Benjamin Lee and Melissa Adrian going down the inside.
We can now reverse that order, because that's Melissa Adrian moving through into 4th place. So immediately Benjamin Lee had a look up the inside into the D chicane, and that was ambitious, but tucked back in line.
Yes, it does need a fair amount of bravery and a fair amount of compliance from the other driver to get a position in there, doesn't it? So
yeah, Fox Whiteley's moved back up to 9th now. So he's recovering quite well, but has about, well, maybe 3 seconds if he wants to get up onto the into sort of Ben Horner's position in 6th, because there's a big gap then up to Benjamin Lee.
Certainly is. And Lewis Goff, Tom, who'd been reeled in, has now started to open up a little bit more of a gap to Addison Smith. So maybe just another case of getting them tyres up to the correct working temperature for him. Did obviously have to back that pack up quite a lot in the early part of that rolling up lap. Ben Adrian showing good pace off the back of Addison Smith. And Melissa Adrian in the background has started to pull away. Again from Benjamin Lee. Horner remains in 6th, Robson 7th, Byrne in 8th, with Fox Whiteley and Logan 9th and 10th.
They're going to start to catch up with William Robinson, I think, in a couple of laps. I think Robinson's having some kart issues, because he's quite a way off the pace in this one.
Yeah,
unfortunately for William Robinson.
Not as quick as he had been in the previous race, has he? And we did see him off on the opening lap on the grass. So certainly not carrying the same sort of pace that he has done earlier on in this one. And it looks like our leaders are likely to come through at some point to close in on the back of William Robinson. I think we're likely to get some blue flags in about a lap or so, unless if Goff hasn't closed up by then. So they're going to come up with Goff still then leading the way. He has opened up a gap to Addison Smith with Ben Adrian behind. Melissa Adrian has moved away from Benjamin Lee. There's a yellow flag out, actually, Tom. It is William Robinson who's off on the outside of the national loop, in the same place that he was off on that rolling up lap. So the flag not required this time in terms of a blue, because everybody else has already moved through due to that incident there. I'm just having a quick look out the window as well. We've got blues as well, and it looks like William Robinson, Tom, has moved off track and is going to head into retirement, actually. Has he got a problem, or is he just moving off? No, he's going again down that back straight. Lewis Goff then leading the way over the line they come. We've got 1 lap remaining. Last lap board is out with Lewis Goff leading away from Addison Smith and Ben Adrian all over the back of the number 15 machine. Goff's just got to keep this one facing in the right direction as he heads into hairpin number 1. But Ben Adrian closing right in on the back of Addison Smith into that early part of the hairpin 1. Onto the back straight they go then for the final time. Goff has a quick look over his shoulder, comfortable out there in the lead. Is there anything Ben Adrian can do as they head round South Bank for the final time? Addison Smith parks the 15 in the middle of the track this time. Adrian's going to have to throw one down the inside if there's anything he can do about Addison Smith. Out at the front though, checkered flag for the second time goes to Lewis Goff. Smith holds on for second, Adrian in third. Millie gets fourth with Benjamin Lee in 5th place. Ben Horner's going to get 6th. Then in 7th it's going to be the 58 of Sam Robson holding off Jared Fox Whiteley at the line. With the 21 of James Philip Byrne coming over in 9th place. Solid performances as well actually there, Tom, for James Philip Byrne, him being in his first season of karting, having only first sat in a kart 3 months ago in January. Got a note as well, sponsored by N&G. Do you know what N&G stands for? Nan and Grandad.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Apologies for my my lack of coverage there, folks, and I'm sure you didn't miss me anyway, but having a few technical issues here in the comms box that we're just in the process of fixing.
So we'll just keep chatting then, yeah?
Aye.
Yeah, we'll just keep talking this time. It's what we're here to do, Tom.
It's really good, I tell you. So Senior Rotax will be coming up next. Heat number 2 for those guys and girls. Where I like it.
Grid then for Senior Rotax. We might not be able to get it up on the screen, but
so
hopefully
I've got it here.
Oh, you've got it as well.
I've got it here. So we've got Emma Brown on pole, Martin Fisher in 2nd place, and it's Andy Collinson, Tyler Jex, Josh Redhead, and Christo. Oh, as I'm knocking things over here. Then we've got Tony Citro, Connor Lucas in P8, Luke Davis P9, Jensen Jones in P10, Wayne Citro 11th, and Arthur Lothian in 12th. Then it's Paul Swan, Jack Hayes Roberts, Ashley Savage, and Kieran Savage. Apologies about that, folks. We are rigged and ready to go now. We'll sound a lot more professional, I promise.
Seniors then making their way around. Looks like we have got a kart stopped actually on the entry to South Bank. We're obviously still on the rolling up lap, but we have got see if I can spot who it is on the run through. It could well be our pole sitter Emma Brown, stopped at the far end of the track. I will confirm that in a few moments time, because it may well be that the pole sitters race is already not going to take place. We've got a couple of others still quite slowly running through. One of them's Ashley Savage at the back in the 79, whose kart didn't take any part in heat number 1, although I'm not sure, I don't know whether Kieran's kart is out there as well. He retired obviously from heat number 1 as well, so see where he is. But we have got a stationary kart down on the entry to South Bank, Tom, and it is our pole sitter, unfortunately, Emma Brown. So let's see whether we should be able to get this one going, because it is well off the line on the grass on the inside. So
we've got Ashley Savage still trying to catch up to the back of this pack. He might just make it. Maybe. Not quite.
We're going again. They were set up well, but we're going again because we've got that kart stuck out there on the track on the inside. There's not a huge amount of runoff for grass on the inside of that corner anyway, so looks like we're just going to try and get that kart cleared.
That is going to give Ashley Savage the opportunity to catch up, and has indeed.
So as the pack still continue to make their way round, Collinson now is going to be off the front, effectively, Tom, the front row, having been promoted up into what will now be a de facto second place rather than third. Thank you for joining us. We are still having a few technical issues, but we will be back with you. Hopefully you can not only hear the voices here at the track, but also on the stream. So we'll do it as if it's radio style, and we are about to go racing then in senior Rotax. The green drops. It's a good start from Collinson. Let's have a look for getting round this first corner if everybody can. There's a couple run wide. Connor Lucas threads the needle, Tom, up into fourth place. Found the gap into that first corner. He's going to try and go down the inside. Josh Redhead taken by surprise. He's going to drop from third to fifth. Tyler Jex, though, down the inside on Connor Lucas. Sends a move down the inside of him. He's up into third, so it's going to be Collinson leading the way from Fisher, Jex, Connor Lucas. Then it's Josh Redhead and then I think it's Jensen, I believe, in sixth place.
Yeah, well, you've got
Jensen Jones.
Ashley Savage has already got 5 karts behind him, so flying through the field, despite starting from the very, very back of the grid, has overtaken 5 on the opening lap.
Good start then from Ashley Savage, working through from the back. Obviously, it's a random grid format, so he's moving his way through as Jex and Connor Lucas can battle it out now over third place, and now Connor Lucas a lot closer to Tyler Jex as Jex chops across the front of the 43. Out at the front though, Collinson and Fisher starting to move away. And Tom, Jex in that 33, very defensive.
And Lucas up the inside into hairpin 4, gets it stopped.
But
that is Jex
on
went too far wide around the outside. So Lucas got up the inside of hairpin 4, nice and cleanly. Did manage to get it stopped and got a good exit. Jex ran too wide trying to go around the outside of Lucas and hold it there, and went too far wide, ended up on the grass and bounced over the grass, and that was what the big O was for.
I think there may well, Tom, have been a smidgen of side pod from Connor Lucas, but Jex then running off the concrete rumble strip onto the grass. Is still running though, didn't go into a full spin, but
and
then
Lucas has just taken second into hairpin 4 on the into hairpin 3 this time round. So took Jex into hairpin 4 on the previous lap. Now hairpin 3 as they come across the line. So it is Collinson from Lucas.
I wonder if Lucas can close in 41.7 for Lucas, fastest lap of the race on that last lap, as well as an overtake as well. Yellow flag is out over start finish.
Oh, we've lost somebody's lost a wheel. Can't see who it is, unfortunately. My glasses are good, but they're not that strong, unfortunately. We will try and pick it up on a camera when we have the feed back. Yeah, I think we do, actually. Oh, we've got somebody did a 360 there.
We'll pick it up. I know that the YouTube is a little bit behind, but looks like he's already collected his wheel. He's left his cart on the grass, so the wheel's over there in his hand. Let's see who we're missing as they come over the line. Let's see if we've got somebody dropping down the order heavily. Arthur Lothian, Tom, 14 is the driver, I believe, whose cart is out there. The cart well out of the way. The helper down there just directs him to go and potentially get his trolley. That'll be the quickest way to get that cart back rather than sending the quad across the grass. Andy Collinson on that previous lap though, Tom, responds to Connor Lucas with almost identical lap times as Lucas pumped in the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. Half race distance then as they come over. Lucas this time takes 3/10 out of Andy Collinson, 1.5 seconds now, the gap between our two leaders.
Yeah, Collinson uses a lot of curb coming through the dog leg, I've noticed. A lot more than Lucas did on the previous time round as well.
They're not smooth either, them curbs, are they? They're very...
no, but he's going so fast, it almost doesn't react to it. I mean, it's a bit different to the Pro Karts.
You do want a little bit of it, don't you? That's the thing. You do want a little bit of...
he's well past the concrete edge of the track and onto the actual hard, bumpy concrete that's there.
Yes,
you see what I mean? And then Lucas just runs the smooth concrete that marks the track edge. He's the only one that seems to do that as well, is Collinson. Using the full width and taking advantage of every millisecond he can. We've got a black and white flag has gone out, but I've missed what number that is. It's the 33.
Jex.
So that's Tyler Jex.
It's going to be a warning. Also being displayed on the overhead gantry as well. So driver can't really miss that, can they, Tom, when it's on the big overhead gantry and on the flag in front of start finish.
Exactly. So you've got double there. So sure we'll see that as they come through.
Another fastest lap of the race from Connor Lucas. The gap down to 1.4 seconds, but the laps fast running away from them here. Down to 2.5 laps, given that now already on the back straight. Looking, Tom, at quite an interesting battle that now sees Tyler Jex down the inside of Paul Swan. Paul Swan returns the favour then down the back straight. This one is for 4th down to 6th because Ashley Savage is on there as well. Really, that's probably our closest battle for positions out on track, as the top 3 are fairly comfortably apart as Ashley Savage tries to get down the inside of Jex. Jex does get down the inside of Swan, and Swan's going to run around the outside. Jex then now will come over the line in 4th place. Swan in 5th, Savage in 6th. Having dropped a couple of kart lengths there on that one. Another fastest lap of the race from Connor Lucas. Drops to only a full second behind Collinson now, but with 1.5 laps remaining. The time is very, very likely to run out here for them.
We've got some comments coming on the just on YouTube asking what's going on with the pictures and things like that. We're bringing you radio coverage at the moment because we're still having some internet issues here. So as long as you can hear us, we will bring you commentary. Andy Collinson is now coming up onto the back of the 28 of Wayne Citro and is having to go the long way round despite receiving the blue flag, and that has brought Connor Lucas a little bit closer. So they're onto the final lap. Don't think Lucas is going to be close enough to make a move, but
he's still going to try and send one at some point, isn't he?
I don't think he's going to be close enough. But
No.
Collinson, so it's Collinson, then Lucas, then you've got who have we got? David in 3rd.
Fisher's in 3rd in the 59. Martin Fisher's in 3rd place.
Sorry, David's got the live timing on one phone, and I've got the YouTube stream on the other one to see when we're live again.
Through we come then to take the checkered flag. Collinson takes victory from a closing Connor Lucas at the line. Fisher will get 3rd place. Tyler Jex is going to get 4th, with Swan in 5th and Savage in 6th place.
Savage with a bit of a shake of her head as he came across the line. But I'm not sure you can be too dissatisfied with 6th place from the very back of the grid.
No, he did make very early progress though, and maybe that's where he's not overly happy. The progress in the early part was good, and then he got embroiled in that battle with Swan and Jex as well. I think at one point as well, all of them were in the top in 4th at some point, mixing things up there. But has to settle for 6th place. We are still working to bring you some actual pictures as well as our beautiful voices to the stream. Thank you for sticking with us. Next up, there will be Senior Pro Kart. The quad has gone out to retrieve Emma Brown's stricken machine from the from the problems that she had that stopped her taking any part in this race. Senior Pro Kart will be out in a few moments though. Let's have a quick run through that grid in its random format. So we're going to see the 112 of Daniel Fulsham starting from pole position alongside Steve Nichols. Row 2 we'll see Connor White and Mark Tate. Row 3 Asher Blythe and Andrew Worley, with Scott Blackburn in 7th, Mark Tate in 8th, Adam Nichols 9th, David Brown completing the top 10 with Lennon French and James Hitchin on row 6. Harry Nottage starts 13th alongside Jake Richardson, with Jack Morris in 15th, and the 43 of Josh Volkers completing row 8. Joe Grinsell starts 17th with Daniel Tate 18th. Scott Tate is 19th with Thomas Braid alongside. Toby Dodson 21st with Josh Yeadon in 22nd. Connor Jupp starts alongside Paul Wright on row 12 with Gareth Plackett and Joe Burrell on row 13. The top 30 completed by Callum, Booth, Alban Dow, Jess Alexander and Simon Dougherty, with George Davis 31st, Jordan Guy in 32nd, Jonathan Allen, Gracie Mitchell on row 17, and then the grid completed by Paul Stewart and Thomas Lowther in 35th and 36th respectively. Emma Brown's machine has been recovered. I think she might just have walked back that time. Oh no, she's in the other side of the quad.
Oh, there we go.
I think so, yeah. I wasn't sure. Normally they just sit in the cart, don't they, on the back there and keep the brake on, but it's only a straight run up, so I don't think there's any danger of it falling off.
No, indeed. And there is still furious work going on here, so thank you for people for getting in touch in the YouTube comments and helping us out with keeping us updated on whether you can hear us, see us, and that kind of thing. So yeah, thank you for that. But yes,
can they still hear us?
They can still hear us. Yes, absolutely.
What a treat for
them. Oh, absolutely. Yes, stock images and just our voices. But yes, we will keep it going as long as we possibly can, and we will get this sorted and be back up and running as normal as quick as humanly possible.
Pro Kart, though, on a brighter note, do take about 10 minutes to grid up, so that should give us a bit of time.
Well, fingers crossed. Let's hope they don't do a junior Pro Kart. get themselves sorted straight away.
There's just so many of them, isn't it, just to send them down. So Dan Fulsham will make his way up into pole position with Steve Nichols alongside. Steve, obviously a race winner here at Teesside Autodrome before. Another wet weather expert, although I don't think we're going to get any of that today, Tom, although that sunshine from earlier has disappeared behind some cloud.
He's normally an over 40s class winner as well.
He is, yes. Might have to put the hoodie back on later, Tom, at this rate.
Oh, the cloud, yeah, the cloud has really
out the window
come across now, and the blue sky is disappearing very quickly.
I mean,
the wind picked up as well. I noticed when I went for a little comfort break a short while ago, there was it was very breezy.
Minutecast suggests that there's no rain coming, which is good. But
I was told 3 o'clock by
clouds,
mine earlier on.
I think hopefully them clouds will do one later on, and we can get that sunshine back. I'm not sure we're going to get that lucky though, unfortunately. So it looks like row 8 is about rolling in with Jack Morris.
I was going to say that looks like Jack Morris.
Jack Morris, slightly different livery this year.
Different livery, but same helmet. Yeah, so that helped me out quite a bit there. Thank you, Jack, for keeping your helmet the same.
Yeah, the white's gone off the.
It's gone for a blue instead this year.
So slightly more blue. Still keeps the red, so.
That's Josh Falk. Who's alongside Falkus there?
Scott Tate.
Scott Tate, and they're giving each other the binoculars across the grid at each other. I'm not really sure why.
Well, they're not used to being that far down, are they? So maybe they were just looking at binoculars to the lights.
No, they were looking at each other and giving it the binoculars. So I'm not really sure what's going on, because they're side by side on the grid. So if you can't see each other from there, chaps, there's an issue.
No, there is an issue.
But there is, speaking of issues,
there is an issue. It's because they're not in the right place. Grinsell, I think, needs to be on the inside. and
I wish you could have seen how we parked that on the grid as well, because, I mean, we always talk about Grinsell being fully sideways. But yeah, he's just 360 parked it onto the grid.
I'm going to describe...
We're missing somebody.
For me, Joe Grinsell, always emphatic, occasionally erratic.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Maybe that he needs to put that on his number board on the back of the car, doesn't he? We're missing somebody in front of. Is that Thomas Braid?
There is
oh, hang on.
Oh no.
Who have we got now? That's one of the Tates.
They're doing us a grand job here at elongating this gridding up process, aren't they?
I know.
So we can get the stream back.
This is taking a while, folks. So unfortunately, you can't see the pictures, but yes, we're about 2/3 of the way through the gridding up process at the moment. Everybody who spent ages warming their tyres on the way to the grid has been a completely wasted process, because they'll be like bullets by the time they get into turn 1. Lots of weaving now as the guys and girls make their way towards their grid position. Jess Alexander.
Dirty tarmac though, Tom, beyond
in particular
16th, 17th place, isn't there, down there? Because that part of the track, certainly for karting, not used for drifting, used for the car testing, but still a lot of excess rubber. It's not the cleanest part of the track at all,
but
is it, down
I mean,
there?
traction isn't really an issue, is it, for getting off the line with these?
Psychologically, it may well play a part.
Okay, and it looks like we're almost ready to go. Here, everybody is on the grid, but are they all in position?
I think so.
Looks that way. Green flag is in hand. Green flag is up. And we're away.
It's a good start from Connor White as Steve Nichols has to try and defend to the inside. Dan Fulsham's going to lead them away then round the first corner. Through they go, through the D chicane. Quite clean so far. There's a little bit of bumping and boring, and we've got one. Is that jump round, Tom? Facing the wrong way.
It is.
Connor Jupp in the 31, facing the wrong way. All the way down, there's some side-by-side action. Air as well for the 27 of James Hitchin. Going through the chicanes, but he ends up facing the right way, which is always good to see. So yeah, it was Connor Jupp facing the wrong way. Everybody, though, with the exception of that, seems to be fairly cleanly round the opening lap, albeit with a little bit of air through the chicanes, though they are facing
towards
the
right back of the field. There were 4 wide coming down the back straight, and somebody got slammed so hard into the back their head nearly came off.
Yeah, good start though then for Asher Blythe now. Thomas come through
wow,
into the lead.
That is a good start from Asher Blythe.
Yeah, Mark Tate and Connor White battling it out for third place.
We've got a warning for Scott Tate gone out as well. Black and white potentially contact warning.
Tom,
might be a
fifth and
jump
sixth, father and son. Steve Nichols, Adam Nichols down the inside, sideways, barges his dad out of the way. No quarter given in the family battle as Adam Nichols is contact as well. I think slightly between on the back straight. Mark Tate's going to come through. Adam Nichols is going to take full advantage on that run on Connor White down the back straight as he tried to get alongside Dan Fulsham and gets balked on exit. Adam Nichols then up from 10th place, and it will be third by the time he comes round hairpin number 4. Out at the front though, Asher Blythe has taken full advantage. Away he goes. The gap's going to be at least a second to Mark Tate, with Adam Nichols crossing line in third.
1.5. Josh
Nichols and Falkus is that, Tom?
Yeah,
inside the top 10.
He's 7th, setting the fastest lap of the race as well. So Asher Blythe with a 46.7. Josh Falkus made up 2 places on that lap and set a 46.6.
Yeah, down the inside of Steve Nichols as well there, and down the inside of Dan Fulsham into hairpin number 2 as well. Lennon French moves off on the outside of hairpin number 2, and it looks like he's going to retire as well. That looks like it's a kart issue more than anything else.
And that was from 9th place as well.
The 2021 Junior Pro Kart champion retires from heat number 2. He's already out of the kart, throws his arms down in frustration.
We've got 17th down to 21st. It's all the J's. You've got Joe, James, Joe, Jessica and Josh.
Is one of those Joe Burrell?
Yes.
Oh, he's got a contact warning.
Okay. Thomas Braid with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.2 now. Thomas Braid in 14th position.
Good power. We've got a couple bouncing over. Jake Richardson over the curb. Harry Nottage just getting involved with him there. They're side by side round hairpin number 1. They're going to get pushed wide. And Tom Braid's going to come through down the inside of Nottage to take full advantage of that. He may well even get Richardson into South Bank as well. He does. Tom Braid absolutely flying, setting the fastest lap of the race and diving through. Although Nottage comes back down the inside. They're almost 3 wide into hairpin number 4. Grinsel's on the back of that as well, getting involved. And this top now, Tom, the battle for second place now sees Adam Nichols in front of Mark Tate, Connor White and Josh Falkus on the back.
So your top 10 is Blythe, Nichols, Tate, Mark Tate, that is. Connor White, Josh Falkus with the fastest lap of the race of 45.9. Then it's Dan Tate, Dan Fulsham, Scott Tate, Jack Morris, Nick and Steve Nichols.
Contact warning comes out for Jake Richardson as we see Josh Falkus move up into 4th place here. With Connor White then dropping into 5th.
Steve Nichols started 2nd, is now down to 10th.
Yes, Dan Fulsham, I think, still in front of him. He's from his pole position berth, running well in 7th place. I think behind them, they've got Gareth Plackett now and Harry Nottage with Jack Morris, I think, in there on the back as well. Asher Blythe, though, leading the way, Tom. Half race distance then, 5 in the bag, 5 remaining in our Senior Pro Kart second heat of the day.
And Dan Fulsham's dropped 2 places. Josh Falkus has made up 2 on that lap. Josh Falkus up to 3rd place now and is homing in on the back of Adam Nichols. Where Connor Jupp, let's have a look at Connor Jupp watch. Where is he now? He's already up to 23rd.
Tom, they're 4 wide onto the back straight. Tom Braid's going to get sandwiched down the inside. Jess Alexander's going to make up 2 places. There were 3 wide on entry. Tom Braid was right in the middle of that and got squeezed into that corner.
We've got another warning going out. I can't see the number at the moment.
It's not on the digi flag either, so we'll have a quick browse in a minute. Let's see if I can crane my neck. 93, I think it says on there, although I haven't got one of them on the screen. 4 laps remaining.
Focus again with the fastest lap of the race,
right
45.7
right
now.
on the back of Adam Nichols.
And through into P2.
That, Tom, was that move was orchestrated as well, is that Nichols pointed to the side and allowed Focus to come through nice and cleanly down the inside there into hairpin 1, and in doing so lost neither of them any time.
Well, we've got a warning gone out for Harry Nottage as well, and as you said, the 93, but I haven't got a 93 on my sheet. So let me have a quick look down the timing screen.
I'll let you check timing, as I see now that we are now down to 3 laps as Asher Blythe comes over the line. Focus in second place, having worked his way from outside the top 15 on the grid. Still can't find that 93.
No,
Tom.
I haven't got a 93 anywhere.
No, well, wherever he is and whatever he did, don't do it again.
Well, Asher Blythe is the best part of 3 seconds clear now of Focus, but Focus slightly quicker on that lap. Nichols has dropped back now, 3/10 behind. And then we have Mark Tate, Dan Tate, Scott Tate, so it's a Tate train in 4th, 5th and 6th. Then it is Connor White in 7th, Jack Morris in 8th, Dan Fulsham in 9th, and Steve Nichols still rounding out the top 10.
Jack Morris in 7th now, down the inside. He went down the back straight into the South Bank corner.
He's had a good race as well, Jack Morris, so far.
I think him and Focus were fairly evenly matched in terms of grid position, so Focus has managed to make his way through, as has Jack Morris. They'll get
Scott Tate, fastest lap of the race in P5. Both Dan and Scott have overtaken Mark. And Dan Tate receiving a contact warning for good measure as well. So Scott Tate with the fastest lap of the race so far, 45.6. So they're nearly a second quicker than they were in the opening laps.
Scott Tate down the inside of Dan Tate, then into the into hairpin 1. So
Jess Alexander has just gone 3 wide into hairpin 2 with Steve Nichols, and I missed who that is in the white helmet.
Yeah, me too.
We've got contact warning for 29, Dan Tate. That's the one we said a moment ago.
Yeah, let's keep an eye. That white helmet's Gareth Plackett, I think.
Oh, it could well be, yeah.
Yeah, black suit, white helmet, and there's still 3 wide in there. Joe Grinsel's in there with Tom Braid as well.
And still 3 wide coming through hairpin 4. 4 wide now coming out of hairpin 4. They're going to have to sort this out quickly through the dog leg. And
no, they're not. There's contact, and Jake Richardson is into the tyre wall.
Over the start-finish line.
The start-finish as well. Last lap board is out. He's shook his head. He's okay.
You could see it coming.
I think he's going to roll that one back into the pit lane. Is he just going to rejoin?
No, he's straight lined the D chicane, which he was allowed to do because where he finished up.
To be honest, I think he's probably for the best. I think if he'd have tried to rejoin in the middle there through the quite slow, the race is going to come to an end now, Tom, unfortunately.
It
Out
is.
of the final corner.
We need another 5 laps of this.
Checkered flag. Asher Blythe, for the first time here at Teesside, takes victory in Senior Pro from Josh Focus. On the line, it's going to be tight. Nichols is going to get it from Scott Tate, Dan Tate, Mark Tate.
Then Jack Morris, then it's Connor White. Then it's going to be Dan Fulsham and Jess Alexander. Harry Nottage, Thomas Braid, Connor Jupp,
more contact over start finish. That's Yeadon and Callum Booth as well, and Yeadon's not actually taken the checkered flag yet. And
no,
he's not going to. He's got a snap front track rod,
and he doesn't look in the best of shape either. He looks,
no,
when I say that, he's absolutely fine. He's getting out of the car, but looks a bit winded. Looks to be okay. But the kart is well bent. Anyway, so to round out your field, so we had Jess Alexander finish 10th, then it's Nottage, Braid. Connor Jupp made his way all the way up to 13th place in the end after spinning on the first corner. Toby Dodson, Joe Burrell, Gracie Mitchell in 16th, David Brown, Joe Grinsell, Steve Nichols finished 19th from P2, so unfortunate for Steve Nichols. Callum Booth and Gareth Plackett. Then it's Simon Doughty, Thomas Lowther, James Hitchin, Jordan Guy, Paul Rye, Andrew Worley, Jonathan Allen, Mark White, Paul Stewart, Scott Blackburn, George Davis, Alban Dowell, and then Josh Eden, who unfortunately hasn't crossed the line quite yet, with Jake Richardson and Lennon French not finishing. Jake Richardson did finish, he's the last of the classified runners. Lennon French retiring and our only retirement from the field. But yeah, wow. There were, the mixed up grid is definitely making it exciting, don't get me wrong, but I mean, there were, what, 8 laps there, and they were still 4 wide at the end of lap 7, trying to sort themselves out.
I think 3, 2, 1, we might be back in the room in terms of being live on the YouTube channel. We haven't got the pictures in the studio just yet, so we're still working on that, but they should be with us. What I would say, Tom, in that one is that your more experienced drivers found the way through cleanly and left everybody else to sort it out in the background. And we did see some 3 and 4 wides over start finish. There was a couple of them that repositioned the tyre wall for our marshals down here over start finish. Lennon French has got going again, although I'm not sure what the issue was that caused his retirement in the early part of the race. What I will say is, thankfully as well, our start line marshal is very, very aware of his surroundings and was able to jump out of the way very quickly when that sliding cart of Jake Richardson made his way very quickly towards him.
Yeah, good reactions and well needed, but yeah, I mean, I could see it coming, very much so. When they're 4 wide coming out of hairpin 4, and there's a right-hand, so that's a left-hander. Then there's a right-handed dogleg kink, and then into a chicane.
Yeah,
somebody's going to lose out.
Always. I mean, and if the issue wasn't at over start finish, they'd have had it at the D chicane anyway, wouldn't they? That the tyre wall for the marshals has just been moved back into position. What we'll say, Tom, we can see where it's been in front of us here on the start line. It got out 6-7 meters that got moved. Yeah,
not feet, meters. Yeah, it went a long way.
A long way. So that's being fixed. The quad has collected Josh Eden's cart. He's walked back to the paddock, so I think he's going to get that one back. But the front end of that looking quite sick. The 2 front wheels pointing in different directions. So,
and that's not sick in a good way. That's sick as in poorly.
Yeah, I definitely don't use the lingo. That track rod's the track rod. What that has done, that track rod has snapped at the inside track rod end. So
it looks like the steering wheel might be bent as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me with how much contact was made there, but the circuit does appear to be clear now, which means that we are going to have some Bambino action in a few moments' time.
So as I said, in a moment we will have Bambinos heading out for their 3rd heat of the day. So this will be the conclusion of the 3 heats. So we're going to go round again exactly as we've done before. So we've done heat 1, heat 2. Now we're going to have heat 3, exactly the same order as well. So pole position for Bambino heat 3 will be Chloe McGill. Then it's going to be Jake Gibbon, Franklin Street, Sebastian McCarthy, James Pybus, and Buddy Hugo. Fingers crossed for Buddy Hugo as well, who's had a difficult day so far, to say the very least.
Yeah, I think his longest session so far today was his 3-lap practice this morning.
Yes. So not been the best of days for Buddy Hugo, and we really feel for Buddy in that situation as well, because we, nobody, not even your fiercest rival. You don't want to see them
and
not take the start of a race, do you? That's why they're your fiercest rival, is because you race them fiercely. Yeah, you enjoy the racing. Otherwise,
we've had an outlap spin. I think Seb McCarthy.
Yeah, has gone round. But yes, you don't wish ill upon anybody at all, and we're hoping that Buddy can have a good heat this time round.
Looks like
the thing with Bambinos as well, being a small field for this particular round, we're expecting a few more in the next next round, aren't we, David? But
yeah, certainly when there's not a calendar clash, I think we'll bulk this one out into double figures.
But with there being only 6, if Hugo has got the pace, he'll make his way through fairly quickly in the final, is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely, Tom. And
so even starting from the back, it's not the end of the day by any means.
And I think he is likely to start the final from the back, obviously, with those 2 retirements, and certainly because you don't pick up points unless you complete a half race distance.
Correct.
So he will be starting the final from there. Now, obviously, that's not going to
I said correct, like I knew that.
Yeah, certainly not going to do his championship points haul any good, because in the long run, this will probably end up already as a dropped round for him. But certainly there's an opportunity to take some silverware home at the start of the day if he can progress.
Exactly, that's my point. The day is not over yet for Buddy Hugo.
Just talking of that drop round provision, which we saw last year. We still remember that race, that race weekend that Thomas Potter did, where he won the opening race of the day, retired from Heat 2, had a big incident in Heat 3, won the final by 13 seconds, and actually dropped that round from his point scores because of his 2 incidents in the heat. So, whilst it was a memorable occasion, it wasn't a lucrative one in terms of points. Green flag is up there here at Teesside Autodrome. It's down. It's a good start from the second row from Jake Gibbon, who's made a good start to get in front of Franklin Street as they all make their way through. Street now on the inside of McCarthy. McCarthy trying to go round the outside into that first corner round the national loop, but couldn't get through. And they've all dropped back into their starting positions, actually, Tom, with Buddy Hugo now on the outside in the 11. Gets the cut
straight up the inside. Lovely move. Oh, and McCarthy's gone round, and so it's Hugo.
Yeah, so there's 2 spins there, and I don't think anybody touched anybody, did they?
No, they didn't.
No, they just... there was a bit of a sympathy spin as well in the end for Buddy Hugo, out of the way as Seb McCarthy spun that kart round. James Pybus, though, makes his way up into 4th place. So McGill leading the way. Jake Gibbon, Tom, spins into hairpin number 3, loses 2nd place, could even lose 3rd place as well, given how long it takes these Coma C50s to get going. Through they go. Chloe McGill leading the way from Franklin Street in 2nd place. Jake Gibbon will cross the line in 3rd, then Buddy Hugo's going to recover to 4th, round the outside of James Pybus. Pybus crosses the line in 5th place, with Seb McCarthy in heat number 6. Spread out now already, Tom.
They are, but Buddy Hugo's making his way through, thankfully.
Yeah, so. and anyway, Gibbon had that issue on the opening lap, and with the spin down there. So interesting now to see whether he can close in on Franklin Street, and at the same time, can Buddy Hugo close in on the back of them? They could all just bunch together perfectly to make a nice 3-kart battle in this one, although at the moment there is about 1.5 seconds between them. As they come over the line, Chloe McGill will be the one taking the lead.
And moving clear, moving well clear, actually. But it is Franklin Street in 2nd, so showing well for Street. And it's Jake Gibbon now in 3rd after that spin, followed by Buddy Hugo. And Buddy Hugo looks like he's closing in. Then it's going to be McCarthy and James Pybus coming across the line in 6th.
Certainly closing up here, aren't they, Tom? This battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th out there on track between Franklin Street, Jake Gibbon and Buddy Hugo, and they are sort of coming together at a similar rate per lap, and I do think that they will be at maybe this time at the next lap, as just off down there we've got Seb McCarthy getting past James Pybus.
I think no, there was a bigger gap there. I think maybe McCarthy's had a little half spin.
Yeah, possibly so.
Which will be potentially the 3rd one of the race, if he has, or not. Actually, it might just be struggling a little bit for pace.
Yeah, overstart finish to come though. Jake Gibbon is now right on the back of Franklin Street here and might end up getting backed as well into Buddy Hugo over the line. They come 4 minutes and 36 seconds remaining then here in this Bambino heat number 3. This will set the grid positions in terms of collecting sufficient points for the final. It looks like it's going to be Chloe McGill on pole as Gibbon gets a good run out of hairpin 2. Did he scrub off too much speed? But he certainly has track position on Franklin Street, and Jake Gibbon moves through into second place at South Bank Corner, but right behind as well, Tom. Buddy Hugo right on the back of this battle now. Second, third and fourth split by about 4 metres of track.
Yeah, and Hugo's moved through, I think, on Street, although Street holds the inside line. Hugo with the cutback. Good move there. And following through. So it is Jake Gibbon in second place now, followed by Buddy Hugo, and then Franklin Street has now dropped those 2 places down to 4th.
Still sticking with them, though, as Jake Gibbon has moved 1 or 2 kart lengths away from Buddy Hugo.
And it's still Chloe McGill miles out in front as well.
Yep, certainly out of the way. Buddy Hugo.
Probably a quarter of a track in front now. Sorry, David, Buddy Hugo.
No, I think he had that spin in the early part of the race, Tom, and he's already up onto the back of second place. So whilst I don't think he's probably got the outright pace, certainly in this one, to keep up with Chloe McGill, although he has had to battle through as she's had a clear run out at the front here. Certainly means that he's got the pace, but ultimately he's going to have to do it again from the final, as this time he gets alongside Jake Gibbon. He's going to get the same cutback move that he used on Franklin Street in the previous lap, although Gibbon's likely to have track position here. And Jake Gibbon, elbows out in this Bambino, is going to hold on to second place. 2:43 remaining then in this final Bambino heat. Before we go to finals in around about an hour and a half's time.
Might be a bit longer than that, actually, because we're going to have a lunch break, I think.
We are going to have a lunch break. I forgot about that. I don't know why I'd forget about that. You know, I love commentating. That's my favourite part of the day.
So Buddy Hugo now applying the pressure onto the back of Jake Gibbon again. He's closed right up. So got out the throttle a little bit when they came side by side through the dog leg and over the start-finish line. But Hugo now right back on the tail again, trying to go the long way around the outside. Cuts back on the inside. Is he through hairpin 3 and then back and get good? So a double cutback from Buddy Hugo through hairpin 3 and 4 takes the position. But it's Jake Gibbon trying to go around the outside. Hasn't got enough momentum. I don't think he's going to have to tuck back in, and does. So Buddy Hugo moving up into second place. Then it's Jake Gibbon, then Franklin Street. Then it's going to be Sebastian McCarthy. And at the back, just coming through South Bank, is going to be James Pybus. And Chloe McGill about to put a lap onto Pybus and potentially McCarthy as well before the end of this race. Such is the pace of Chloe McGill.
You've really been in a class of her own so far today, Tom, and difficult to see anybody beating her throughout the rest of this day. 1 minute remaining then as she comes over the line, so we are very likely to see the last lap board next time round for her. It was pretty much bang on 1 minute, most of them running in the low 1 minute, so we're likely to see a last lap board for Chloe McGill as we come over. And really, Tom, I say an opportunity for her to just get as many points as you possibly can as this battle for second place continues to rage on between Buddy Hugo and Jake Gibbon.
Gibbon has not given up on this, has he?
No, not at all, and is really actually showing a good bit of racecraft, actually trying to try different moves on Buddy Hugo. And see here now, he's in hairpin 1. He's going to try and go round the outside and try and keep the revs up in that machine and see whether he can do the same into hairpin 2. He's going to go slightly wide, but I think that's going to keep the revs up, Tom. I think he could close up towards the latter part of the back straight.
It
certainly is, yeah, look at that. But difficult in Bambinos to get alongside and certainly round the outside.
And the slipstream doesn't take much of an effect in Bambinos either, unless you're right behind. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a slipstream. 100% there is a slipstream, but you've got to get really close.
Yeah, not in the same effect as some of the more powerful and larger karts, is there? So second and third will come through in a moment. And Gibbon once again pops out and tries to go round the outside of Buddy Hugo. We are going to get 2 more laps here. It'll be a lap and a half for McGill. She is already on the back straight here at Teesside Autodrome, heading down towards South Bank. But
in second place, it is still Hugo from Gibbon. Oh, we've got this must. Oh no, we have got a last lap board and a checker flag in the starter's hand. I was a bit confused there because I just saw the checker flag.
He's well prepared. The last lap board is going to be out this time for Chloe McGill. She's going to come through, and she's over start line as everybody else in second and third are just making their way on the entry into South Bank. So thank you for joining us. Thank you if you are on the stream watching. We are having still one or two technical difficulties. I appreciate that the overall picture of the track is back and that you can still hear us on that stream. But we're just having one or two issues actually getting the pictures into the comm box as well. So we are we're still going on. Luckily now here at this brand new commentary box here at Teesside, we've got windows all round. There's not much we can't see out of this comm box here at Teesside now. What we can see though, Tom, is the checkered flag being readied for Chloe McGill out of hairpin number 2 and out of hairpin number 3 and hairpin number 4 as well, to take a commanding victory once again in our Bambino class. The checkered's out. Chloe McGill 3 from 3 for her. She flexes the bicep over the line.
Love it. Love it. That was great.
Seb McCarthy crosses the line. He'll be classified in 5th place.
You know me, David. I love a finish line celebration. It's like, you know, when you with the goal scoring celebrations and things like that.
We've still got a battle here going on for 2nd place, Tom, which now sees Jake Gibbon back in front of Buddy Hugo. And here we go over the line, and he's going to have enough to hold on. Arms off the wheel already for Jake Gibbon. 2nd place for him. Hugo's going to get 3rd. Franklin Street crosses the line in 4th place.
I'll tell you what I haven't seen for a while. A dab.
It's because
is it old-fashioned now?
No, it's because it's banned from all karting circuits in the world.
Is it? I don't think so. Let's see some dabs on the weighbridge. We've got cadets coming up. Come on, kids.
I will have a 5-second penalty given to them if they dab.
Absolutely not. I will rescind that immediately. But yeah, finish line celebrations are always well appreciated. So yeah, it shows that you've really enjoyed your win.
Oh,
definitely. And Chloe with the massive bicep flex. She came across the ride.
Don't do dabs.
It was brilliant.
So, just sorting out 1 or 2 cameras, and hopefully we'll be back with some actual moving pictures. Junior Pro Kart is out next as our Bambinos make their way off. Seb Pereira will start that one on pole position with Ben Arnold alongside. Joe Arnold and Christian Oblang on row 2. Amy Frame and Harry Brown row 3. Harvey Still and Harry Roddis row 4. Max Shields and Sophie Pawsey on the 5th row, taking positions 9 and 10. Bambinos are clear on the circuit. The final of our runners. 6th place James Pybus makes his way off the track, and as soon as he's off, the Junior Pro Karts make their way out onto the circuit. Say Seb Pereira, all black suit and his helmet as well. This one, Tom, for me, is Pereira's opportunity to take a victory here. He's done very well over the Winter Series, acquitted himself very, very well as well on the national scene in the Junior Pro Kart grid. And this one, his real opportunity with his other championship challenges. He's got Oblang on row 2 behind him. The other 2 Still and Shields are down in the latter part of the field for this random allocation grid for heat number 3. So certainly going to give Pereira an opportunity, if he can get away in this one, to make his way towards victory lane.
I'm just looking at some of the ages of drivers here that we've got on the grid. So Harvey Still, this will be his last season in juniors.
Yes, I think so, and will be certainly one that he'll be looking to end with success, that's for sure. We are gridded up already, Tom, because juniors love to grid up quickly.
They do, and we've got a problem immediately for Joe Arnold in P3, whose engine had stopped. Has he got it going again? He was giving it a pull. So we're just going to have to hold on a moment here while he gets this fired up.
I think he has as well. I think he was just rolling his cart back to make sure that it wasn't a jump start. Although no, looks like it's dead. And on that one, are we going to see whether the marshal can just get that one? Can we give him a pull start on that? See if he can do anything rather than Joe Arnold. But we could end up with a delayed start here, Tom, on this one. As
oh, here we go. Look, here's the expert. Look.
Here we go.
Get it fired up. There we go.
Geert Biggin.
There you go.
He's Geert Biggins, isn't he?
And we're away. Oh, no.
No, he's already off. The engine died again, Tom, as soon as the green went down. And
oh, no, he's going.
No, he's going. Issues there.
I don't know why he pulled along.
Nope,
pulled to the side. I think he gave himself a penalty.
Yeah, I think he did. Everybody. Oh, they're still trying to sort it out into the chicanes. Max Shields has taken advantage and jumped 3 or 4 in the way through there as Harvey Still is on the outside of Amy Frame. Will he get the cutback? He's up into 3rd place already, Tom.
Yeah, flying through.
Max Shields is trying to get a run down the back straight as well. Shields is going to come through down the inside of Harry Brown. Almost got a bit of overspeed there, and down the inside of Harvey Still, who's had 3rd place wrestled back off him by Amy Frame. The 2 leaders, though, have started to move away. Pereira and Oblang leading the way with a 1 second gap to Amy Frame and Harvey Still, and it looks like Frame got slightly wide through the D chicane. So they're still nose to tail then now, and will she go defensive into hairpin 1? She doesn't. Oh, Harvey Still carries too much speed, runs wide into Amy Frame, and Max Shields takes 2 places at that, and would not be surprised at all, Tom, to see that one result in a warning flag, because he went in there about 10 mile an hour too quickly.
Yeah, way too hot in there, way too hot.
And then used the frame brake.
Yeah, unfortunate for Frame as well. Just came, well, definitely came off worse in that one as well, because Still made his way through. But that the one who benefited the most out of that was Max Shields, who's now up to 3rd.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a gap back though now too, and there's a warning flag. Let's check the number.
It is the 48 of Harvey Still.
Unsurprising. So that incident there, right on the back, Tommy, is of Max Shields at the moment. As Shields gets crossed up on entry just to get that kart stopped, using the front wheels as much as anything to scrub some speed off. These two now though, Tom, will they battle or will they work together? Because out of front, about 1.5 seconds down the road, Sebastian Pereira and Christian Oblag.
Joe Arnold is still going around, but is potentially about to go a lap down already. Very much up to speed though.
Yeah, I think he's
might be able to hold on, but certainly got to, as you said, got to make half race distance before he can score points. So
that is correct.
So even if you're only on one engine, you
I think he's certainly up to a bit more speed now, Tom. But
yep.
We'll be trying to move away as fast as he can. Obviously, our leaders are going to come through at some point, I'm sure. As Max Shields takes a bit too much curb down the back into hairpin 2, but Harvey Still gives him the hurry up to go forward. They want to work together, I think.
Yeah,
now, Tom.
Harvey Still's thinking race win.
Yeah,
number 3.
Harvey Still certainly he's wanting Shields to push Shields along. You know, 2 carts always work better than 1. You're only punching 1 hole through the air, and you're only getting one drag back, as well as the air goes over the top of the cart and tries to pull the back end. And Harvey Still looks to be working with Max Shields here.
He very much is. He's actually going wide through the dog leg, so as not to push Shields through a corner.
Yeah, sensible from Still, mature driving as well from him in trying to work with Shields, and we'll see it now here down the back straight. If he can get close enough, he's just going to try and push us out at the front. Tom, Christian Oblag has reeled in Sebastian Pereira, and they are going to be nose to tail, and this is what Shields and Still want. They want them two battling out at the front. They don't want them working together. The more they battle, the more time that they're going to cost them. They're going to back themselves up into Max Shields and Harvey Still.
Exactly that, but if Oblag wants through, he needs to get through very quickly before these two behind start to get themselves closer, and Oblag needs to get through now and pull away.
Yep, half race distance, Tom.
Pereira is holding on very, very well at the front of this race.
Certainly is. Harvey Still and Max Shields working together now on the back end. still about a kart length back, and he's pushing himself along on Max Shields, and he's had enough of watching, and he's moved through into 3rd place. Down the inside again into South Bank corner for Harvey Still. He's up into 3rd place.
He likes that move, doesn't he now?
He does like that move. Got it well scouted.
All Pereira and Oblang were side by side as they came over the line, but they managed to sort themselves out. Doesn't look like it cost them any time.
No, Oblang tried to go either way there, didn't he? Which is, he's going to need to find a way through, because I think Still and Shields are coming at this one, and he has down the inside into hairpin number 2, and we've got a change for the lead. Christian Oblang then leading the way, but Sebastian Pereira is going to come back down the inside. I think Oblang thought he was going to go round the outside there, but Pereira switched back to the inside. Now Oblang switching back to the inside into hairpin 3. This is going to cost them the best part of half a second between the two of them, maybe more, trying to sort this one out.
Yep, and the two going to be rubbing their hands together behind Harvey Still and Max Shields.
Joe Arnold, Tom, has just pulled off the...
Done half race distance,
he
though.
Has done the half race distance, but retires the number 2 back to the pit lane. Problems there then for Joe Arnold.
Sebastian Pereira is going to have a look up into hairpin 1. Is he? No. Thinks better of it. But Harvey Still and Max Shields are almost there. They're going to be in the tow now of these 2 karts in front. They're going to be in that slipstream with just over 2 laps to go.
They are going to certainly be close enough, Tom, that I think on the next lap we could have...
By the end of the race, they're going to be there, or before the end of the race, they're definitely going to be there.
Well, they're already now as they come over. There's still 2 or 3 kart lengths, but give it the D chicane and the chicanes and into hairpin 1. Still's going to close this gap up on the brakes, Tom, into hairpin 1, I'm sure. He might even be then lining it up for a dive down the inside of 2. And Oblang, Tom, very defensive on Sepra, and that's what I mean. That's allowed them right on this one. This is going to be 4 kart battle now for the lead as they enter the final few laps of this race. 1.5 remaining. They'll see the last lap board next time round. And Sebastian Pereira all over the back of Christian Oblang, and Oblang defensive already in this one. Down the inside of Pereira goes Harvey Still. And which way is Shields going to go? Is Shields going to get a double cut back potentially here, but looks like Still put the brakes on mid-corner, so he's had to settle back into 3rd place. It's as you were, but now Oblang's got a little bit of respite.
When Still went up the inside there, Pereira gave him a look of, where did you come from? I don't think he knew he was there.
No, absolutely.
Definitely a look of surprise.
Knows he's there now, though, as they come through, and so let's see whether Still tries to go down the inside into hairpin 1. Can't. Pereira parks the kart nicely in the middle of the track.
Oblag's got about a kart length gap between him and Pereira. Still trying that move round up the inside into South Bank. Couldn't get it done. That's going to give Shields a run. Gets it done on the entry to 3, though, and Shields tries to follow him through. As we come across the line, or head towards the line, it's going to be Christian Oblang, then it's going to be Harvey Still, then Max Shields, then Sebastian Pereira in 4th. Amy Frame comes across the line in 5th as well, and couldn't quite get onto the back of the front 4. But yes, Oblang. Then it was Harvey Still taking the place in hairpin 3, and Max Shields following through in hairpin 4, demoting Sebastian Pereira down to 4th place in the last part of that last lap.
Yeah, then it's Frame in 5th, Pawsey 6th, Brown in 7th, with Ben Arnold and Harry Roddis in 8th and 9th place respectively. As we and then we had Joe Arnold then in the number 2, whose kart retired unfortunately to the pit lane in the previous one. Just having a quick look at some of our other classes in terms of results as well, see if we've got any penalties applied. We've got a couple as well. We've got Jake Richardson had a 1 lap for missing the circuit, although he was right the way down anyway, so that won't make any difference. David Brown picked up a 5-second penalty in Senior Pro Kart as well. Don't think we're going to have any in our Bambinos. They're always nice and clean, unless there's been a technical infringement, which there hasn't. So Junior Pro Kart are off. Next up will be Cadet for their Pro Grid. Non-pole position in that one will be Thomas Potter. He double race winner so far today alongside Amy Peacock. Harris, Ali and Isabella Stansmore. Wilson on row 2. Ben Robinson and William Howard row 3. Joshua Sullivan and Jack Collinson on row 4, with Sam Hayes and JJ Plowman completing the top 10. Holly Swan starts 11th alongside Ethan Charles, with Stanley Clark and Edward Rye in 13th and 14th respectively. They're already out on track, making their way round. Marshals are waiting for them. They should grid up fairly quickly, with it being 14 of them, so we'll be good to go in a few moments' time. Oh, producer Adam's earned his chicken dinner, hasn't he? He's got us a picture back. Here we go then. Looks like he's still got work to do. He's got to actually direct now. Have you seen that, Tom? Have you seen that? It's a picture. It's amazing.
Chicken dinner? We have to feed him as well, do we?
Sadly, yes.
I'm all tangled.
Here we go then. Potter on pole position, Peacock alongside Ali and Stansmore Wilson on the second row, with Robinson and Howard on row 3, Sullivan Collinson row 4, Hayes and Plowman row 5, with Swan, Charles, Stanley Clark and Edward Rye. The green is up, the green is down, we're away and racing. Amy Peacock chops straight across into second place. It's a good start by Collinson from the outside in the 91. He's going to try and run it all the way around the outside of the national loop, and he has done as well, and he's slotted himself back in nicely into 6th place, although there's contact on the way in. Looks like Sullivan and Hayes get a little bit nudgy on the way in, and they get down, one gets down the inside of Collinson. Looks like Plowman's going to try and get involved there as well. So as they go down the back straight, Ben Robinson tries to come to the inside of Harris Ali, but he's moved up into 4th place. Good start for Ben Robinson. He's moved steadily through the pack, although Stansmore Wilson now goes down the inside of him into that corner, and then they're going to go side by side again. William Howard's looking to take full advantage of that one here in this third heat for our Honda cadets. Over the line then for the first time of 8 minutes of racing, it's Potter, Peacock and Ali, the top 3. Robinson, Stansmore Wilson, Howard, Sullivan, Collinson, Hayes and Plowman.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Just having a quick look there. Looks like there's a move down the inside. Joshua Sullivan goes down the inside of William Howard. Howard's going to try and come straight back down the inside. Will Sullivan get the cut back? Not quite sure. I don't think he will. And there's a contact warning for him there as well. That'll be for the opening lap incident, I think, which involved him going down the inside of Jack Collinson.
Got Stansmore Wilson just moved up the inside of Ben Robinson there at South Bank. So now up to 4th place for Stansmore Wilson. Harris Ali fully sideways on the entry into hairpin 4 there, and that's going to bring, I think that was potentially a move on Amy Peacock as well. Not quite sure. We've got Ethan Charles has moved into the top 10 now. So it's Potter, Ali, Peacock, Stansmore, Wilson, Robinson, Howard, Sullivan, Collinson, Hayes and Charles. Your top 10.
Really, really tight this, isn't it, Tom, in Honda, as Peacock and Stansmore Wilson get side by side, and I think now Stansmore Wilson's going to try and get a late run down the inside of Amy Peacock. Peacock looks over, shakes her head, she knows it's coming, and Ben Robinson almost down the inside as well there.
Amy Peacock got a bit of a swapper on through South Bank as well. I had to put a big armful of oversteer in, opposite lock in as Harris Ali leads the front of this train again. So it's Ali from Stansmore Wilson now with Peacock behind, and then it's going to be Ben Robinson and Howard and Sullivan and Collinson and Hayes and Charles. But again, we're seeing Harris Ali at the front of this train, and he's doing Thomas Potter all of the favours while these lot scrap it out for second
Robinson
place.
Down the inside of Amy Peacock for 4th place. William Howard's on the outside of that. Can he try and get a cutback as well? I'm not sure that he can, but as Robinson's going to go to the inside defensive. Peacock is dropping backwards in this one as Harris Ali defends to the inside with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And this is where they split out into 4 places. Ben Robinson, very racy down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
Lovely move as well, very clean. That's given Harris Ali a bit of maybe 2 or 3 kart length breathing room.
Yeah, Joshua Sullivan's got onto the back of that one as well, although did slightly overcook it into the D chicane and dropped a couple of kart lengths. But once again, Tom, the more they battle, the more they let the leader move away, but also the more they let the the pack behind catch up.
Yep, indeed. I mean, Harris Ali's not battling with anybody at the moment, but Potter is still pulling away.
Ben Robinson has a look down there. He's defending now. And now Harris Ali has almost passed the baton there, hasn't he, to Ben Robinson in the defending stakes as Stansmore-Wilson does make a move down the inside.
She's going to need to make a quick move on Harris Ali.
William Howard down the inside.
With the, let's call that the alternative line.
Well, yeah, because I thought he was going to try and take 4 of them into one corner there.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
They just went straight down the inside. I think he was just like hoping that if I get 1, great. If I get 2 or 3, brilliant. You know, but really,
did manage to get
worked.
it stopped though in turn,
yeah,
which is the important thing.
It split the thing, as there's a little bit of nudging on the way into that corner there. But now it's sort of split that pack that was 6 deep, and it's split them into 2 groups of 3. Although the back group of 3 has been backed into Collinson, Hayes, Charles Plowman, Stanley Clark, and Holly Allen as well down that back straight. Holly Swan, sorry, down that back straight. So now that group of 6 has become a group of 3, and then about a group of 8 behind.
And this is what we love about Honda Cadet racing as well. It's so close.
It's
not just Honda Cadets. It's all Honda racing, because the junior Pro Karts and senior Pro Karts, they're all so even, these engines.
It's that balance of performance, isn't it, on these sealed engines that's just really just plays in tandem. Superb driving and close racing.
Absolutely.
Robinson tries to send one down the inside on the cutback, but I don't think he can. And Harris Ali's going to try and come to the inside. As he stands more, Wilson down the inside.
Forceful and had to back out of it.
It's almost there, as if Harris Ali sort of leaving the door half open for an invite and then just slamming it shut whenever anybody thinks about it.
Yeah,
into that corner.
Defence.
Yes, very much so. But like you say, he's looking to his right. He knows when people are coming and then just moves across when necessary to do so. 2 minutes and 16 remaining.
It'll be incredibly frustrating for the people behind as well, but I mean, he's absolutely entitled to do that, isn't he? He's defending his position. It's up to the ones behind to get through clearly, and Stansmore-Wilson had another half look up the inside.
Yeah, in the
couldn't
background,
get it done.
Peacock gets down the inside of William Howard. See that there, the 17 in the red cart down the inside of the blue and white machine of William Howard, and Harris Ali white lining it down the back straight. And they're going to be back to 6 again.
I was
going
to say, Andrew Peacock's right there now, so this is going to be a train of from 2nd all the way down to 12th.
Yeah, Ben Robinson down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
That was forceful.
Side pod, and Amy Peacock's going to come through on the outside. She could get hung out to dry round the outside there. We've seen it before in the final round of the winter season when she got hung out to dry on the outside there. And the battle for 6, Tom, is the 5 behind them is joined as well. We've got a train of karts all the way from 2nd place down to 13th.
Yes, indeed. It is still Harris Ali at the front of this, but it is now Ben Robinson in 2nd place. Oh, it's Harris Ali goes very wide coming out of hairpin 2. Ended up on the grass and bouncing along it, but it doesn't seem to have cost him too much just yet. It's whether it's going to cost him into hairpin 3. There goes Stansmore-Wilson up the inside of Amy Peacock into hairpin 3. Ben Robinson now again with a bit of side pod contact. This time it's Harris Ali.
3 wide.
Amy Peacock's going to use that to full advantage and takes the position.
Intense racing, Tommy. What's that? 8 tenths between 6 or 7 drivers. Absolutely nothing between them. The last lap board will be out next time round, so they've got 1.5 laps to sort this one out. There's absolutely no way it's finishing in this order.
There's 2 seconds separates 10 places.
Oh, William Howard there down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
Oh, there's Amy Peacock up the inside of Harris Alley, who's trying to shut the door, but...
You can't shut a door when somebody's halfway in it.
Exactly, although it did seem to work for him there, but it's Ben Robinson who's now trying to come back at Amy Peacock, and it's there he goes up the inside there into hairpin 4.
Stansmore Wilson!
Gonna get the double bubble straight through, takes 2 places in 1. Well, they scrap it out. We've got the last lap board out as well, so it's Potter leading by 4.7 seconds, then Ali, Stansmore Wilson, Robinson, Peacock, Howard, Josh Sullivan is in 7th, Jack Collinson 8th, Hayes, Charles and Plowman, then Stanley Clark, Holly Swan and Edward Rye.
Last lap board is out then. Once again, we've not seen anything of our leader. He's down the road some 4.7 seconds away. Onto the back straight for the final time. Harris Alley migrates to the inside white line once again. Stansmore Wilson's going to try and go down the inside, but she can't get there this time. Again, as that door would have almost certainly been shut anyway. Into hairpin 3 then. Out of the final corner already. Your race leader comes Thomas Potter to take the checkered flag. Let's see where everybody else sorts himself out in the background. Through they come. Ali's going to get second as he stands more. Wilson third on the line. Peacock gets 4th from Robinson, Howard, Sullivan, Collinson and Ethan Charles holds off Sam Hayes. 0.8 of a second, Tom, between 7 drivers.
Brilliant racing, as usual, in Honda Cadet as well. Most of it very, very clean as well, which is great to see. Some robust defending again from Harris Alley. He seems to be making that his trademark here today.
Yep, closing the door down there into South Bank. But fair, Tom, that most of them still seem to. Have they seen the checkered flag? They're still they're still racing each other around the bottom end of the track, aren't they? And Potter's through with his arm up off the wheel coming in. You'll see him coming through there on your screen.
So very quickly, the track will be cleared. We had no retirements in that race, to my knowledge.
No.
So we will move very swiftly on to Clubman Cadets. So your grid for heat number 3 of your Clubman Cadets is going to be Samuel Yeadon, Mason Dinsdale, Ollie Carter, Drew Davidson, Sebastian Benson and Riley Buckton-Young, Charlie Earball, Summer Wood, Joey Swan, Joss Hushka, said it much better this time, Caden Smith and Alfie McBain. Then we have Morgan Cooney, Mason Webster, Layla Berryman, Thomas Harper, Alfie Watson and Riley Sims-Ezard. And then it's going to be Jamie Balding and Bradley Swift. So looking forward to another good race here in Clubman Cadet.
So they're going to make their way round. Tom Samuel Yeadon having taken a fantastic victory in the second heat. He'll start alongside Mason Dinsdale, our Heat 1 winner. So they're all going to get stopped and then sent forward. So that's what's happening down there at the moment, where they're being held, and they're going to send themselves forwards into position. Yeadon then on the inside in the green, on the outside Dinsdale in the freshly liveried black and orange kart.
So 5 races to go before we head towards our finals.
I know we might not be able to see it, Tom, on the camera because we're on a back view at the moment here, but the front end of the number 6 has got the word generator hire on the front, and that comes because this is Riley's first time in a Honda, which comes a month after his dad called them Honda engines generator engines whilst bigging up the Micromax.
Okay. Well, it's I mean, I love a sticker with a sense of humour.
So he spent the morning getting the tape out and taping the word generator higher on the front of that number 6.
It's beautiful. I mean, it really is beautiful.
Humour.
But you know me, I love a sense of humour sticker. I was quite surprised to see Gareth Plackett with a plain white helmet actually earlier on, because he normally has a Space Invader on the front of that.
Final few runners then into position, with Jamie Balding rolling the 18.
There it is. Oh, it's not in tape. It's written on in like chalk pen, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all right. Bit wonky, but yeah.
He's working his handwriting.
Everybody in position then. Marshall making his way to the front. At least on the senior pro karts, they send somebody else to the back so he don't have to walk all the way forwards.
He's getting his step count in today, isn't he?
Here we go then, Tom. Eden on the inside, Dinsdale on the outside. Who's going to get the start? Dinsdale this time, Tom, gets the good start, having bogged down in the first race. Can he go all the way around the outside of Eden? He can. What a move from Mason Dinsdale. Chops across the front of Samuel Eden and leads the pack round the national loop. Everybody else slots nicely into position as well. Nice clean start, at least for the first half of the race, from our Honda Cadet Club.
Yeah, they seem to be getting in line astern. There's no issues through hairpin 1 or hairpin 2. Everybody threw it very cleanly this time, which is great to see.
Yeah, just looked in the background there. Looked like Joey Swan had slightly overcooked it on exit, but managed to slot back in. He's got that bright orange helmet who has lost a place in the background there. Down the inside goes Mason Webster in the other orange helmet, and he moves through down the inside. And first now him in the 2 and the 7 of Caden Simpson, both of them recovering from that incident in the previous one, and Webster's going to go right the way around the outside as well there of Alfie McBain. Fantastic move from Mason Webster, driving with confidence all the way around the outside and follows Caden Simpson through. Both of them starting to work their way through now, as Simpson in their background is going to try and go right the way around the outside of Charlie Eibel. Hasn't worked out for him though, and he's had to slot back into position. I was about to say 2 minutes, but it's a minute and 20 or so into this race already. Dinsdale has checked out at the front, managed to open up a gap.
It's around about a second, isn't it?
It looks like it,
pulled
yes.
Out. So unless these 4, I mean, we've said it throughout the day so far, but unless these 4 behind start working together, that's going to be good night Vienna for Dinsdale. He's going to be see you later, off into the distance.
Certainly is. He's going to try and add to his Heat 1 win.
I think that was Ollie Carter getting sideways as he entered the northern loop, national loop.
Tell you what, one thing, Tom, I have been very, very impressed here with Riley Buckton-Young and Caden Simpson. The first time they've ever driven Honda-powered karts. Very, very different tyres, different power output, different reaction in terms of when you put the throttle down and stuff like that, as to how well they've both adapted to this Honda-powered machinery having come out of the micro.
Yeah, it's a different way of driving as well. They've got different weights, haven't they, I believe,
yes,
as well. So, you know, it's a completely different feeling when you're driving that you've got to get used to. But, you know, part of it is riding a bike, essentially. It's driving a go-kart. You know, the principles are the same. It's just the technicalities, the intricacies of it are slightly different.
Yeah, getting used to that grip level as well is a big one, isn't it?
Definitely. And that's why I asked about the weight as well, because that completely affects the grip.
Yeah, it certainly does. As Ollie Carter goes slightly defensive down the back straight there in 3rd place, with Samuel Eden behind, Davidson in 4th, Benson, the pole sitter from the start of the day, in 5th place. Davidson closing right up there on the back of Ollie Carter. Thank you, of course, for joining us on the live stream. Do get in touch via the live chat comments as Davidson pumps in the fastest lap of the race, a 49.175 for him. We head towards half race distance here in this one. Is there anything really now that Ollie Carter can do for Samuel Eden? He's certainly got the pace on the back of Eden, but can he get through, or will one of the others have to take up the battle here in this 3rd race in our Honda class? Out the front, Dinsdale is continuing to open up that gap at the rate of a couple of tenths a lap.
So we'll get them coming across the line, but it is going to be, your top 10 is going to be Mason Dinsdale, followed 1.5 seconds now is the gap back to Samuel Eden. Then it's Ollie Carter, Drew Davidson, Sebastian Benson, Riley Buckton-Young, Caden Simpson with the fastest lap of the race that lap. Then it's Summer Wood in 8th, Mason Webster in 9th, and Charlie Earball in 10th. Samuel Yeadon defending now, or feeling the need to defend against Ollie Carter, and all that's doing is bringing Davidson and Benson with him. And not far off the back of this is Riley Buckton-Young and Caden Simpson as well. In fact, they're there now, aren't they? There they are.
Yeah, they are. Riley Buckton-Young took a slightly different line there on the way in there. Don't know whether he was just trying something a little bit different. The leaders now are going to be coming up to some lap traffic shortly, and the leader, Tom, has had a bit of an issue getting round the outside of one. That's going to back him up ever so slightly, possibly, but he's still going, but expect that gap of 2.4 seconds to be a lot smaller when it comes in a few moments' time.
Tight exit there from Drew Davidson, and it almost caught out Benson behind.
Yeah, Simpson's going to get a run as well down the back straight on Riley Buckton-Young, and he's come through, and they're almost going to be 3 wide. Davidson's going to be brave down the inside of Ollie Carter here into the national, into South Bank, and Drew Davidson is through on Ollie Carter for 3rd place. Simpson and Buckton-Young behind. Simpson takes a wider line, chops across. He's going to try and get to the inside, but that's going to leave him outside of Sebastian Benson. They come through, over the line they come then. 2 minutes remaining. Dinsdale, Yeadon and Davidson the top 3. Carter, Benson, Simpson, Buckton-Young, Wood, Webster and Eyeball the top 10. And
Yeadon is closed in now, or he's starting to close in on Dinsdale. There was a 1.5 second gap. It's now down to 0.9. That's Simpson moving up the inside.
Yeah, Dinsdale had issues getting through some lap traffic, Tom, earlier on in the race, and that caused him some problems. That's why the gap has dropped down to sub 1 second now, as Benson goes round the outside of Ollie Carter.
Lovely move as well.
And Caden Simpson is right on the back once again as they slot in. There's your leader coming through, 1:45 remaining.
So it is Dinsdale from Yeadon, Drew Davidson, Sebastian Benson, Ollie Carter, Caden Simpson, Riley Buckton-Young, Summer Wood, Mason Webster, Charlie Ibble round out your top 10. Then it's Alfie McBain, Joey Swan, Joss Hushka, Layla Berryman and Morgan Cooney round out the top 15.
Hoodie's back on, Tom.
Is it?
Too cold.
Oh dear. I've kept mine on. I wasn't brave enough to take it off in the first place.
Business end of this race then. Leader's going to come through with enough time not to see the last lap board, so they're going to get 2 more laps at it for those behind them to sort themselves out into a nice order. Yeadon has at the moment been unable to be passed by anybody as Dinsdale pumps in the fastest lap. Personal bests are plenty from the rest of the field as they come through, as the screen goes purple for Dinsdale, then blue for most of the top 10 as well.
Ooh. That got a bit squirrely there for Yeadon and Davidson. And that gap has gone back out now to Dinsdale, so it was down to 0.9, it's back out to 1.5 again. Is that because Yeadon is feeling the need to go defensive? And he should be, because Davidson's up the inside.
Yeah, Davidson's going to keep his foot in there. I think, I thought he was alongside a little bit further. Camera playing tricks on us here in the com box. Thought Davidson was much further alongside. He is alongside now as he goes down the inside, and then he's going to get crossed up. Benson's going to get balked, and Simpson's coming through down the inside. Benson's got run out wide, and Caden Simpson could at least take up 1 space here. He's going to get 2 as he round the outside, slots back into position. He's going to come across line in 5th. Last lap board is out then. Personal best as well for Summer Wood, a 49.156 for her. So it's Dinsdale. Yeadon is now 2.5 seconds back, as he was earlier on. So Dinsdale to manage to open that gap out again as the pack behind. So it could be Dinsdale for a 2nd time today taking victory in our Honda Cadet Club class.
Yeah, heading round South Bank for the final time now. It is Dinsdale now with a 2.5 second lead, so it looks all done and dusted as he comes through hairpin 4, gets out of there cleanly, and it is going to be Dinsdale taking heat number 3, but they're still to sort themselves out here for 2nd place. It is going to be Yeadon taking 2nd, then it's going to be Ollie Carter, Caden Simpson, Sebastian Benson and Drew Davidson dropping down 3 places on that final lap, finishing 6th. Riley Buckton-Young in 7th, Summer Wood in 8th, and Mason Webster 9th, with Alfie McBain in 10th. So there we go, Cadet Clubman all done and dusted for heat number 3. making their way round on the final slowing down lap as we get the last of the runners across the line. And then we're going to head into Junior Rotax.
Junior Rotax will be out making their way round in a few moments' time then, as the Hondas make their way off, the 20 or so runners having to make their way over the weighbridge. On pole position though will be the 33 of Finley Watson, this time with Rocco Baker alongside. Second row will be Lizzie Mentier and Alfie Warbank, with Bella Franklin and Catherine Potter alongside on the third row. David Thompson, Mack and Vincent Bailey, row 4, with Nathan Jensen on row number 5 in P9. Now, will David Thompson, Mack get back out is the big one for me here, because it looks like they've probably had to change an axle on that one, given what the given how the kart was previously.
Potentially, it's whether they've got a spare or whether they can borrow one.
Borrow steel.
Yeah, well, I mean, we say it every round, but for those who are new to watching the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint, sponsored by NRG Cycles, this, as we always say, David, is the best paddock in the country. There is no finer motorsport paddock. Everybody is there to help everybody else. It is brilliant, the level of support that you get from one another and from your fellow competitors. So I'm sure if they can't, or they don't have another axle, I'm sure they will have another axle, but if they don't, someone will give them a lend, I'm sure.
Definitely. We are clear on track, so looks like we're going to go. I think the front runners are just having a little, just been given a little chat down there, Tom, as to where the acceleration line is, just as a reminder, so that they don't start going too soon on this one, because it has been noted once or twice, hasn't it, that they do occasionally go a little bit too soon.
Yeah, we had them going pretty much out of hairpin 4 for the last heat,
yeah,
which is
didn't we?
About 200 yards too early.
So just having a quick look. I've dipped into Facebook this time as well. So yeah, Laura Berryman's been on, saying well done and good luck to all our club drivers in Honda Club as well. Addison Smith's been on, wishing good luck to Jordan Guy. He'll be out in about half an hour's time in Senior Pro Kart. Abby Collinson as well, saying well done to Finley Watson. These were coming in earlier as well, so getting well done to Sophie Pawsey, getting that third in the first heat of the day. Josh Alexander's got his popcorn ready. I imagine that's a Senior Pro Kart, because I know he's a Senior Pro Kart winner as well. So thank you very much for joining us, be it on Facebook or on our YouTube channel at Alpha Live. Do give us a like and a subscribe, mainly because you'll get a reminder all throughout 2022 when there's racing action on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, as well as obviously the Teesside Owner Sprint Series. We'll be here for all 8 rounds of the 2022 Championship over 7 weekends, including the infamous double header, which this year will take place in July. Cannot wait for that one. It's one of the best weekends of the year, certainly if it's dry, of course.
Yep.
It's not as enjoyable in the wet, especially when you've got to be here all weekend and get your stuff dried. But
well, you say that, but I'm nice and dry in the commentary box.
Always dry in the commentary box, isn't it, Tom?
For now that we've got a new roof, it wouldn't have been if we'd have kept the old commentary box, that's for sure.
Alfresco comms.
We had a convertible commentary box, didn't we?
So, Finley Watson, who went off like a stabbed rat at the start of his 2 warming up laps, has managed to slow himself down and back everybody else up.
It looks like we're about to get going this time. Steady away. Rolling up, and they are... It went a little bit early, but not too bad, and they are filing into single file, are they? No, they are 3 wide around the national loop for the first time, but they do manage to sort themselves out, and they do all make it through.
Nice and clean. I think are we a runner down there, Tom? We're certainly missing a few. I think we've got 7 out on track, so we'll see who we're missing when we come round. But we certainly had, I think there's Vincent Bailey missing. He's had some problems throughout the day with that 111 machine, and David Thompson-Mack as well, I don't think is out there either, Tom, so that's why we're running at reduced numbers in this junior Rotax third heat. So we are down a few. Hopefully they'll manage to get back out in the final, but
yeah, I was just having a look at just while you were going over that. That was Lizzie Mentia coming into hairpin 4, and those tyres are nowhere near warm enough at all because she was fully sideways.
Well, she's gone down the inside of Alfie Wallbank.
Yeah, very nicely done as well. So in half a lap, they seem to have come in.
Gained some temp.
But yeah, she was all crossed up on the way in to hairpin 4, and then sending it up the inside into hairpin 1. So
don't you hate racing drivers that make you look silly? They do it all the time to us.
They do
all the time.
And then she goes up the inside and takes P3.
Yep, down the inside of Rocco Baker and up into third place. So out at the front, Finlay Watson certainly got that kart switched on. Whether he's gone early on the tyre pressures, hoping to build up sufficient gap from the rest of the pack that he can then just ease off towards the latter part of this race. The gap fairly even then between Watson and Franklin. And then Mentia back again, around about a second between them. Mentia's going to have work to do though. Having got past Rocco Baker and Alfie Wallbank and Catherine Potter to move away in this one.
Yeah, so it's Watson now 2 seconds clear of Franklin, which is surprising this early in the race. It managed to pull 2 seconds. But yeah, moving well away, and then it's Lizzie Mentiers, another second back from Franklin. Rocco Baker right there, still with Alfie Wallbank as well, and Catherine Potter coming along for the ride.
Yeah, Potter's closes in quite a lot, Tom, down the back straight. That's that slipstream effect we were talking about.
It's not just going to be coming along for the ride, it's going to be making her way through this pack, I think.
Yeah.
Very shortly.
Don't want to get too close though. Don't want to run the risk of a front bearing penalty if anybody gets anything for nudging in the back here. So
yeah, for those unaware, there's a little on the front nose panel, essentially the front bumper. If you make contact a little bit too hard, it drops the nose. And you will receive a 5-second penalty for that.
Looks like Wallbank there had a little lift of the radiator flap on the 64 machine.
Oh, we haven't done radiator chat yet today, have we?
No rad chat.
Rad chat. So yeah, so we saw them lift the flap. That's because these are water-cooled engines. They have a radiator on the side of them. And they need, once they start to come up, so they put a flap over it to bring the radiator up to temperature, stop or slow the air getting through it. Once the water is up to temperature, they will lift the flap and then potentially put it back down again, or depending on the air temperature, to control that water temp in the engine.
Yeah, that.
Yep. And I can assure you, clearing out a water pump on a Rotax engine is not a fun experience.
Are you familiar with the Missed Apex podcast? The F1 podcast?
No, but I've heard of it.
They have a guy on there called Trumpets, and he loves tyres.
Oh, okay.
Almost as much as you love radiators.
Oh, I do love a Rotax radiator. As I say, having experienced the nylon gears that they used to have in them, and them basically shredding themselves inside, it took a good couple of hours to get a water pump cleaned out properly. Not an experience I want to go through again.
Absolutely not. Catherine Potter then sticking with Alfie Wallbank, although not being able to find a way through. So Potter fresh off victory in heat number 2 in this class. Certainly has the pace, but at the moment struggling to find it in the places needed to get past Alfie Wallbank, as Bella Franklin, Wallbank and Potter all put in personal best respectively.
I'm surprised Potter hasn't made a move yet on Wallbank. I thought she would have been coming through quite quickly here.
Yeah, it's one of them where you sort of you think she's probably.
That's no disrespect to Wallbank, by the way. Obviously doing a very good job.
You think that potentially Potter might have two tenths in the pocket, but can't utilise them because you can't get through. And then once they're through, you see that often, don't you? It takes them 4 or 5 laps to get through. Once they do, they just disappear further down the road.
Absolutely, and so Warbank, it just shows what a good job Warbank is doing.
Watson then continuing, actually, Tom, to open up the gap. So certainly got the tyres working to the level that he wants, but we thought he might have gone early and then let the kart just do, you know, take it easy for the rest of it. But continuing to open up the gap is Finley Watson from the rest of the pack.
What sort of history have we got on Finley Watson, David? Obviously, he's not on our grid sheet.
Signed on very late, not on the list at all.
Okay, so that's good to know.
No, in honesty, been here a few times and has shown steady progression to the point where now, not only here at Teesside but at other tracks as well, he is starting to run consistently in the top half of fields and certainly out the front here in this third heat. Obviously off pole position, which meant he does get that advantage as well. But the last lap board is out. But yet Finley Watson there, who has a little head dip behind the steering wheel. I'm not sure what half a second dip does, but I'm sure it gives his neck a bit of a break as well, that's for sure. Round he comes though, round hairpin 3 and 4 as well for Finley Watson. He's going to come through and take a commanding victory in this class. Checkered flag for Finley Watson takes the victory. Franklin's going to get second with Mentier in third from Baker, Warbank and Potter, with Nathan Jensen who's going to come through in heat 7. Obviously 2 runners not out there at all. Those that were originally signed on, that's Vincent Bailey and David Thompson-Mack. Cleared off the track fairly quickly as well, Tom, aren't they? So
yep, so that will be that for Junior Rotax. So we'll move very quickly onto our Minimax field. So going off the grid for heat number 3 of Minimax is going to be Lewis Goff, Addison Smith, then Ben Adrian, then Melissa Adrian, Benjamin Lee and Ben Horner. Then it's going to be Sam Robson and Jared Fox-Whiteley, James Philip Byrne, Kian Logan, Daniel Bridgen and William Robinson. They are your top 12 and only runners for Minimax.
I'm having a seat, Tom, but I don't know why, because I was out in a hire cart for an hour last night and I am bruised.
How did that go?
Reasonable.
Reasonable?
Reasonable.
How many people did you fire off this time?
None.
None? I don't believe you.
None.
I don't believe you.
No.
Anybody who took part in that session, if you're here at the circuit today, I want stories. I want the truth.
I was quite clearly racing with a better calibre of driver than the people I normally fire off.
Oh, right, okay.
You.
Yeah, exactly. I was waiting for that dig. Twice. Twice in one session fired me off.
There was some seasoned racers out there, qualified 5th, I think, and finished 9th.
Ooh.
Because my arms died.
Okay.
After 5 minutes.
Well, that happens. That's why I don't do hour sessions anymore and don't do endurance racing anymore. I wish I did. It was absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I can't even hold the wheel after about 10 minutes anymore.
There's an unwelcome bruise in the middle of my back as well.
Okay. Well, mine is just down to carpal tunnel syndrome, but well, you know. It's the bruising I can handle. It's just the safety element of not being able to hold a steering wheel when you've got an hour and a half session to do and you can't hold it after 15 minutes. It's not great.
I did the 20-minute qualifying session, and then 5 minutes into the race, I thought, it's overrated.
I might have pushed too hard in the qualifying section. So how many were out?
30 something. 28, 29. I did have a spin, though.
29? Yeah. Last night?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had a spin. Self-inflicted.
Okay.
Overcooked it into the D chicane.
All right. It wasn't because I paid somebody to fire you off then?
No, I'll be honest with you. I tried to give the guy in front a little tap. Nobody did it. Took myself out.
You see, now the truth comes out.
Oh, yeah, I never said, look, you asked if I took anybody out. No, you didn't ask did I try to take anybody out, in which the answer would have been maybe. Right,
well, here we go. Coming up to the line for Minimax heat number 3. And away we go.
Clean start then for our minis. It's another good one for Lewis Goff, as Addison Smith's going to try and stick this one out round the outside, with Ben Adrian having to slot back into third place. Jared Fox-Whiteley's moved up from 8th into 6th on the opening corners. I think at the expense of Ben Horner, as Sam Robson gets caught up, and I think that's a bent track rod mid-corner, and it speared him off into the tyres on the other side that we saw William Robinson on there as well. That cart's not going anywhere, I don't think. Driver's going to have to get out of it. I'm fairly sure that there's some damage to that one. Let's see whether he can drive it forwards ever so slightly and out of the way. Certainly can't. And Sam Robson's race ends at half a lap. Some contact mid-corner by the look of that, and then the bent track rod just speared the car off into the tyres and retirement.
We were talking earlier on about the new Nassau panels, David, and just while this race starts to settle down and we're not having much in the way of overtakes, but what I do like about the new ones with the big hole in the front is they look, although they do look a bit odd, they look far better than the hot dog ones that are currently sitting first, third and fourth. I agree.
But what we will say is that we both need to rein it in a little bit, because when we first saw that Nassau panel with the hole in the front that Addison Smith in that all-black kart has got, we saw that for the first time at the British 24-hour last night at about 11 o'clock at night, when someone sent a picture and we both went, ugh.
Yeah,
but it has grown on me massively.
Well, I added some eyes, teeth and arms to it the first time I saw it. drew it on the picture.
It has grown on me, and I've seen some of the Pro Kart lot have started using them as well.
Once they're fully stickered up, they look okay. You don't really notice it too much, but I mean these hot dog ones that are being run at the moment, I've never been a fan of them.
Do you know why I don't like the hot dog one?
Because it looks awful?
No, it's because the number sits on the top and it sits so high and so curved.
It's very difficult to see.
It's difficult for the commentator to see.
Yeah, that's another reason. Unless somebody's drinking champagne out of it, I'm not interested. Using it as a chute for champagne.
Champagne chute.
Yeah, I'm not even interested. That's all they're good for, in my opinion.
Lewis Goff then continuing to lead from Addison Smith, who's kept him honest for most of this race. Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian in third and fourth respectively. And we've got a slight gap back then to Benjamin Lee, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ben Horner. And then we've got quite a gap back then to the rest. James Phillips, Cian Logan, Daniel Bridgeton, William Robinson and the retiree Sam Robson, but the majority of those further down were caught up in that opening lap incident. 4 laps remaining then in this Minimax heat number 3. Lewis Goff, Tom, whilst he's not pulled away in any of these races, has looked comfortable at the head of the field and hasn't really come under too much pressure in any of them, although they are all close enough to take advantage should any mistakes happen. Ben Adrian has closed in ever so slightly now on Addison Smith, and Smith's that kart doesn't appear to be handling anywhere near as well as it has in the preceding 2 heats.
No, it does look a bit out there in terms of the handling setup that they've got. Maybe just waiting for maybe the tyres are coming in late.
Yeah, a lot cooler now, isn't it?
Definitely.
No sunshine.
Definitely a lot cooler. I mean, it must have dropped 3 to 4 degrees at least throughout the course of today.
Absolutely. It looks like it opened up a little bit more of a gap now down the back straight as Addison Smith elects to take a much wider line on entry than what Ben Adrian does. Fastest lap of the race pops up, albeit he hasn't just crossed the line, but a 42.997 for Lewis Goff.
We were forecast a little bit of rain around 3 o'clock earlier on, but it doesn't look that way now. It seems the forecast has changed to be dry, but the cloud cover also looks like it doesn't look like it's about to hurl it down, that's for sure. Oh, as we've got to move up the inside there, that was Ben Adrian on Addison Smith, moving through into second place.
Good move there then by Ben Adrian.
So Addison Smith have managed to hold that second place throughout the entire race up to that point. And now Ben Adrian moving through, and it's whether Melissa can follow through as well, because she is on this train as the last lap board goes out. Ben Adrian setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well, including the overtake. So whatever you just did, Ben, keep doing that.
Yeah, in the early part of this race, he was a little bit off Addison Smith in terms of lap time, as Smith was able to stick with Lewis Goff. But as the race has developed, the kart and the track surface has come to Ben Adrian. He has a double look over his shoulder to see which side Addison Smith is. All of our field is now through and past the last lap board.
Oh, Addison Smith had a big overrun into hairpin 4, went way too deep, got all crossed up, and I thought Melissa Adrian was going to come through, but didn't quite manage to get there.
Goff takes the checker then and the victory. Adrian's going to get second with Addison Smith holding off Melissa for third and fourth respectively. Then we've got Benjamin Lee, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ben Horner, and on the final lap, coming round hairpin number 4 is Philip James Byrne. He's going to come through and over the finish line for 8th place. And then we're going to have Kian Logan and William Robinson when they come through, I believe. And then Daniel Bridgen. Go, everybody over the line. Seem deep in thought there, Tom.
I am deep in thought, David. I'm having a good old think there about.
What are you pondering?
I was honestly, I was pondering tyres.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, we'll bring that up a little bit later on today.
Just a bit of a development, Tom, out of junior Rotax. 5-second front fairing penalty drops Bella Franklin from 2nd to 6th, which sees Lizzie Mentier, Rocco Baker, Alfie Warbank and Catherine Potter all promoted 1 place.
What was that, nose cone?
Yeah, from fairing, yeah.
Okay, so 2 more races to go, and then we're going to have a little break, and then we will come back for your final. So we've got Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart left. We do have 1 to recover on the back straight, though.
Sam Robson, isn't it, off on that opening lap incident. So Robson down there, that cart's going to get collected. Our senior Rotax is going to make their way out onto track.
You can hear from the camera microphones just how windy it is out there at the moment as well, and I'm not sure if you can see some of the trees in the background, but they're well, they actually look quite still at the moment, but the ones up on the bank behind the commentary box has certainly got a bit of a shift on them.
So this is our camera off the start line. You can hear it. So this is near us on the comm box.
Yeah. It's blowing straight down what looks to be in the direction of travel down the front straight. So it'll be a tailwind into the National Loop and a headwind into South Bank, which is again potentially why we've seen some overtakes there. So we'll move on quickly onto Senior Rotax. So we'll run you through the grid very quickly. We've got Kieran Savage on pole position, followed by Connor Lucas, then Ashley Savage and Tony Citro, then Jack Hayes-Roberts and Chris Stoves. Paul Swan, Josh Redhead, Arthur Louthian and Tyler Jex round out your top 10. Then it's Wayne Citro and Andy Collinson. Jensen Jones, Martin Fisher, Luke Davis and Emma Brown. So random grid again for this one, which is why they're a bit sort of all over the place. But yes,
no pole sitter either. Kieran Savage not out again after missing heat 2, is not out again for heat 3. So
okay, so that means
Connor Lucas is going to go off the outside,
and Ashley Savage will be alongside.
Yeah.
In essentially what is now going to be P2. But yes, what I was going to say is there's a headwind down the back straight, which is why we've seen quite a lot of overtakes, I think, into South Bank today, more than usual. It's providing a better tow, a better slipstream down that into that section of the course, and why they're then getting the push out of hairpin 4, if you like.
Yes.
So they're already, Connor Lucas is already backing people up on the back straight, which is good. Looks like we're all going to be in a good order and ready to rock and roll first time.
Hopefully so. A couple in the background just getting a bit of temperature into their tyres as well with the weave, but we should be good to go after that. And as long as the pace doesn't slow too much, Tom, because we know that if the plug oil's up and you try and put your foot down, it just doesn't respond.
It just kind of goes.
And then you roll to retirement.
Oh, well, we've got two off here.
Oh, we do actually.
That's Wayne Citro and Jensen Jones have somehow ended up on the inside of hairpin 4.
Tyler Jex, Tom, got an absolute flyer at the start there down the inside. Looks like they were very, very slow into the acceleration zone, and Jex anticipated it, and he's already up into second place.
Whoa, it was going to be the lead.
Jex down the inside of Ashley Savage and takes him out into retirement. Savage not at all happy with that. Jex's arms off the wheel as well. And Connor Lucas, having dropped from first effectively down into third, leads his way round South Bank. Not the cleanest opening lap we've ever seen there, Tom.
No, and Ashley Savage not a happy man, and something's just dropped off the car actually on the way into South Bank, so they need to get that cleared up. There is a yellow flag in hairpin 4, but there's also potentially debris on the way down into South Bank as well, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. There was definitely something came off the back of Ashley Savage's car. Might have been a chain guard potentially.
Not sure, we'll have a look. Certainly the one thing that did drop,
I think it was a chain guard.
Yeah, the one thing that dropped away in the opening lap was his hopes.
Well, definitely. But Jex is making his way back through now. Already passing two through the two hairpins. Yeah. So we've got Paul Swan and Martin Fisher here on screen as they head through South Bank.
Collinson is the one on the move for me, Tom, in second place. He managed to get through that early incidents, and we'll be closing up very shortly on the back of Connor Lucas. So, and
bit of an odd start because Jex, as you said, got an absolute flyover start, or went straight up into second place, challenged for the lead, and then it sort of skittled between three of them.
It did. Jex went down the inside, well, into a gap that was always going to close, almost T-boned Ashley Savage into that corner. And,
that's Arthur Lothian there.
To be fair, Connor Lucas, there was some contact as well from Lucas, so it'd be very interesting to see whether his front fairing is where it should be, because he did, through no real fault of his own, but that's not how front fairing penalties work, is it? It's not up for discussion, is it? That's the thing with them.
Absolutely, they are black and white. It's either up or it's down. If it's down, that's an instant 5-second penalty.
Yeah, Savage is now starting to make his way back through. Goes past Chris Stoves. And the next one up will be Wayne Citro.
Tony Citro.
That's it, Tony, sorry. Should get more of a run out there as well, due to the fact there's a 15 kilo weight difference between the 162 and the 177, so should be able to get sufficient run down into down the back straight, and he's already started to move away, so he's up to what will now be 9th place.
Yep, there he goes across the line in 9th. So it's Arthur Lothian next for Ashley Savage. We look at Jex. Is that Jex? Whoa, and again, that's a 33. Yep, that is Tyler Jex. Hard into the side of Josh Redhead. So Jex having a very entertaining race, shall we say. Incident-filled race so far.
Yep. Let's have a look at this one then. Round hairpin 2, straight lines it down the inside and makes contact there with Redhead.
Oh, black flag. We've got a black flag.
There we go, 33 for Tyler Jex. His second incident throughout this race is going to see his race brought to a premature end as well. I think we still might need that one on the digi flag, because I'm not sure he's been, I don't think he picked it up, but they're certainly out on the pit board as well. Over start finish.
They'll keep that out until he comes into the pits, won't they? So. But yes, there it is on screen, confirmation, black flag for Tyler Jex, number 33.
Yeah.
So Connor Lucas is starting to move away now from Andy Collinson. Paul Swan in third, Martin Fisher in fourth. Coming across the line to take his black flag will be Tyler Jex.
Yeah, can't say, Tom, on that one that I'm not at all surprised. If by half race distance you've been involved in 2 fairly substantial incidents, I don't think you can have too many complaints on that one. I'm sure he will, because racing drivers always got a complaint. Yeah,
it was almost a case of certainly on the hairpin 2 incident. It was almost like he thought the kart was about 3 or 4 inches narrower than it was. That was all. It wasn't a particularly bad coming together. It was just the 2 wheels interlocked.
Yeah,
the 2 back wheels clashed together, and that was the end. And Jex is continuing on, so I'm not sure he's seen the black flag notice.
No, what I do think that is that's probably going to lead to a chat. If he hasn't seen it, it's going to lead to a chat.
Well, it'll be fine if he sees it this time and comes in the following lap or even this lap. But if he does continue and finish the race, that will be a big telling off.
Absolutely. Connor Lucas has opened up a bit more of a gap now, Tom.
Yeah, another half a second.
At the front, Collinson had started to reel in Connor Lucas at the start of this race, and has now relented in terms of pace, though he's still roughly there again. And
there we go. There's Tyler coming in now.
Does this time come in to the pit lane with 2 laps remaining. So Connor Lucas then out at the front, Tom. Raced the Rotax a few times, certainly been here before. Did the O-plate, not this year, the year before in a Rotax, as Jack Dex took the 43 round that day and won both races and the final.
Which everybody was happy about.
Oh, sure.
That's what I mean. No, everybody was fuming about. But but there we go. Final lap board taken by Connor Lucas now.
It's almost like Dex is driven before, isn't it?
Yeah, he's
But yeah, Lucas is leading the way in this one. This will be his first win here at Teesside in the Rotax. Off this random grid format. Had to work for it and dropped to 3rd, and then had to steer out of the way of that incident on the opening lap.
But managed to pick his way through. Heading into hairpin 3 already. And then we'll come around hairpin 4, and that will be it for Connor Lucas, taking heat number 3. Andy Collinson will come across the line in 2nd, just over 2 seconds behind. Well, 3.4 as it was across the line, must have eased off on the final lap. Then it's Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, and then it will be Josh Redhead. Ashley Savage recovering to 6th place after being off at the first hairpin on the first lap. Then it's Emma Brown, Arthur Lothian, and Chris Stoves. And then we will wait for Tony Citro. There he goes across the line. That rounds out the top 10.
We may have a little bit of filling to do, because I can just see that there's a gaggle of senior pro karters down there. I imagine having a little chat with the organisers about something. So we might have to do a tad of filling. But what I can tell you is, from off the back of that Minimax race, Tom, we've had a couple of front fairing penalties. One for Philip James Byrne, which unfortunately is 5 seconds. Also, a front fairing penalty for Sam Robson, which is going to drop him from retirement to retirement. Although he did get his front fairing penalty from hitting the tyre wall.
Right, okay.
You know, it seems a tad harsh, but that's our new clerk of the course in the middle in the orange Teesside Karting vest. He's the one doing the talking, which I imagine is going to be along the lines of tidy it up.
Yeah, calm yourself down. But we shall wait, and I'm sure he will come back up to the commentary box and do his clerking from up here, as he has been all day. And we'll get a little insight into what's been said. As
they get themselves sorted then, and there we go, they return. So next up then,
I was almost waiting for an all the hands in and a 3, 2, 1 team.
1, 2, 3 Pro Kart. Next up then will be 1, 2, 3 Pro Kart.
And it looks like we might have a marshal heading around to pick up potentially what I thought was a chain guard.
Well, we'll stick with this before we go to the end of for the next race bumper, just to see what he's going to get. What do you think, Tom? Points and prizes.
There it is.
Yeah,
it's the chain guard.
There we go.
Round of applause. Big round of applause. Woo!
that could have an implication, though, Tom, and not wishing to get too serious, but there's every chance that that could result in a disqualification in terms of non-technical compliance when that cart's come back into...
Well, it was Ashley Savage,
exactly.
And it came off during the incident.
It did, but still...
Which wasn't his fault.
No, but it could still result. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go.
That's what I would say.
Yes, next up, though, Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3.
We'll see what... As David's just said off air, yeah, a failure is a failure, but
Facts.
I think there were extenuating circumstances. But that was my opinion, and that's what we're here for. We're here to have differing opinions, aren't we, David?
It makes for entertainment, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Right, so Thomas Lowther's going to go off pole for your random grid, heat number 3, Senior Pro Kart. Then it's going to be Daniel Tate, so another Tate up the front this time. Then it's going to be Paul Stewart. Then it's going to be Joe Grinsell, Gracie Mitchell, and Josh Falkus. Jonathan Allen, Jack Morris, Jordan Guy, and Jake Richardson round out your top 10, followed by George Davis and Harry Nottage. Simon Doughty, James Hitchen, Jess Alexander, and Lennon French. Then it's Alban Dowell and David Brown. Callum Booth and Adam Nichols finish off the top 20. Joy Burrell, Mark White, Gareth Plackett, and Scott Blackburn. Paul Rye, Andrew Worley, Connor Jupp, Asher Blythe, your Heat 2 winner. It goes off P28. Then it's Josh Eden and Mark Tate in 30th. Toby Dodson, Connor White, Thomas Braid, Steve Nichols, Scott Tate, and Dan Folsham. And that is your full grid of Senior Pro Karts.
Results are already in for Senior Rotax, and no, Ashley Savage didn't fall foul of technical compliance.
There you go.
Connor Lucas did fall foul of a front fairing penalty, though.
Well, that would have been...
For that opening lap
yeah,
where the two spun in front of him and he tanked. But as we were saying, as unfair as it may seem, it is black and white.
Those ones are black and white, yes, absolutely, yeah.
That's the thing. So the win inherited there, then by Andrew Collinson.
Okay. Well, it's going to make it an interesting final, that's for sure. We've got Jack Morris having a word here with the marshal. Quick shrug of the shoulders and all seems well again in the world.
He has got that. That kart is positioned in the same way that Jake Richardson's behind as well. He's towards the that first corner as well. Don't want to scrub off too much speed as they have to turn too much when they get there. But
well, Jake Richardson okay after his excursion across the start-finish line and through the tyres in the previous heat. And who was it that ended up down here, David?
Josh Yeadon ended up down here, so let's see whether he's out. The number 4 machine, or we'll have a quick look. He is out, Tom. He's just rolling into position behind Connor Jupp.
Well, that's good because he looked a bit sore.
He did, actually.
When he first got out, but it seems to be good.
He was walking up the bank afterwards, Tom, and the back of his hand looked like it had a bit of a cut. It's similar to like a stud mark from football. I don't know what had caused it.
Oh, right.
Looked like he was having a
road rash or something.
Yeah, something similar to that. So I think that could have been part of the incident. But good to see him back out again.
Absolutely.
Good to see a full complement of Senior Pro Karters. Green flag in hand then for our start line. Marshals for the rest of the track making their way back into position. The green is up. The green is down. It's a good start for Dan Tate, and he's going to go from P2 into the lead, round the outside, and into the lead he goes. And now is his opportunity, Tom, to move away in the early part of this race. Well, the others try and fight their way through.
Oh, and they've got 4 wide around the national loop towards the back of the field.
Focus down the inside of Stewart. Grinsell's in there as well. Can everybody get through cleanly? They can't. Gareth Plackett is round at hairpin number 1.
And Asher Blythe was taking the paddock route, I think, around the outside of the national loop, but he's making his way through the field. He's just done 2 coming out of hairpin 2.
Oh, he's parked up there. He was probably just waving.
We've got somebody going slowly.
Paul Stewart, I think, on the outside there. That's the 89 machine, but he's going very slowly around the outside of South Bank.
And that's Jess Alexander moving up the inside of Simon Doughty.
Yep, over the line they come then for the first time. Contact warning is for Jack Morris, but it's Tate, Lowther, Folkus, Grinsell, Morris, Mitchell, Jonathan Allen, Jake Richardson, Jess Alexander, and Simon Doughty, your top 10. Tom, replay.
So this is coming down the back straight. That's Jack Morris up the inside. Well, that's why we had a slow-moving Paul Stewart.
And a contact warning for Jack Morris.
And a contact warning for Jack Morris, indeed.
Josh Eden round at hairpin number 1.
Oh, Jess Alexander with the aggressive chop. to the inside, but it actually scrubbed the speed off.
Yeah, Clucci comes out on Jake Richardson. Simon Doughty there in behind. Oh, there's Connor Jupp down the inside. 2 laps in the bag already then, 8 remaining. As Daniel Tate leads the way from Josh Volkers. Volkers closing in massively on the way there into hairpin number 1. He's going to probably try the same as Jack Morris. We catch there the 24 going down the inside of Joe Grinsell. As they go down towards South Bank. Josh Volkers, Tom, very, very close now to the back of Dan Tate. The gap was 4/10. That's Jordan Guy and Harry Nottage. Nottage is going to go down the inside of Guy. Guy's going to try and keep that one out round the outside. They're 3 wide. Nottage is going to try Jonathan Allen as well. And Jordan Guy's going to get the cut back, is he, on Jonathan Allen? They're going to be 3 wide. Guy's going to be on the outside, though. He's going to have to be brave to keep his foot in there. Slots back in, though, behind Jonathan Allen. They all live to race another corner.
We were right, by the way, about the telling off at the start of the race, yes.
It's nice for us to be right for a change, isn't it?
It was, yeah, sort yourselves out, people, was kind of the general gist of it.
Well, very much so. Connor Jupp there then gets down the inside of Jonathan Allen. He's also going to get down the inside of Jordan Guy. Is he? Guy's going to try and keep his foot in. Guy's going to get into he's round the outside, gets a little snap oversteer as well. He should carry this one all the way round the outside. He's going to lose a couple of places. Round the outside of Jonathan Allen, tries to slot back to the inside. Change for the lead as well, Tom, now as Volkers has come through on Daniel Tate off screen. And despite a personal best for Tate, Volkers has a gap of 3/10. As Jack Morris is going to come down the inside of Tom Lowther as well, off screen for 3rd place. So all changed then in your top 3.
We're looking at the 31 of Scott Tate now moving through. He's right behind Adam Nichols, well, was behind him, now in front of him. They come out of hairpin 2.
Oh, and Nichols chops across the front of Callum Booth. Has another look behind them. Asher Blythe on Lennon French down the inside into South Bank.
So Asher Blythe up to P20. Now that was your Heat 2 winner. Now moving through. There's Scott Tate and Adam Nichols following through on the 44 of Jordan Guy. Lennon French there as well behind Asher Blythe. Fastest lap of the race for X30 world champion Connor Jupp. In 10th place now and moving through the field nicely. Done another couple on that lap.
I think he's in front of Simon Dougherty now, who's coming under pressure from Harry
That was a
Nottage.
late move from Scott Tate, but got it done. There goes Nichols with a similarly late move into hairpin 2 and got that one completed as well. That's going to give Asher Blythe a run down the back straight on Nichols, who's trying to move across and squeeze in.
Contact.
And Asher Blythe just says, no, I'm coming through, sir. Joe Burrell with a contact warning as well, and that's Simon Doughty who's gone round at South Bank, but continues on. We've got a black and white coming out for the 23.
That is Burrell.
That is Burrell, yes indeed. Josh Volkers with the fastest lap of the race. And we're still side by side. They still can't sort themselves out here as they come over the line. 4 laps to go.
Saw somebody bounce across the across there, but I couldn't get a number because they were bouncing that quickly through, as I'm not sure who it was. Could well have been Jonathan Allen bouncing over the tarmac rumble strip there on the inside of that D chicane.
I did like that from Asher Blythe, by the way, on the previous lap. Coming down the back straight and just said, no, I am coming through, Adam.
Elbows out.
Yep.
Fair play to him, because Asher Blythe, at only 15 years old, it's quite easy, you know, sort of in karting to get muscled out and get bullied just because of, you know, you think, well, they're going to maybe lack experience.
Yep.
And we've mentioned this once or twice, Tom, about Asher Blythe, that in juniors, never really stood out in junior Pro Kart, was always there or thereabouts, but was never really challenging for victories. And then ever since he's moved into seniors, something's just clicked for him. And
yep.
you know, difficult sometimes to fathom what it is. Is it driving on bigger grids? Is it driving with?
Is it experience?
Is it a better caliber of driver that's, you know, that brings them on? But
is it physically growing? Could be a combination of all of them.
And I said to him last night, I went, there's no reason on this mixed grid format why you can't take race victories. Heat 2 goes out and wins it convincingly. Bang. As well.
Only took him 2 heats.
Absolutely. I know my onions.
There we go. So there's still, I mean, look at this. They're having for everybody making overtakes. They're still side by side coming through the dog leg. 2 laps to go. And it is focus from Dan Tate. Dan Tate not being dropped though, only 4/10 behind. Then it's Jack Morris, 2.7 behind. Jess Alexander's moved through very well into 4th. Joe Grinsell in 5th, and it's Thomas Lowther, Gracie Mitchell, Connor Jubb now up to 8th, Jake Richardson and Scott Tate in 10th. So we look at the 81 of one of the Tates. It is Mark Tate in the 81.
Jordan Guy as well behind there, Tom, in the 44.
Yep, holding on quite well.
Scott Tate puts in the personal best, a fastest lap actually with a 45.5.
Yep.
That's only a 10th off the lap record in Senior Pro Kart.
We are on the last lap as well, so if Dan Tate's going to make a move here, he's going to have to fire up behind the back of Josh Falkus. I think Falkus has got too much on him to get through.
We don't often see times, Tom, anywhere near lap record sort of pace in races, qualifying being that optimum, the tyres in better nick, that sort of thing. But out of the final corner, Josh Falkus comes through. We see the 43 take the checker a lot, but now at the hands of Josh Falkus, it wins again from Daniel Tate in 2nd place. Morris is going to get 3rd, Alexander 4th, Grinsell in P5. They're side by side further down over the line. Lowther in 6th, Mitchell 7th, Jupp from Scott Tate, who gets past Jake Richardson on the final lap to complete the top 10. Action once again, Tom, start to finish in Senior Pro Kart. Our highest finishing 40s driver, I think they're Mark Tate in 19th, and having a look at our highest novice, Jonathan Allen, in 24th place.
Yeah, fantastic action as always in Senior Pro Kart. It was bedlam really for the first 6 laps of that. It seemed to sort of calm itself down on the final lap, but yeah, this is what happens with a 36 kart grid and a random grid.
Absolutely.
So very much looking forward to a final where things may be a little more organised.
Just as we see this going off track, we are going to have a break for lunch, albeit a late lunch, but don't go anywhere, because you get the opportunity to see my beautiful face and often the back of me because I'm walking away. As yesterday we had a trip round the Teesside paddock for the paddock walk, so don't go anywhere. Enjoy that, and we'll see you very soon for our finals. Welcome to the first ever Teesside paddock walk. It's of course round 1 of the Owner Sprint Series. Couple of changes to the series over the winter, in that we've split the minis and the juniors, and we've split the Hondas as well into a pro and a club class. 4 of our classes as well are not going to have qualifying. They're going to have a random grid format. The results for that are on the window over there. So they're going to have a front, a middle and a back for their sessions. So we're just going to have a paddock walk really. It's about half an hour of me talking to people, and hopefully you won't get bored and switch off in the time. There's a final session out of Pro Karts at the moment. We're just going to have a quick wander around and have a chat. Adam on the camera is going to go that way, so it means that I'm going to come this way and have a quick sit down. Jason, your lad's in the club class, but let's start off with, let's go back to last week. Let's go back to the Thursday practice session here at Teesside. Wasn't as smooth as you were hoping. You've had a little bit of work to do.
Yes, quite a lot of work to do. Bent rear axle, bent steering column. Engine we thought was a write-off, but luckily, fingers crossed, seems to be working all right. Fresh oil and a bit of a rest, and it seems to have worked.
And your driver, we thought he might have had some damage as well with that incident, but he seems to have bounced back quite well.
Yes, he's dining out on it at the moment. He's the talk of all his friends at school and other things, so I think he's come out of it a little bit unscathed.
Qualifying for him didn't go too badly either.
Not too bad, considering. I think he's still a bit nervous in the overtaking and the passing and that, so 15th out of 20, not too bad.
So he could certainly move into the top 10 from there. He's got the race pace, I'm sure.
I think he has, and he's normally good on a grid start. He can normally get a couple of places on the grid, so again, fingers crossed.
Brilliant. Cheers, Jason. I'm going to try and get out of this bench now. So, Jason, that's Morgan Cooney's dad. He'll be out in Cadet Club tomorrow. We've got loads of Bambinos up here as well. And someone that was in Bambino last year, but he's in Cadet. So we'll talk to the Bambinos first. You jump yourself up there so you're all at the same height. So here we go. I can have a sit down as well because it bring me into a reasonable sort of thing. Just grab a seat. Grab a seat. There we go. It's a lot easier when we're sat down. Camera guy then don't have to go up and down and stuff like that. So let's start off with Chloe. Chloe, quali went well.
It was really good and I got pulled.
Smaller grid than normal, of course, because some of our usual runners have gone to do BKC at GYG. So I assume that you're looking to take full advantage of that and get some big points at the start of the season.
I hope so.
Brilliant. Next along the line, we've got Jake Gibbon. Jake, you're flying at the minute. You've come out of nowhere to be running right at the front. You must be happy. I know your dad is as well.
Yeah, it was really good. And I did a 101 on the last session. And yeah.
I was watching you from the comm box earlier while we were setting up. When you and Buddy were going round nose to tail, and I was thinking, just thinking to myself how much you've come on in the last couple of months. You know, you had much practice over the winter?
Yes.
Brilliant. I'm going to jump down and come round the other side now, so just to give the Alpha Live a bit of a plug as well, of course. That'll keep them happy. Buddy, Hugo, buddy. Now, I know in the last week or so you've been out not only in your Bambino, but you've had a little go in a Cadet as well. How did you find that?
I found it quite easy, but the one thing that I enjoyed most was the speeds.
So, and do you think you're going to see the year out in Bambino, or do you think you'll switch to club halfway into the Cadet halfway through?
I'm going to go to Cadet at the end of the year.
Brilliant. That's most of our Bambino grid. We'll go this way and see if we can speak to some people. Speak to this one first, because you're on pole. Melissa Adrian, pole position in Minimax, the last class that we've qualified before we go to random grid. Expected?
No, not really. At the start of the day, I was nowhere even near the pace, so I must have been 2 seconds off the pace, but it's really unexpected that I got pole.
Did you know you were running at the front throughout the session, or was it a case that at the end you came over the line and looked at the big digiboard we've got up and then you realised that you were there? Or are you going too quick to see the digiboard in the middle of the session?
I couldn't see it at all. I thought, oh no, I'm going to be way down. But when I just came in the pits, I looked over and I saw my name on the board.
And Ben alongside as well in P2, isn't he? So an all Adrian front row. So have you had a chat with him and just said, look, if you back everybody up, I can get 3 or 4 seconds down the road? Or is it going to be, is it going to be tense between the two of you on that first corner?
Well, I hope it's going to be fair, that it's not going to push me off or anything. But I hope we have a good race tomorrow and no incidents at all.
Brilliant. Melissa Adrian, pole position for Minis. Now, at Teesside, we have a massive, massive female contingent of drivers. We've obviously spoke to Chloe, we spoke to Melissa. There's about another 50% of them here. We always speak to Bella, so Bella can go to the back of the pile. We'll start with Amy Peacock. Amy, P4 in the Honda Pro class tomorrow. Quite tight as well up there, isn't it? I think there's like 6 tenths between the top 10. There's hardly any space between you all. So, look, hopefully for a podium tomorrow?
Yeah.
And do you think that, obviously you've got to get round that first corner, and then because at Teesside you start where you finish, you've just got to start moving up. It's quite a long run in Hondas down to that first corner. That you're going off P4, so you'll be off the outside. So are you hoping there just to get round that first corner in P4 and pick them off, or are you hoping to just get a lightning start and, maybe get into P2, P1 maybe by the first corner?
Just get a lightning start and get pole.
Brilliant, Amy, thank you very much. Now, obviously, I mentioned earlier that we'd split the classes in half. So, running at the front of our club class as well, we've got Layla. Layla, you've gone, you're 4th as well, I believe, but you're in club. So, that was a fantastic qualifying session for yourself. Were you expecting a P4? Were you expecting to be up there, or, where were your hopes at the start of the session?
I hoped I would be kind of up, not near the back, and I think I did well to get 4th.
So you think that we can maybe get on a podium tomorrow?
We'll try.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Now, do you want to be spoke to or not, or are you just going to keep running around and dodge the camera? It's your choice. Well, that means you don't have a choice. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, where are we starting the day tomorrow?
2nd?
I was about to say you look thrilled with it, but I think you were smiling before you even said, oh, 2nd. So, Bella, it's about time we stood on the top step of a podium here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly got the pace for it. You've been really quick the last couple of sessions. Coming out of the back end of the winter season, you've been showing some tremendous pace to run at the front. Super competitive though, isn't it, in that Honda Pro class?
Yeah, very competitive.
And who do you think is going to be the ones that are going to be running up there? Pick me a podium for tomorrow.
Thomas Potter and Amy Peacock and me.
In that order. You on the top step, yeah? Absolutely. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Honda Pro Kart have got about 5 minutes or so remaining, so we're just going to start making our way round to the paddock. Well, they think we might catch 1 or 2 of them as they come off, although they are a fairly antisocial bunch anyway, so we might not get any chance to speak to them. Seb Benson, pole position in our Honda Cadet Club. First time here as well, so you must be thrilled with that.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to have to be on pole. And I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting like 4th or 5th, but it's a great surprise.
So your first time here at Teesside, what's your favourite part of the track? We've obviously got a banked corner, we've got an off-camber chicane as well that comes through. What's your favourite part of the track here at Teesside?
Probably the banked corner round there, on that map there.
I forgot that this is here. They've moved it. It used to be on the board up there.
So yeah.
So this bit here then, yeah? Flat out, round the banked corner. Brilliant, Seb. All the best for tomorrow. Drew, we'll chat to Drew, because he's so small, look at him. He looks like a Bambino, but he's moved into Honda Cadets. How are we finding that?
Good. Just trying to get my weight up there, so it's hard going.
Yeah, that's the thing with them. With that moving into the Cadet, when you're so small, you've got no weight over the rear wheels, and it's just trying to get it. So the more you grow, the quicker you're going to get. You're already running well towards the front already. What's the hopes for tomorrow?
I hope I just get in the front pack, and I hope I just take a win.
Brilliant. Drew, thank you very much. He's smart. I spoke to your child already. Wonderful. So here we are at Teesside. We have the top paddock, then we have the bottom paddock, and then as the series has grown, we've now got the West Track paddock as well. Edward Rye, come on over. Come on. We spoke to you last year. We know you love a chat. Get yourself in. Let's move you out of the way of all them things. Another one that came out of Bambino at the end of last year and has moved straight into Hondas. Now, you've gone straight into Pro because you've had a fantastic winter season. You're qualifying, you are towards the tail, but you're right there on the pace as well. You must be pleased at how quickly you've come on in the Honda Cadets.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. I'm hoping if I could get some 48s and 47s today. I mean tomorrow.
So we saw you last year in Bambino, and towards the end of the year you really came on. And then you've switched into Hondas and taken everybody by surprise really throughout the winter season. And the one thing that I've noted as well is that you're fantastic in the wet.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by in the wet. I thought I was going to be better in the dry, but no, I'm better in wet. So I'm hoping it'll be raining a lot this season.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure most of the parents that have to stand on the bank won't want that. But so you're going for 8 rounds of rain, yeah?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Edward, thank you very much. Most of the people we've actually spoke to already are in this top part of the paddock, so we're going to make our way down there. There's a car coming, so and this cart's coming off, so I'm going to keep to this side. If Adam at any point falls over, it's because he's been hit by a cart, so we will obviously, if that happens, we'll have probably like maybe 3 seconds of silence or something in his memory. After that, I'll just find somebody else to carry the camera around, so... Oh, more drivers coming off. We'll let them all go. So Honda are finished. So Pro Kart are coming off. Massive grid of Pro Karts. We're running about 36 of them as well. Some of the juniors are actually out there, going to have maybe 10 or so on their grid as well. Most of the Pro Karts, in fact, are down that bottom end there. Couple coming in here. Pick a side, that side. Good lad. There we go. So I'm gonna pop myself around here and have a quick chat with Holly. Holly, come turn this way, camera, that way. You don't get a choice. It's compulsory by the fact that if you run away, I will just chase you. It's not an issue at all. So, Holly, you've moved into the Pro class in Hondas. We were looking at you at the start of qualifying. I thought, Holly's 12th, Holly's 13th. Next thing I know, Holly's 5th. You jumped right up, made up 8 places in one lap as you got on the back of the pack. I can see you still smiling now when I've said it. You must be incredibly happy with that qualifying session.
Yeah, didn't really expect it, to be honest.
So you've shown that you've got some good pace plans for tomorrow. You think you can stick there in the top 5, keep with them and just go? I think that we've got, looking at it, I think we've got 5 females in the top, 3 females I think in the top 5.
Yeah, I'm hoping to stay there, hopefully, because that would be my best finish.
Brilliant. Holly, thank you very much. Let's walk down. We've got a driver with his helmet off. Let's see whether he's going to come all the way up or whether he's going to have a stop and chat. So we'll wander down the bottom paddock, and then if time, we'll make our way down onto the west track as well. In fact, I'll just give him a shout and see if he fancies. Jack, turn round. Here we go. Let's have a chat. Jack Morris, Pro Kart, 36 of you on the grid tomorrow. First time as well at Teesside, we've gone for random grids. Have you had a chance yet to look where you start in the day tomorrow?
Yeah, I believe first heat we're in 33rd, then we have an 18th and an 8th, so we should spice a few things up.
Really, and I assume with random grids, you look and see who you're normally racing with and where they are in that sort of heat and think, well, from 8th, and then you must think from 8th, can I nick a win from that?
Yeah, that's the plan, hopefully. Like I say, everyone gets the front, middle and back start. Everyone's going to try and take advantage of that front start that they have. But I think the way it's worked out, everyone's in sort of groups with the drivers that they're around with. So anything can happen tomorrow.
Yeah, given when you've got 36 and when you've got such quality and depth in there, you're always going to have somebody in your third, that's going to be there or thereabouts. So I imagine first target is to be effectively like the beat your teammate effort, isn't it?
Yeah, like I say, everyone's going to be going for the win, but at the end of the day, through the heat, all it is to get as many points as you can for that main final.
Brilliant. Jack Morris, thank you very much. So much going on down there that I'm going to leave them and I'm going to head all the way up here. We're going to head out, if we can, onto the west track because this just shows how much this Teesside grid has grown. When we started streaming this 3 years ago, we had 40, maybe 50 karts over 2 classes, with the junior Pro Kart just about coming on. Now we've got 125 entered, quite the small on Bambino, so next month we're going to clear well over 130 entries in that, to the point now that the track, if you watch the British 24-hour, you'll notice that this is the pit lane for the British 24-hour, where the higher karts are situated there. That's the British 24-hour pit lane, where the karts are coming down here and making their way through. This is onto the west track, so this is what we call Paddock Bend, all the way down to Rib. And you can see now is that how much there is going on here. So we'll let all these go through. Little Alfie can come in. Come in, walk round. In fact, grab a seat, there's a bench. We'll sit down so we don't get skittled by carts. Alfie, probably the youngest, if not as well the smallest Honda Cadet we've got out there. It's going to be your first race in Honda Cadet. How are we feeling?
Good.
Are we confident for a good result?
Yeah.
And how have you found moving into Hondas out of Bambino? Are we pleased to be here on that big grid?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I've already spoke to Edward once. He's come back for another go. We'll talk to you again later in the season. It's fine. So yeah, this is the west track now. This is what we're using now as part of our paddock here at Teesside. Now that we've grown in such a way that, so if this was a British 24, I'd pretty much be stood on the racing line here, on all the way down to Rib Bend down there at the bottom. What we'll do on this one is we'll head up this way and see what we've got, because I've just seen Ben Adrian. He's going to be on the front row. We've already spoke to Melissa, so we'll have a quick chat with Ben. He's going to go off the front row. We'll see whether his answer ties in with Millie's as well. So, Ben, you're going off P2 tomorrow in the Minimax. We've already had a quick chat with Millie at the other end of the paddock. Was P2 expected?
Yeah. think I could have gone first, but Melissa just had the toe behind me and I was just out in front.
See, you've really picked up the pace in the last couple of, I'd say, weeks as well. You know, you've really stepped it up there to run at the front. An all Adrian front row. I said to Melissa, do you think Ben's just going to hold the pack up and let you get 5 or 6 seconds? She doesn't think you're going to. Neither do I, if I'm honest. She said that she just hoped for a nice clean race and maybe an Adrian 1-2.
Yeah, I think I've got high hopes for first, but I hope I'm going to come top 3.
Brilliant. Ben, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll head up this way. You know, we've only got about 20 minutes to half an hour, so we'll head up this way, and then maybe for the next round, we'll head down the other end. Generally, people park up in roughly the same sort of place, so we'll see whether we've got a lot of people up here. If we have, then we'll chat to them. If not, we'll just make a quick run down the bottom end instead. Let's have a quick look round the corner. If we've got 1 or 2, we'll have a chat. We'll see who's up here. It's a lot of Pro Karts up this way. And we'll certainly see Seb, who's running the O-plate. But we'll pop in here. We'll pop in here because we've got 2 of them. We'll start with Jake. We don't want to speak to Nigel. Nigel, have you retired, Nigel? Officially? No. He'll be back again later on in the season, I'm sure. Doing the 24-hour?
No, he is.
Look at you.
Mechanic again.
Mechanic again. Official retirement, that statement. Jake, how are we finding things out there, and how do you feel about the random grids?
Well, today was alright. I was a bit on pace, but lacking a little bit. And the random grids is, I don't know, I just don't really like them. I prefer just doing qualifying and starting from Heat 1 onwards.
Where are we starting Heat 1 tomorrow? Have we had a walk round and had a look?
32nd.
Oh, we spoke to Jack Morris. Think he's going off 33rd, so you'll be with each other. Now we'll have a put round. We'll have a quick chat with Asher Blythe. Crouch yourself down because it's a fantastic kit, and I want to see it because it's just nice and clean and nice and, you know. I'll be honest with you, we don't often see Pro Karts with clean sticker kits, Asher. So I'm assuming that this is the first time you've used it. Yeah, I thought it might have been. So Asher Blythe, one of the front runners in our Honda Pro Kart class. We saw you obviously at Wilton. You were running right there at the front. Had a bit of an unfortunate one that day with a weight infringement, but I was speaking to you last night on this random grid format. There's no reason you can't be winning races this year. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be more interesting with the random grids. It's going to be a lot closer racing.
Where are you starting your Heat 1 tomorrow? Have we had a browse?
I think in the 20-something.
That'll be a middle start for you then, and then you'll get a front and a back as well. So brilliant. Asher Blythe, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll catch you later on in the season, and we'll certainly be seeing everybody on the stream tomorrow. We'll have a wander down here and then we'll wrap things up. You're not running away. Get yourself over here, Seb. Let's have a chat. Well, you can run if you want, but we will chase you. We'll take it in the caravan. No, not at all. We're on a strict schedule. So we're gonna have a chat right now. Seb Pereira, O-plate. Seb Pereira in Junior Pro Kart, having won that. When you're out there on your practice day and you're going out with the seniors as well, how do you find that? Do you even know that? Does it even register that you've only got you've got the cadet engine, spec engine on with the restrictor in?
No, it doesn't. It feels the same. You just go for it with them. It's no different.
We see it a lot as well as how much quicker you go on, like all of the juniors go on a practice day in the tow of them seniors as well, and then they push you down the straight as well.
It's a lot faster, probably a few tenths at least. It's just more fun with them on the track.
So Junior Pro Kart, we know that generally it's quite a small grid, but it's very, very competitive at the front, isn't it? There's always 4 or 5 that are split by a tenth at most. What are your hopes for this season? Race wins, championship battle, maybe?
I mean, I'm hoping for race wins and also maybe a championship, hopefully. But it will be tough with likes of Max and Harvey. It will be tough.
Yeah, it is a strong grid. Thank you very much, Seb. Let's have a wander down towards the Apollo end of the grid. Let's see if there's anybody down here that fancies a chat. And then we'll probably wrap this one up because I think we're probably about hitting the time limits here. Adam Nichols is shy, never likes a chat, but we'll just speak to the first person we get to. Put brakes on it. Harry, how are we finding things out there today in practice? massive, massive grid of Pro Karts.
It's not too bad. It's my first time doing this national track, and I'm just still trying to learn the track, so it's going to be difficult for tomorrow, but I'm just going to see where I can get.
Brilliant. Practice today, you're obviously out there with some drivers that you know, some drivers that you don't know. Where do you think your pace is, you know, in comparison to others that you know are going to be running towards the front? Where do you think we're going to be tomorrow?
I'm looking at trying to get top 20, hopefully, but I reckon I'll be between the 20s and the 30s on grid.
Brilliant. First time here, obviously, it's a big grid of 36, like 37 maybe on that Pro Kart grid. Random grids, we spoke to a few others about that. What are your thoughts on random grids?
I like it, honestly, just because I'll be starting near the front in the first session, I think. So I like the opportunity of trying to battle the faster people whilst trying to defend.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I'll ambush him while he's not looking. I mean, you can go in the back of the van, I'll climb in, I'm not fussed. Adam, tomorrow, busy day, because not only are you running 87 karts or so that Adam's going to scan around them all, but you're also piloting one as well. Why? Why put yourself through it?
I'm questioning it now. My neck's gone. No, just obviously with this new kart for this year, I wanted to get a feel for it myself and be involved in the development. And now they've gone random grids as well. Gives me a bit of a chance being a bit rusty with qualifying, because I know if it was qualifying, if I make the top 10, I'll be really lucky. But yeah, no, it's just a bit of enjoyment really, and that's it.
It's not a bad weekend for it either. It's supposed to rain now. I think we've got pretty much sunshine for most of it. Are we feeling confident for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, the sunshine's really nice now for getting the karts prepped, not having to worry about awnings. But if I'm honest, if it's poured down with rain first thing in the morning, I'll be probably one of the most happy people in the paddock. But yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes. First race, I'm off the back of the grid, so see what damage we can do while everyone's napping in the morning. But other than that, that's it. I'll let you know tomorrow at the end of the day.
Well, we'll watch all of it anyway, so don't you worry. Cheers, Adam. Thank you very much. So have a quick wander out then, just have a thing, and we'll bring this one to a close in a few moments' time. Obviously, Teesside Autodrome National Circuit behind us, the National Loop part here, and then we're off round it. So we don't often see this end of the track from the camera perspective, because we've got a camera over there and one over there. So this part here for the National Loop and the bank round there is the bit that we don't often see too much. But thank you very much for joining us on this paddock walk. We'll hopefully be doing this throughout the rest of the season as well. So we'll be taking you to the other end of the paddock, and we'll be meeting as many drivers as we can throughout 2022. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Teesside Autodrome for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series for 2022. Grid is up on the screen then for the first of our finals today in our Bambino class. Pole position goes to Chloe McGill with Jake Gibbon alongside Franklin Street and Seb McCarthy on row 2 with Buddy Hugo and James Pybus on row 3.
Hey up.
Hello Tom.
How was your cake?
Good, I had a slice, didn't I? It wasn't technically a cake.
Oh, it's a cake.
Shortbread Mintero and chocolate, wasn't it?
We'll do cake chat now, shall we, while we're waiting for the Bambinos to get going?
Absolutely, and for round 2, hopefully the director will have knocked us up a cake hashtag cake chat graphic.
Yeah.
For the screen. But
we implore you to use hashtag cake chat on the YouTube comments.
Yeah, let us know your favourite cake as well. Honestly, that was a proper good slice.
Let us know your favourite cake. It's all got a bit partridge all of a sudden.
Man, I love the cake. I also love the mint arrow slice. It was steady. In fact, I had that as a precursor.
I love a cake. Adam, what's your favourite cake? It's gone very partridge, hasn't it?
It's just carrot cake, controversial.
Carrot cake? Said no one ever.
It's a vegetable in a cake. It's like, oh, I'll have a cabbage cake. Shut up,
Adam. That's instantly excluded you from cake chat in the future. Who do you think you are? Oh dear. Welcome back, everybody. Can you tell we've eaten and had coffee?
We've got a boost, haven't we?
Oh god. That was quite loud.
Franklin Street has made his way round into 3rd position, a delay getting him out of the dummy grid.
You've got a fan, David.
Have I really? Just the one?
Caleb Lawson-Donachie has said, loving the interviews with the young'uns.
Ah, fantastic. Probably more them than me. But away we go then in our first final of the day. And Franklin Street from 3rd place has had a flyer of a start down the inside. And Jake Gibbon's going to have to go up and over the curbs here at Teesside Autodrome. Good start as well, though, from Buddy Hugo up from P6 into 4th place as they make their way round the national loop for the first time, and Chloe McGill is already starting to move away as Franklin Street goes defensive to the inside. Gibbons then going to have to get out of that one, and Buddy Hugo will come through into 3rd place and might even be 2nd down the inside of Franklin Street, and it looks like as well Jake Gibbons going to get a good run down the back straight as well.
Yeah, Buddy Hugo with a double switcheroo looked really, really good there, and but it is
Gibbon round the outside.
Gibbon with the drag race down the back straight and takes back 2nd place.
Power. That's the sort of thing from there, wasn't it? Because he was miles back at the hairpin too.
Something we haven't mentioned so far is as well, just while this race begins to settle down almost, as Buddy Hugo gets a run, not quite enough to get up on the around the outside of Jake Gibbon, but something we haven't mentioned so far is the Ukraine flags that we've been carrying on the karts as well for this round and hopefully going forward, so long as that continues. But Buddy Hugo with one on the back of his helmet.
Absolutely, and that's all
there it is.
Yes, exactly. Most of them have come from Team Mentia in the paddock, and Tom, we raised not only here at Teesside as well, but also in the CKC and JKC paddock from their round at Wilton Mill, but cumulatively between the two raised over £1,000 with people making donations towards that cause, at least 600 of that coming from Teesside at the Winter Series round here in March. So really good to see a lot of drivers running them on the Nauseo panels as well of their karts down at the bottom end in prime view of the cameras as well. That is really, really good.
Yes, indeed, and it's a fantastic cause to support as well. I mean, it's obviously a horrible thing. We don't want to get into the politics of it or anything like that, especially not right now. But yes, great to see the support coming through for a very, very worthy cause. So we've got Chloe McGill already 4.6 seconds clear. Then it is going to be Jake Gibbon, as you can see on screen, still hounded by Buddy Hugo, who's going to try and make a move through. I'm sure as soon as he gets a sniff of an opportunity. Franklin Street is there in 4th, but now, unfortunately, around about 4 seconds behind. Then it's Seb McCarthy in 5th and James Pybus in 6th.
Slipstream from Buddy Hugo. He elects to go round the outside. Needs to get that done before the entry, and he will have to slot back in. there, which is a bit of a surprise really, because Gibbon had left plenty of space on the inside there for Buddy Hugo to pop the kart if necessary. So Hugo electing to go, maybe just lining it up for the next time round.
He's going to go for the switch back again here is Buddy Hugo, and there he goes.
He's going to leave him on the outside again though, unless he can get across. Let's have a quick look out the comm box window, see if we can get the half a second march on the lights on the screen, but it's still Jake Gibbon in the lead of this battle for second place, with Chloe McGill comfortable at the head of the pack. Nose to tail, the 111 and the 11 of Jake Gibbon and Buddy Hugo. Hugo taking a wider line in, and this time I think we'll be looking to get that cutback. Can he round this corner, and can he get to the inside? That's the side he's gone. He went outside before. Can he get to the inside? No. Back into the slipstream he goes of Jake Gibbon. Oh, actually got in the contact there in the back. That's what the wheel wobble was. You know, once you're in the back, the front end goes very light there, and you have very little in the way of grip. The treaded tyres anyway on these Coma C50 Bambinos, running that LeConte all-weather tyre. That's why you can see a groove down the middle of it. And if they were stationary, you'd see the grooves coming off to the sides as well. Gibbon holding firm from Buddy Hugo.
Yeah, quite a soft compound as well, isn't it? I mean, they do last quite well, but...
Yeah, we're not exactly scrubbing much of it.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is they last quite well because they're not going particularly fast, relatively speaking anyway, certainly towards, like, if you were going to compare it to a senior Rotax, for example.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want my 5-year-old to go any quicker than this, though.
No, I agree with that, definitely. But I mean, there are Army cadets and things like that.
Yeah, Army Bambino as well.
Sorry, Bambino. That's right.
So Buddy Hugo having a go down the inside there of Jake Gibbon, and Hugo in what will be his last season in the Bambino ranks before a switch to cadets. Now he looks like he's got a much more convincing cutback this time on Jake Gibbon, and he does slide through and into second place this time. So the move that he's tried on that switch back into hairpin 4 on a number of occasions already in this race now seems to have that one done on Jake Gibbon. And what can Gibbon do now that he's in the attack position rather than defence?
Well, Gibbon looked like he was looking around the outside of hairpin 4, and Hugo sort of, and he left the door open, and Hugo wasn't going to miss an opportunity like that, and straight through.
Here now, Gibbon gets a wider line there, but now Buddy Hugo's going to come right to the inside to stop Gibbon coming through. And we know Gibbon's got good straight line speed. We saw that earlier when he went round the outside, having got a good run out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight here. But what can he do in the attack position now? Can he go down the inside there? I thought he was going to have half a move as Hugo came out. Just looking at the moment to maintain that sort of speed and willing the kart on though, bouncing in the seat. We see that often at the start of Pro Kart races where they're trying to bounce to get it going. But Gibbon willing it on. Personal bests for the both of them in this race. 1 minute dead, 0.409 and then 0.474 for Gibbon respectively.
Yeah, still 11 seconds off the back of Chloe McGill, who is absolutely flying again. And there goes Gibbon again. He seems to be looking to the right as he goes through left-handers. So we saw it again there through hairpin 1. Exactly what he did in hairpin 4, but obviously this time he couldn't leave the door open because Buddy Hugo had already gone through. So can keep an eye on that and whether there's a potential issue there. But still very, very close to the back of Buddy Hugo. And James Pybus there, sticking to the line. Very well done. As they come over the line, 50 seconds to go. Of course, Chloe McGill well down the road at the moment, so we might even get 2 more laps here. We'll see what the time is going to be when McGill crosses the line. Looks like the last lap board is being readied in front of us. Of course, our commentary position right on the start-finish line now, so we've got a perfect eye view of what the marshals are doing.
McGill is making her way round South Bank towards hairpin 3 at the minute, so it's a race now as to whether she's going to get through. With
I
10
don't think she
seconds
will.
remaining.
10.
It's going to be tight. Let's
I
see.
think the board's going to go out regardless, is it? Oh! Oh no, the board did go out, but she crossed the line just as it ticked onto 0.
It is the final lap then.
So this
for
is the last lap
our
of the race.
Bambinos, fractionally there. Chloe McGill won't mind. She'll get to see the checkered flag a minute earlier than she potentially could have done. The battle for second and the final 2 steps on the podium still going on here then between Buddy Hugo and Jake Gibbon as they make their way round the national loop and through the chicanes. Franklin Street a comfortable 4th, Seb McCarthy 5th with James Pybus in 6th place. Gibbon almost got to the inside there of Buddy Hugo as they go down the back straight, but has to drop back in. Out of the final corner then comes your race leader onto the back of Sebastian McCarthy and moves round the outside and through. It's been a perfect day for Chloe McGill. She takes the checkered flag. 4 victories, 3 heats of the final for the 18 and a maximum points haul, as well as a new lap record on the final lap as well here in Coma C50 Bambino, going sub 59 seconds as well. That was 55.8, so a new lap record here at Teesside Autodrome, broken by the 18 of Chloe McGill on her final lap of this Teesside National Circuit. The podium she'll be sharing with Buddy Hugo and Jake Gibbon in 2nd and 3rd respectively, with Franklin Street crossing the line. He'll be in 4th place with Sebastian McCarthy and James Pybus completing our Bambino grid here at Teesside Autodrome.
Just about to get McGill over the line again in front of us to clear the track, and we will give her our traditional round of applause for the final. And there she goes, flexing the muscles again as she comes over the line and into pit lane. We love that. And as we said earlier, yeah, celebrations here are, well, I certainly am a big fan of in the paddock. David is as well. He just doesn't like a dab.
I just don't like dabs. I mean, any celebration is fine, but not a dab.
So moving on swiftly, that's our first final of the day done. We will move on to our second final, which will be Junior Pro Kart.
Junior Pro Kart then already looking to make their way out. We do have 1 or 2 more Bambinos. Pole position then will go to Harvey Still with 2 heat wins and a 2nd place. Alongside him on the front row, Christian Oblang with Max Shields and Seb Pereira on row 2, Amy Frame and Sophie Pawsey on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harry Brown alongside Joe Arnold with Harry Roddis and Ben Arnold on the 5th row. Pro Kart are out then as we see James Pybus on the Weybridge scale there, making sure he's over the weight limit now. His kart stopped. The reason that they haven't rolled through there, Tom, is because the gate at the other end will be shut for post-event scrutineering for our final, and also they'll be having the transponders taken off the back as well, which is what the 2 staff members were doing there, taking their transponders off the back. The little box on the kart that tells the race control how quickly each driver has been on each lap.
I did like the sticker kit on James Pybus.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
As well. Very nice. If you designed that yourself, James, well done. That's a very, very lovely looking kart.
Or controversy in the live chat comments as well.
Oh.
Kirsty Hisaji's been on saying that carrot cake is the best.
Well, Kirsty, with the greatest of respect, you're wrong.
Very.
Thank you for joining us.
Although she has also she also bookended that with "Come on, Sophie Pawsey," which segues us back.
Oh, there we go. Right, okay. Well, that you've redeemed yourself.
Yes,
now.
thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty.
Final few runners then rolling into position. Harry Roddice rolls the 88 in. And then we can have Ben Arnold as well. Our 10 runners then in Junior Pro Kart. Marshall making his way towards the head of the field here then. Front row, Harvey Still. Alongside him, Christian Oblag with Max Shields and Seb Pereira. On the second row, Amy Frame and Sophie Pawsey completing the top 6.
Oh, not the best start from Max Shields. He's going to lose a place at least.
Yeah, Amy Frame's going to go all the way around the outside, is he? No, Shields gets the elbows out, and this side-by-side action, and Amy Frame spins on the opening corner of this final. Going side-by-side with Max Shields into that first corner, and 2 into 1 didn't go. Luckily, though, she hasn't dropped too much, although hard on the brakes into hairpin 1. She's spun out again. It's going to mean she's going to be well down the field now, unfortunately, for Frame.
That was your fault.
Absolutely, always is. Commentator's curse. Harry Brown tries to go down the inside of the 2 of Joe Arnold into South Bank and does so. Good overtake then for the 47 of Brown. That puts him now, Tom, up to 6th with Amy Frame running, having that incident on the opening lap. Over the line they come then for the first time, up to 12 laps then for this final. Harvey Still, Christian Oblang and Max Shields are top 3. Pawsey, Pereira, Brown, Arnold, Roddice, Ben Arnold and Amy Frame then complete your 10 runners.
And Joe Arnold with that difficult heat as well, showing well in 7th place now.
Yeah, had the issues, didn't he, and ended up bringing that kart in early. He'll be beyond half race distance, so will have picked up points for that 10th place finish.
Yes, indeed, and we've got the front 3 we expected, to be honest, at the start of the day. So we expected these 3 in the final to be battling it out. It is a bit of a shame that Amy Frame and Sophie Pawsey as well aren't involved in this, and Seb Pereira as well, who we thought might be in a sort of train of 6, but these 3 have gapped it so far.
Pawsey has taken advantage, Tom. I don't know whether it was that first lap incident or whether she's found a way past Seb Pereira later on in the lap, but she's up into 4th place with Pawsey in front of Sebastian Pereira and Harry Brown sticking on the back of them now in this battle for 4th place. And, Tom, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Harry Brown, but he's very, very new to Junior Pro Karts. This will be about his 5th or 6th race. Still only 11 years old from Manchester, having moved up from the cadet class last season. And we often talk about Junior Pro Kart, that additional weight being a difficult one to adapt to. And he's coming along very, very nicely.
He is. I do remember him, obviously, in cadets last year. But yeah, definitely having a good showing so far. And will only get faster with experience as well.
Yeah, honestly, it looks tiny in the seat though, compared to some of the others. It looks really, really small. There's been a change though behind. Sebastian Pereira has got through on Sophie Pawsey.
Shields is looking racy now behind Oblang.
Needs to get through though, doesn't he, Tom? Or at the very least needs to work with Christian Oblang to try and close down that gap to Harvey Still.
Yeah, I think Shields is either going to need to get through very quickly and very cleanly, or he's going to have to work with Oblag to get up there towards Still, because Still is going to be pulling away. It was 8/10 on the previous lap. It's now 9/10, so going quicker and pulling away. So unless they can do something quickly here, these 2, it's going to make it very difficult to catch Harvey Still. As you said, David, Sebastian Pereira has moved through into 4th place. Then it's Sophie Pawsey, Harry Brown, Joe Arnold, Harry Roddice, Ben Arnold and Amy Frame.
Amy Frame's had another spin, Tom, caught up onto the back of Ben Arnold and then outbraked herself into F1, so that's the 3rd time, unfortunately,
that's
Frame's
unfortunate.
been round, and after what had been quite a strong day up until this point.
Yeah, it had actually been showing really well, but it's a final to forget, definitely for Amy Frame. But maybe that's 3rd time's a charm, and that's it for spins, hopefully.
Yeah, it doesn't always go as you planned. As Sophie Pawsey puts in a personal best of a 46.689. Still top. We're not even at half race distance yet. Shields, though, still needs to find a way past Oblang as the gap to Harvey Still is going out around about a 10th of a lap.
I was wondering whether Shields was going to work with Oblang, but Oblang had a good look round then, and Shields gave him absolutely no signal whatsoever. So
that might be why.
To me, it seems like he's just going to go up the inside and is not hanging about. It certainly isn't willing to work with Christian.
I thought he was going to just ease off the brake there and just roll that one down the inside and leave it up to Oblang as to whether he was going to have to turn in on him or not, but Shields seemed to comply as Brown puts in a personal best of a 46.573. 10th quicker than Pawsey's was on the previous lap.
Harvey Still consistently a 10th quicker than the two behind. So it was 0.9, then it was a second, now it's 0.1, 1.1. So just pulling out or eking out a 10th of a second a lap over Christian Oblang.
Shields to get down the inside this time. No, push the right way round. It's not thrown one down the inside at all here, has he? At all. Tom as Max Shields with Christian Oblang. Shields, who last year had his first year in juniors, finished runner-up here to Lennon French, although did go on to win the JKC title in juniors as well. Oblang in front of him, Tom, looked a lot tighter in that corner there as Roddis and Amy Frame both put in personal bests further down the field. That's Harry Brown, Tom, in the background. You can see how much he looks so much smaller to the others behind. He doesn't even need to pop his head down behind there, does he? He still does anyway, but closing right up on the back of Sophie Pawsey.
And as he gets bigger and as he gets stronger, so will come the speed and the grip and the handling as well.
Absolutely, he's already giving himself a very, very good account of things. 4 laps remaining then as our leaders make their way over. Still Oblang and Shields remain your top 3 before there's a gap of 3 seconds, then back to Sebastian Pereira, Sophie Pawsey and Harry Brown. Pereira has broken away ever slightly from that battle, but isn't closing in on those in front of him. Still 3.2 the gap, and with 3.5 laps remaining, he's not going to get there unless they trip themselves up. Change though for second place. I was about to say potentially briefly, because it looked like Oblang was going to come through back down the inside, but Shields put the brakes on and stopped that one from happening. Now let's see whether Max Shields has got the actual race pace to move away from Christian Oblang, or whether he's just taking advantage of that there. Let's see now as they come through. Confirmation on the screen with Shields going green that he is indeed now into second place. The gap though, Tom, with 3 remaining at 1.4 seconds is a big one.
It's very difficult to catch that unless he's going to get some help from Christian Oblang, but I don't think he is.
He's going to need 4 tenths in the next 2 laps to put him anywhere near the slipstream of Harvey Still.
Yeah, correct. It's going to be very, very difficult. I've been keeping my eye on the Pawsey and Harry Brown battle as well, which is off screen at the moment, but has been a very good one. And we switched to it when these two made the overtake. But yeah, Harry Brown doing very well behind Sophie Pawsey, as we said. Harvey Still setting the fastest lap of the race as well, 46 flat, but didn't really pull much, if anything, over Max Shields.
No, but
I mean that's not
put that time in when he needed it, Tom. But I don't know whether he knew that he needed it. He was probably just pumping in the fastest laps while he's out at the front.
Yeah, exactly. Using the tyre while he can.
Yeah, I don't think he's looked over his shoulder and thought, "Oh, I need to pick this one up."
It's not helped Max Shields at all, has it? With Still putting in the fastest lap of the race there.
No, not at all.
Oh, I thought Oblang was going up the inside
I thought he
then.
was straight lining that down the inside into the final corner there for Christian Oblang.
Last lap board is out for Harvey Still. 1.6 seconds, so pulled another 2 tenths on Max Shields. So, barring any problems for Still.
Personal best as well there for Christian Oblang, and now is the time. If he's going to do anything, he's got to get past Max Shields. Shields is still running nicely there, and it looked like Oblang was considering a move down the inside into the hairpin 1, but Shields had the move scouted, as he did there down the back straight as he moved over to the white line. And, Shields defending this second place now. He knows that the win is gone, as Harvey Still is out of the final corner through the dog leg. He's already celebrating the victory. Harvey Still takes the win from Maximus Shields and Christian Oblag, the top three. Pereira will get fourth. Then it's going to be Pawsey, Brown and Joe Arnold almost nose to tail over the line, 8/10 between them. And then the recovering Amy Frame will come through in 8th place in front of Harry Roddis and Ben Arnold.
So there we go. All done and dusted for our second final of the day as well.
Rattling through them, aren't we, Tom, at this rate? It's not even much beyond 4:30 and we've got this show wrapped up.
Correct.
We always do get through them reasonably quickly here, though.
Well, it's nice and well organised, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a kart stationary, the quad's always on standby, isn't it? And it's,
exactly.
You know, and as soon as it's safe to do so, it's out and they get it cleared. And
I think another reason is that they do have the quad here.
Yeah.
A lot of other circuits, you've got to get the trolley out to that part of the circuit, and then it's got to get trolleyed back off the circuit as well, and it just delays things throughout the day. Whereas here, it just goes straight on the back of the trailer and cleared, and next race out.
It does really, really help. Next race out, though, will be our Pro class in Honda Cadets.
Right there, kiddo.
Very good.
Just doing some lunges.
Limbering up, wasn't I, for this to do the grid with Thomas Potter on pole position and maximum points haul from his 3 heats. Sees him on pole with Harris Alley starting alongside. Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Amy Peacock share row 2. William Howard and Ben Robinson on row 3. Jack Collinston starts 7th alongside Joshua Sullivan, with JJ Plowman and Ethan Charles completing the top 10. Sam Hayes starts 11th alongside Holly Swan. Then we'll have Stanley Clark and Edward Rye for our Pro class here in Hondas. They're going to make their way round. I say there's 14 runners today. I think we could potentially get that up to 15 or 16 with a few returnees later on in the season, in terms of Max Gilman, who's gone to Wilton Mill today. We're also missing Larry Price, who was practicing yesterday, and Jensen White, another one of our drivers that will more than likely be in our Pro class. So potential, Tom, later on in the year for this top class in our Honda Cadets to grow to 16, 17 even as well, and there
may even be others joining us as well.
Absolutely.
You never know.
Is this?
That's the beauty of Teesside, where we welcome one and all.
Absolutely, and there's this Honda Cadet 200 class, and the 200s just seem to keep growing and growing, Tom. And you know, I've been to RPM in the engine supplier in the last couple of months when they announced that they were going to have all of these engines resealed with the one-piece seal, you know, and just the amount of engines they were having to get done before, you know, they were looking at almost 1,000 engines all in this sort of class, between not only this, the juniors, the seniors, then obviously you've got BPEC as well, all the teams that are running that run in the 24-hour race as well, that would potentially race in other series that don't always race 200s, but they've got them there as and when they need them. Plus then all the championship pool engines as well that are running, that are needed for that as well. So
they're very busy.
Absolutely, gives them something to do, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
We'd hate for Roger, Sam and Wilkes to have nothing to do, would we? So
they need to get in touch with me anyway, don't they?
Here we go then for Honda Cadet Pro, the third of 8 finals for you here at Teesside Autodrome today.
Has anybody got an answer for Thomas Potter?
Difficult to say, isn't it? But let's find out. Green flag is up in the air from our start line. Marshall, it's down. It's a fantastic start, Tom, from Harris Alley all the way across the front of Thomas Potter, and he's going to lead round the national loop for the first time. Let's see how everybody else slots into position. William Howard goes ever so slightly wide, and the answer to Thomas Potter is that of Harris Alley. Leading the way then with a rocket ship start into the lead. Potter once again, after that one first reasonable start earlier on, Tom, once again getting hampered off the line, and now has some work to do to retake the lead. We saw earlier on Amy Peacock had a stab at getting through and then lost it almost immediately. What can Harris Ali do, Tom, in this final? We've mentioned it before. He parks that kart perfectly when he's out at the front. Very difficult to overtake, but does what he needs to do as William Howard runs slightly wide, almost opens the door, but gets on the power early enough to move through. Over the line they come then for the first of 10 laps. Ali leading the way from Potter, Peacock, Robinson, Stansmore, Wilson, Howard, Sullivan, Collinson, Charles and Hayes.
As we've said, it is very difficult to overtake Ali, but I think Potter's going to have a look up the inside here. And does, but can he get through? No, they're side-by-side contact, but there was a gap there.
Cut back, down the
there
inside.
There he goes up the inside. It's going to be a drag race now down to South Bank. Who's got the better grunt? It is Potter, and Harris Ali chops across the inside, and that's Potter back into the lead and already gapping away from Harris Ali. So got good drive out of there with that cutback.
I thought Harris Ali was going to actually try and cut back down the inside as Ben Robinson tries to go down the inside of Harris Ali. That was half a move, and he had to get hard on the brakes in the middle of hairpin 4.
And that's
and
allowed
Stansmore,
Wilson and Peacock through.
Yeah, they're through. He got hung out to dry on the outside. Didn't keep the foot in, allowed two other drivers to come through, but I think because he was so far out, I think in that train, I thought he just wasn't going to be able to get back in there. Once again, Tom, there, William Howard going very wide. Seems to be struggling a little bit for grip in the early part of this race, but we've seen him throughout the day. That kart has come really good in the latter part of each race as they're 3 wide between Plowman, Swan and Hayes round the outside. A little bit of side pod. Hayes gets forced ever so slightly wide. Edward Rye right on the back of that one, Tom, giving a really, really good account of himself, Edward Rye. This is his 4th race in Honda Cadet. Not 4th race in Pro, 4th race in Honda Cadet, straight out of Bambino and straight on the pace of the big class.
Yeah, absolutely, and your top 10 across the line is Thomas Potter, Harris Ali, Isabella Stansmore, Wilson, Amy Peacock, Ben Robinson, William Howard, Joshua Sullivan, Jack Collinson, Ethan Charles and Holly Swan.
Really, really tight battles, Tom, all the way down this field. Everybody's got somebody to race with, and Stansmore Wilson there. Was that a helmet tap or a wave? Down the inside she comes there, almost onto the grass. Harris Ali's going to have to keep this one tight. He could lose 2. He has lost 2. He's lost 3. Down the inside goes Ben Robinson. 3 places then for Harris Ali. Joshua Sullivan gets to the inside of William Howard as well. Howard's going to go out onto the rumble strip. They're going to be side by side through the chicane. They're on the outside. There's more contact, side pod to side pod between Howard and Sullivan. They've managed to slot back in though. Collinson can't take advantage of those 2 squabbling.
Lots and lots of personal bests all the way up and down the field as well, being set on that lap. So tyres starting to come back in now.
Sorry, Ben Robinson down the inside of Harris Ali and forces Ali wide. Ali comes back down the inside again. They're going to be 2 wide down the back straight. Harris Ali on the inside, Ben Robinson on the outside. Robinson's got a little bit more speed and he's coming in. They are 3 wide. Sullivan's trying to get round the outside as well. It's a long way round there. Can he dive down the inside? Oh, contact into the back as Howard slots to the inside to defend. Now they're going to be 3 wide in there, and that's not going to work. Howard's going to run very, very wide. Sullivan through into what now I believe could be 6th place, but he's going to be on the outside. Can he slot back in? They're 2 wide as they go into the D chicane in front between Robinson and Ali. Sort yourselves out. They're still all single file. The top 3 have gone. It's almost like the podium's been settled and everybody else is scrapping it out behind.
And Ali up the inside into hairpin 1 and makes it back through to the front of this train.
Some robust driving out there on this train, Tom, isn't there? But it's back all the way back now then, Tom, from 4th to 14.
Oh, and Robinson was looking the wrong way at Sullivan and then opened the door to Harris Ali.
Yeah, that door might not have an opening, you see. There we go, down the inside. Little bit of bumping and boring between them. There's a warning flag coming out. Not sure who it is. They're 2 wide all the way through there. This is going to be 2, 3 wide all the way through. Over the line. Oh, I really just don't know. 97 is going to pick up a contact warning there. Who's that one? That's Ben Robinson.
Potter setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well. He's 1.2 seconds clear of Stansmore Wilson. Then it's Peacock, and then we've got this train of Ali all the way down to Stanley Clark in 14th.
Oh, Sam Hayes down the inside there of JJ Plowman, the 11 on the 111. Hayes, I think, put his arm up halfway through as a bit of an apology. He's going to get the cutback, though, down the inside onto this back straight. Still 3.5 laps remaining in this action-packed final here in Honda Cadets. Plowman goes wide round South Bank. Stansmore Wilson still second with Peacock in third. And if you stayed and listened to us as they're side by side then once again between Sullivan and William Howard, and Sullivan's going to come all the way round the outside there, and that's going to be 6th place for the 13 machine. Howard drops down into 7th place. They're still making their way around the national loop. Stansmore Wilson predicted a podium of Thomas Potter, herself and Amy Peacock, and at the moment that looks like what it's going to be as Ben Robinson gets down the inside of Harris Ali. And they're still side by side there as they can. One of them's going to have to relent here. Are they down the back straight? Let's have a quick look.
I think Howard's giving Sullivan a push down the back straight to try and push through as well.
He's going slightly wide as well there then. And then Howard has to get out off that throttle. And Collinson not too far back, Tom, either in the 91 machine.
No, this is a train all the way down to 14th.
Sensational racing.
If something goes wrong here, you're going to go very quickly. You're right down to very last place.
If you get hung out, you really are going to get hung out here, aren't you, as they come through. And that camera view now, Tom, now we're a bit further down with the camera, really shows that how much speed these drivers are going through that chicane. They're just going in a little bit of a lift, and then they're making their way through. Just how close they're racing here. There's a half an inch at times between them as Harris Ali goes down the inside of Ben Robinson, and as that balked his exit as well, Sullivan's going to try and come across.
He is, and so is Howard.
Howard's coming round the outside as well. Can he be brave all the way round the outside of there? I think he might be, Tom. Who's going to blink first into that corner? Harris Ali. Side pod to side pod, through they come. Howard's going to have track position, and there we go again. Collinson could potentially take advantage. He is going to get Holly Swan through as well. 3 and 4 wide. Last lap board is out. Do we really want this to end?
Never.
Oh, contact. Harris Ali and JJ Plowman have come together through the D chicane, and Harris Ali spins down into 14th place.
And that's what we said, if one thing goes wrong, it's going to be last place. That was it. It was just, this grid has been so close. From 4th all the way down to 14th, and unfortunately Harris Ali coming off the worst out of this.
He's had a really strong day, Tom, with the exception of the last lap.
We've now got Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore Wilson going at it for the 2nd place.
Out of the
Thomas
final
Potter
corner,
about to take the win.
Yeah, there on the screen, out of the final corner though, Thomas Potter. 4 race victories and the championship lead after round 1 for Potter. Stansmore Wilson's going to get 2nd from Peacock. 4th place is going to be a drag race to the line. Robinson gets it from Sullivan, who sets a personal best. Holly Swan gets 6th with Collinson, Plowman, Hayes and Howard the top 10. Charles, Wright, Clark and Harris Ali comes over the line in what I can only say, Tom, from his overall race day, an undeserved 14th place. But unfortunately in motorsport, it often does not go the way that you want it when you want it to happen.
Yeah, unfortunate for Harris Ali there to come off worst in that battle, but I mean, it was a freight train, wasn't it? 4th all the way down to 14th.
Yeah, and going side by side through that chicane, through the D chicane, we always know it's going to be a tough one, you know, and it does require bravery, but also sometimes it requires a little bit of luck as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is Cadet Pro done and dusted as well. Congratulations to our podium sitters as well. That was a fantastic result, really, wasn't it? And Thomas Potter as well. 3 wins and 3 heat wins and the final. If you just look at that, it looks easy work, doesn't it? But it's certainly in the final, it was anything but that for the first few laps.
Absolutely not. And we know he's good, Tom. We've seen him here before with some fantastic results. You know, it'd be interesting to see when all of these Hondas come off, you know, with how close that racing was, whether there's any front fairing penalties with the drop down nose or anything similar to that. We'll keep you updated with that, but as it stands, the podium will be Thomas Potter, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Amy Peacock. And if I'm honest, Tom, those 3 are going to be there or thereabouts throughout all of the season. I think from me, I'm just going to have a look to see whether there was any incidents in Pro Kart. There wasn't, so that's clear on that one. Hopefully we'll get an update and some confirmations on results for our finals, if hopefully there wasn't any indiscretions, because that was a fantastic race, Tom, as we see JJ Plowman and there's Sam Hayes making their way over. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's over there.
It's on the other side of the circuit.
There's a road there, Tom.
There is.
Yes, look,
There's also a supermarket there as well.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, just on that side of the bank, there's a dual carriageway.
Yes.
So
I think it's a little bit past that. It might be on the industrial estate.
Whatever it is, we hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. There is smoke drifting across the circuit as well,
so
though.
If you are a driver down there, put your visor down. You don't want that getting in there, do you?
No, definitely not. It's going to be pretty accurate, that. Although, I'm saying that. Oh, no, I was going to say it looked like it was going out.
Smoke screen.
But they are heading out for our clubman cadets, so we will go to a sting and then run you through the grid. So the final for clubman cadet. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Next.
Bear with us a moment. Here we go. That's a bit more like it. So we've got Mason Dinsdale taking pole position. Samuel Yeadon in second. Third place will be Sebastian Benson. Fourth will be Ollie Carter. Then it's Drew Davidson and Caden Simpson. Riley Buckton-Young in P7, then Summer Wood, Charlie Ibble, Mason Webster, Joey Swan and Josh Hushka. Alfie McBain, Morgan Cooney, Alfie Watson, Layla Berryman, Jamie Balding and Thomas Harper. Then it's Riley Sims-Ezard and Bradley Swift.
If anybody's wondering what the brackets were next to drivers, you'll notice that they've been next to drivers who've got the same amount of points, and what that does is it gives us a defining point as to who starts in front of the other for the final, and it's based on the finishing position of heat number 1.
Ah, so it's a tiebreaker.
It is. It's basically, it rewards qualifying and then obviously your first heat of the day where you're more likely to, finishing, go in that position from your qualifying. So it's a tiebreaker on terms of points. So we had a few there in that one and in the preceding Honda race as well. I'm sure we'll have a fair few as well, Tom, in our senior Pro Kart, although that is a little bit more of an anomaly because if you start towards the front in your first heat, you're more likely to start further forwards. But when there's 36 of you, you're starting side by side. I don't think one place makes a massive difference, does it? So nonetheless, we are gridding up for our Honda Cadet Club final. Riley Sims-Ezard gets straightened up there at the back in the number 43 machine. Just in front of him is Jamie Balding, the young driver from Retford in Nottinghamshire, joining us here for the first time. As the start line marshal makes his way all the way up, he'll pop into shot in a few moments' time. And this one for me, Tom. Will Samuel Yeadon get another rocket ship of a start off that front row on the outside? He did in Heat 2, but didn't in Heat 3. It was Dinsdale who got the run that time. Who's going to anticipate the flag this time round? The green is up, the green is down. It was a very, very quick start from our pole sitter in that one.
Sebastian Benson had a pretty poor one, to be honest. Dropped back, is in P5, but I was going to say they've sorted all of themselves out and gone line astern around the national loop, but then they decided to go 3 wide.
They did. Ollie Carter down the inside, and there's a spin for Sebastian Benson, and there's a few more as well. There's contact.
Oh,
Alfie Watson, Alfie McBain as well.
Morgan Cooney as well.
Morgan Cooney into the tyres down there. Bradley Swift's had a spin as well. That's really spread it out. Alfie Watson jumps out of the kart. He's going to head into retirement. Morgan Cooney, I think he's going to be able to rejoin, although this is just going to be an elongated test session for him now because he's half a lap down. Alfie Watson's got back in the kart. Hopefully he'll be able to drive that kart at the very least onto the grass and out of the way, because they're going to need some yellow flags in a moment, because I think he could be clear by then, but the leaders already are coming through with Mason Dinsdale leading the way then from Samuel Yeadon, Drew Davidson and Ollie Carter, the top 4. Then it's Riley Buckton-Young in 5th place, Summer Wood, Caden Simpson, Mason Webster, Charlie Ibel and Joey Swan.
So they head down the back straight for the second time.
Oh, Davidson, Tom, through from 3rd place on Yeadon.
Nice move there, out dragged down the back straight. A little bump and run from Yeadon, but didn't quite do him any favours. He didn't get through, but a little tap to the back of Davidson there, coming into hairpin 3.
And on the back of that as well, now joining this battle, the Mark Young Generator Hire sponsored Riley Buckton Young in the number 6 kart joins onto the back of this now, a 4-kart battle for second place.
So this is starting to concertina back together now. Riley Buckton Young, as you said, on the 4th one in this train, but Mason Dinsdale is a second up the road from these 4 on screen now.
Yeah, what I will say about that, Tom, and you know, it's not that I'm trying to cause anybody any undue stress or anything like that, but
please don't.
He was very, very quick off the line, and we've seen it before here at Teesside. There's some drivers that are fantastic at anticipating, but we'll see how that one pans out later on.
I didn't see the Clark get on the radio, but that doesn't mean there's nothing coming.
No, it was a quick one. We'll just have to see how that one pans out. I mean, the way he's going, even if he picks up a small penalty, he might just drive away from everybody else.
He might be 5 seconds clear anyway by the end of it.
Oh, yeah. Tom, they're up on the digi flag.
Under investigation, number 24. I'm not sure whether. Well, I'm not sure what that attention Mason Dinsdale can pay that, if any.
No, not at all. There's nothing, certainly nothing you can do about it, is there?
No.
From that, but as with, he will know. You know, drivers will know.
He can't give positions back because he doesn't know how many to give back.
Even at a young age, you know, drivers in their heart of hearts, they know if they've gone too soon. So I'm sure they'll be looking at that and see. There's a spin in front of him, Bradley Swift. Hopefully he doesn't rejoin in the traffic. He's done well there actually to stay out of the way and let everybody else come through. So good awareness there then from Bradley Smith. Tom, for Mick, Drew Davidson now, Tom, has moved away as Caden Simpson has now joined this battle for from 3rd place all the way down. Caden Simpson now gets alongside Riley Buckton Young. Mason Webster in the background looking to try and take advantage. The 7 then alongside the 6, and Caden Simpson comes through down the inside of Riley Buckton Young. Some really good driving, Tom, in this club class. He's coming through. Simpson obviously had that off earlier, so he's had to come through and make up a few places in his final. Mason Webster started the final in 10th place, having had that off in heat number 2 as well, and he's right on the back there now of Riley Buckton Young as they come through over start finish. Half race distance, Tom, sorry.
Say exactly that, half race distance. So we're halfway through this race, and that is Mason Dinsdale 1.2 seconds clear, but they are still scrapping away over 3rd place here. Who's going to take the final step of the podium? Looks like Drew Davidson has started to walk away a little bit here. He's almost a second clear.
Simpson down the inside of Ollie Carter, and Riley Buckton Young has left the door open as well. And Mason Webster's going to try and thread the number 2 down the inside into hairpin number 3. The move's still going on. I thought he was through onto South Bank. Riley Buckton Young holds on to it though by the skin of his teeth.
And then coming out of there, Ollie Carter got fully sideways, coming out of hairpin 4. And lost a place to Caden Simpson.
Personal best.
That was down the straight.
Yeah, it was personal best then for Davidson and Yeadon. The gap though still 1.3 seconds to our race leader Mason Dinsdale. Sebastian Benson starts making his way back through. He's up to 12th place. Jamie Balding 13th after starting down on the back row as Caden Simpson gets a good run down the inside of Samuel Yeadon, although Yeadon has a good bit of top end in that 118 machine.
He's come alive in this final as Caden Simpson, hasn't he? Looking for a podium place here.
This is where he's going to work now, get that cutback. He's on the power so much earlier. Contact though with Yeadon between the two of them, and that's going to bring Ollie Carter back into play as well. Buckton Young and Mason Webster right on the back of each other. Personal bests all the way through then, down into 8th place for Summer Wood, with Charlie Iable and Joey Swan completing that top 10. And this battle is fantastic between these 5 karts. Yeadon, Simpson, and Simpson gets a little bit of snap oversteer, does he, in the middle of that corner? Think he might get a good run though, and it's a much better run this time on the inside of Samuel Yeadon, and there's contact between the two of them as Yeadon comes across to defend on Caden Simpson. And now can Ollie Carter try and run this one all the way round the outside? Mason Webster's down the inside of Riley Buckton-Young, and Young closes the door.
Not sure how Caden Simpson's going to feel about that, because he had the line there, and Yeadon sort of moved across and came off better. But, you know, if you're Yeadon, it was a complete 50-50. He could have gone either way. Although there was contact, it could have speared Yeadon off.
Yeah, absolutely there between the two of them. We're almost at last lap board time, Tom, and they'll be seeing it this time when they come round. So Dinsdale and Davidson have moved away. They've got comfortable 1s and 2s as it stands, certainly on the track. There's the warning for Samuel Yeadon not to be, we sort of expected it. One for Caden Simpson as well, the two of them as they make their way down. Now it's Simpson down the inside. Yeadon's going to have to give that one up there, isn't he? As Riley Buckton-Young once again goes wide round South Bank. Into hairpin 3 they go, and Caden Simpson is up into 3rd place, but only for about seconds, and there's contact between Simpson and Yeadon. They're both round.
It left a gap. Caden Simpson, he had a wide entry. There was a gap there for Yeadon to go up the inside of, and then I don't think he expected the line that Simpson was doing. We knew what he was going to do because he'd been doing it all race.
Absolutely, that's going to promote Ollie Carter up into P3, Riley Buckton-Young into 4th, Mason Webster in 5th, still within touching distance of a podium in front of him. The top three, the three of them now battling it out for that final step. Carter has a look over his shoulder. This is your battle for the lead then. On screen, Dinsdale, the gap's closing down to Davidson. But Davidson is going to run out of time, I think, in this one. We are, of course, on the final lap in this Honda Cadet Club final. And Carter runs wide. Can Buckton-Young get the cutback? Round the final corner they go. They're going to be side by side over the line. Dinsdale takes the victory on track. Davidson's going to get 2nd. Carter 3rd. Buckton-Young 4th. Webster in P5. From Wood, Eibel, Swan, Husker and Caden Simpson recovering to P10.
Whew, and breathe. That was a hectic one again in Cadet Club. Congratulations to Mason Dinsdale on the win in that particular one. Lights to flag, but is still under investigation, the 24 of Mason Dinsdale, so we'll see what happens in regards to that. We will bring an update as soon as we have one, but certainly didn't win the race by 5 seconds. So if a 5-second penalty is applied, not sure how that one is going to go. If it is a 5-second penalty as well, it will certainly not be the race win for Mason Dinsdale, but we will bring you news as soon as we have it. There may not be a penalty at all. It was a quick start, that's for sure, but whether it was legal or not, we will have to see.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm back.
So we will move on swiftly as well. So, yes, once again, congratulations to Mason Dinsdale. Okay, we've had an update. So we have had an update. It is going to be a 5-second penalty applied to Mason Dinsdale, which unfortunately not only relegates him from the overall race win, but actually will be off the podium as well and down to 5th place. So that shows how close that Cadet Clubman final was. But yes, unfortunately for Mason Dinsdale, adjudged to have jumped the start and will has received a 5-place penalty.
Which is unfortunate, Tom, on that one, because I think he may well have won the final anyway, but in the end, jump start's a jump start. It's another one of them black and white penalties, isn't it? So Drew Davidson will inherit the victory then in that class. Next up, though, will be our first of our rolling start finals with Finley Watson on the junior Rotax pole position with Lizzie Mentier alongside Rocco Baker and Alfie Warbank. Row 2, Bella Franklin and Catherine Potter on row 3. Nathan Jensen alongside David Thompson-Mack, if he can get that kart back out in 8th, with Vincent Bailey as well, who didn't finish in heat number 3. He will start in 9th. And just going back to that Honda one, Tom, feel a little bit for Mason Dinsdale in terms of that final. You know, we had the pace all day with 2 heat victories, but unfortunately, jump start is a jump start, and you know whether you benefit too much from it or not, if you still do, it still happens all the same as the tail end of our Honda Club class make their way through and over the weighbridge. So we're just going to clear the track because it's time to get them junior Rotaxes out. So Davidson will inherit the top step there on that one. Can't even, so much action there, Tom. I can't even remember who finished second, third, fourth, and everything else.
Well, we had.
I think I might put Riley Buckton Young up top there because Ollie Carter will get second, and I might put Riley Buckton Young in third place in that one. We saw obviously Caden Simpson drove superbly throughout the day, quitting himself equally as well as Riley Buckton Young to Honda Machinery here at Teesside, having stepped out of the micros, the cargo bridge in the background there, cargo bridge ferry.
One of the tourist spots for Teesside or Middlesbrough? Middlesbrough.
Is it on TripAdvisor?
It wouldn't surprise me. I think my house is on TripAdvisor. Everything's on TripAdvisor nowadays, isn't it?
What rating would you give your house?
A comfortable 3 out of 5.
Is it the top rated attraction in your village?
Of course it is. It's my house. Highly rated.
Absolutely. Good quality catering.
Yes. Highly recommended. Would come again.
7 runners then. It looks like David Thompson Mack and Vincent Bailey are not with us for this junior Rotax final.
So rolling up lap. We've done your grid. This is the warm-up lap, and then we've got a rolling up lap because of the new tyres for this season. So if you are just tuning in for the finals, we've got a new tyre in Rotax, so they've moved across from the Mojo onto the Comet, so we're giving them an extra rolling up lap just to generate that heat, but also it improves the safety as well.
More importantly, if you are just joining us, what have you been doing the rest of your day? Should have been watching us here. Slowed this one up quite a lot, haven't we? Early doors, Tom.
Yep. Hopefully we can get nice and organised, nice and early.
Yeah. As they try to get some temperature in them times. Rocco Baker's getting impatient.
Might be getting a nose cone penalty before the start of the race.
I think he was just retaking his position. I thought, he could potentially get an extra spot there. But this one's going quite slowly with Watson just making sure they're in position. It's his prerogative when to accelerate as the pole man, and the foot goes down. Mentia's got good drive though, but she is on the outside. Could potentially get hung out to dry here at Teesside with that long loop round. And from second place, she may well slot back into fourth. Bella Franklin with the start though from the third row, up into second place in front of Rocco Baker. Finley Watson then leading the way with Mentia in fourth, Warbank, Potter and Jensen, your 7 runners in this junior Rotax final.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic start for Bella Franklin. Moved up into second. Not so great start for Mentia, dropping back into P4. But as we said, that was the benefit and disadvantage of the start positions with the National Loop being such a long right-hand corner. You don't want to be on the outside there.
Absolutely not. Finley Watson, though, Tom, has bolted in the early part of this final. Almost a second clear of everybody else. And what a good start that was as well as Franklin came through. Mentia now trying to get past Rocco Baker, who goes slightly wide into hairpin 1, leaves half the door open, but not enough for Mentia to get through and alongside. 12 laps, of course, in this junior Rotax final. All of our classes, with the exception of Bambino, having additional laps or time added to their finals. We are up to 12 laps then for the junior Rotaxes. Mini, of course, will be out shortly after this. Then we go to senior Rotax and then senior Pro Kart to close out the day here at Teesside Autodrome.
And 12 laps around here in a Rotax is going to be a test as well. So for anybody, certainly in Minimax coming up, if their fitness levels aren't quite where they need to be, they're really going to suffer towards the end of the race. Shouldn't be so much of a problem in junior because they've, for the most part, had some experience of the speed and handling of the Rotax karts already, which is why they're in junior and not mini. But yes, as we look at Finley Watson bolting clear now, 1.3 seconds in front of Bella Franklin. Rocco Baker holding station very well in third and keeping Lizzie Mentier off a podium at the moment. Alfie Warbank crossing the line in 5th place, and it'll be Catherine Potter and Nathan Jensen. Catherine Potter stepping up to junior for the first time from minis, as is Lizzie Mentier as well for this particular round.
Yeah, Potter's run most of the winter series in junior spec though, so she's used to got a little bit more experience. Mentier's done 1 or 2 practice days. It's quite easy to change one of these Rotaxes from mini to junior spec. So you know, they're just running a different size restrictor in them. So it is, you know, it's reasonable to, you know, just change it for a practice day. As there's a spin over start finish, Tom. Rocco Baker, who was in 3rd place, has a spin, and I'm fairly sure that given that's a straight line, it probably wasn't on his own.
Well, the person behind him was Lizzie Mentier, so I was surprised because she didn't look that close to me.
No, so unless Baker got a slow exit out of the final corner, and she managed to catch up and get alongside, but we were watching the screen, and the first we heard of it was the screech of tyres out of the commentary box window. We are about 6 foot further forward now in the com box, so we can hear that noise a little bit more than what we used to be able to. But Watson, Franklin and Mentier then the top 3, as Tom has a little browse as to what might have happened. There is a warning flag going out though. I think it is for the 50 of Mentier.
Mentier was close, definitely. I've just had a quick look back at it, and yeah, Mentier was close, but
looks like we've put everything together.
We didn't pick anything up on camera. But
no,
yeah.
We didn't. But we put everything together, and that with the fact that the marshal's seen something, so there's contact board going out. That we must be right.
You did your Sherlock impression, didn't you?
Absolutely, mate. Narrowed it down. It was Mentier with the cart on the track, Cluedo style.
Well. And picked up a warning for the trouble. Of course, that doesn't really particularly help Rocco Baker, who is now in 6th place, although putting a personal best on first flying lap, recovering from that incident.
Yeah, half race distance, Tom. Mentier is closing in a little bit, I think, on Bella Franklin here, still 7/10.
I'd agree with that.
The gap between them. So while she was behind Rocco Baker, you know, we've said this before often, we mentioned it earlier on today as well, is that often drivers have got a little bit more pace but not enough to overtake, and once they're then running in clear air, they're a way to go. And we mentioned that as well about Catherine Potter, who we can see on screen earlier, struggling to get past Alfie Wallbank, you know, and not being able to, and then potentially having a little bit more speed but just not enough to get through and not having the pace at the right parts of the track.
Absolutely, and the gap between Franklin and Mentier was 7/10 as they came over the line, and it doesn't look like that as they head over the back, head onto the back straight. Rocco Baker's coming up on the back of Catherine Potter and Alfie Warbank, the pair that we're looking at on screen now.
It's going to be a 3-kart battle for that soon, isn't it, as well? Unless Potter can find a way through before Rocco Baker comes through. We know he's got the pace, obviously. He's running a lot higher as Finley Watson comes through with a 41.3. 4.4,
which is a new lap record.
It is, although I don't know if we broke it earlier on. That was why we were arguing over tyres.
Well, we'll call it in the final. It's definitely a lap record.
Yeah. Well, in the final on the 14th Sunday of the month, with the wind blowing in a northeasterly direction, it's definitely a lap record.
That's it.
Yeah, of course.
Correct.
It's
definitely a lap record, whether it is the outright lap record. It's beat the previous lap record, let's put it that way.
I'm back out of my box.
It's definitely beat the previous lap record. We will check later on this evening as to whether that was an outright lap record.
Having a look at that timing at the top, Tom, it's 6/10 now, Mentier to Franklin. So Mentier's starting to come to her, but the lap's diminishing with every corner. 2.5 laps remaining as Finley Watson is now on the back straight. And Rocco Baker, Tom, hasn't really appeared in shot yet. There he is in the background, but not closing in quite as quickly as we thought he might have done onto the back of Warbank and Potter.
Exactly that, David. I was just about to say the exact same thing. Rocco Baker, he was flying along when he first recovered, and now is his pace has slowed, rather his progression has slowed. It's still catching up. It's whether he gets there in time or not.
Yep, half a second now in that battle for second place between Mentia and Franklin, and Baker is there or thereabouts now on the back of these.
Also half a second
as well. Yes. Just probably took 3/10 of that out on the brakes there on the way into hairpin 1.
Nathan Jensen with a personal best in 7th place as well.
Not had a bad showing as Nathan Jensen in his first time here at Teesside.
There's Potter up the inside into South Bank. Can she make it stick? No, she can't. Not there anyway. As Alfie Warbank defends and holds the line around the outside. That's going to open the door for Rocco Baker, and through he goes.
Final lap then here at Teesside Autodrome in this junior Rotax final. Bella Franklin's opened up a little bit more respite in second place from Lizzie Mentia, who may have to settle for third, but still a trip to the podium in her first outing in junior spec machinery here at Teesside Autodrome. Your race leader though, Finley Watson, down the back straight, a radiator flat lift for him as well. Not sure what that's going to do in that final half a lap, but I'm sure it'll just keep the engine temperature nice as he goes down there. He'll be getting that data from his onboard lap timer. There's Bella Franklin, Lizzie Mentia coming through, but the checkered flag is in the air for your race winner. Finley Watson takes the victory. Franklin's going to get second. Mentia's going to join her on the podium in junior Rotax. And then as they come through, Alfie Warbank, Rocco Baker and Catherine Potter complete the top 6. Nathan Jensen. I was about to say Nathan Jensen will come through, Tom, but he's rolled off and won't actually take the checkered flag here. Nathan Jensen completed all 11 3/4 laps, unfortunately, and I think the chain may well have come off for that kart and might need a recovery on the quad. I think that one's getting radioed in already.
And we have congratulations for our podium sitters who have just come over the line. And we will very quickly move on to Minimax. So there will just be a brief pause while we have recovery of the kart that's been at the side of the circuit for Nathan Jensen, but your pole sitter for the Minimax final will be Lewis Goff. Second place is Addison Smith, then it's Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian. Benjamin Lee and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then it's Ben Horner, Sam Robson, James Philip Byrne, Kian Logan, William Robinson and Daniel Bridgen. Oh, there we go. That's the 34 of Nathan Jensen being recovered.
And he will take the checkered flag.
Yay! Well done. Well done, Nathan. I'm genuinely happy that he's managed to take a checkered flag.
Absolutely, he's had a really good first outing here at Teesside Autodrome.
And being pushed over the line, it's like a really low budget Cool Runnings.
Uncool Runnings. Uncle Runnings? I don't know.
Uncle Runnings? Who's he?
Auntie Runnings' husband.
Uncle Ron Ings. Where are we going with this?
Absolutely nowhere. Down a rabbit hole I don't want to go in. Track's clear though, Tom.
There we go. Right. Can we please have some Minimax karts before I lose the will?
Come on, send them out.
Oh, dearie me. Right. What have we got left after this? We've got Minimax, Senior Rotax. We call it Minimax, but it's Mini Rotax really. Senior Rotax, and then we've got Senior Pro Kart left.
And then you don't have to see me for another month.
Oh, that's a shame.
Massive. No sincerity in that at all.
Still ring me every 3 days or so. Oh, we've got another fire going on, have we? Or is that some steam?
Oh.
Steaming.
Oh, I can hear some cars.
Yes, I can as well. There we go. So Minimax heading out now for their final. So this is the one that's really going to test them as well, because they've had 3 10-lap heats, and now they're going to have a 12-lap heat as well. So that's going to be 42 laps. Quick maths as we lose. Is that Josh Redhead going around?
No, because he's in the seniors.
Oh, okay. James Philip Byrne it is.
Yeah. Exactly the same livery, so I'll forgive you on that.
Gracias. Yeah, so they will do a warm-up lap and then a roll-up lap, which is not a... that doesn't mean they're all going to park up and have a smoke.
We've got a
rolling up lap.
Slow-moving kart again, Tom. The 101 of William Robinson looks like he's had a bit of an off or come out of the dummy grid quite slowly. So whatever it is we're going to have, the leaders are going to slow up, so they're not going to catch him, that's for sure. But as they come round, it will be Lewis Goff then on pole position on the inside with Addison Smith alongside. And then it's going to be Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian with Benjamin Lee and Jared Fox Whiteley behind as they go down the back straight and get hard on the brakes, getting as much as they can in terms of temperature into these new Comet tyres that we're using. And let's see what we can do here then for Lewis Goff. Unbeaten so far today. He's going to come through. The pace, Tom, on this rolling start is quite a big one. They're going quite quick, and we're going to go again. And I do think that that's because they were carrying a little bit too much speed out of hairpin 4.
We had Daniel Bridgen as well, was off the back of the grid.
We've got the 101, Tom, is still going slowly. That kart was slow out of the dummy grid.
He'd be better off pulling to the side and, you know, doing an even slower rolling up lap.
Well, yeah, you're not obliged to do all of the rolling up laps, are you? You could
no,
do
exactly.
one if you really wanted, couldn't you? You could move out of the way, but either way, I think he's going to come through. Actually, he'll be able to come round and have at least half a lap on them, but I don't think at any point that machine is working as much to his liking. It was slow out of the dummy grid, so he's going to make his way round nonetheless. The leaders then are going to make their ways through in terms of the pack. They're going to
sound too great either.
Lewis Goff leading the way. It's his prerogative when to go and accelerate. They're still carrying a fair bit of pace, but the green is down. We're away and racing. Ben Adrian's gone into the gap, though, that Addison Smith wants from second place, so he's going to try and hang it all the way round the outside, but Melissa Adrian is through as well. Addison Smith then loses 2 positions from second down into fourth. Jared Fox Whiteley has taken advantage and got through as well. He's taken up a position. Ben Lee looks like he's dropped a few off 5th place. He's well down now. It looks like we've had a couple go off into that first corner because Ben Horner and Sam Robson are running well off the back of the pack as well. So now we have your top 4 clearly on screen there. Goff, Ben Adrian, Melissa Adrian, Addison Smith and Jared Fox Whiteley coming through just off the back.
Yeah, good showing for Fox Whiteley as well. He's not had the easiest of days so far, certainly compared to last year's cadet entries.
No, qualified in a disappointing 7th for Fox Whiteley, who was on the podium here at the final winter round, taking a solid 2nd place behind Lizzie Mentier, who's moved up. So I'm sure he would have been confident of a podium at the very least. Looks like the sun, Tom, has made a welcome appearance towards the latter part of the day again.
Do you still have some threatening clouds in the distance, though?
Yeah, they don't look overly appealing up there, do they?
Although, as you say, the sun is out at the moment. So it is Goff from Ben Adrian, from Melissa Adrian, Addison Smith, Jared Fox Whiteley, James Philip Byrne, Cian Logan, Daniel Bridgen, Benjamin Lee and Ben Horner. Although Benjamin Lee has just overtaken Daniel Bridgen for 8th place, then it is Ben Horner, then Sam Robson and then William Robinson. With the difficulties at the moment getting around. Just been an overtake into hairpin 1 as well, which it looked like it could well have been Lee on Logan. And we've got Lewis Goff has gone wide out of hairpin 4. That's given Ben Adrian a run. Isn't going to get it pulled off, and I thought Melissa Adrian was going to have a look at the inside there. She did have a sniff, but couldn't quite get alongside enough to make the move.
Still nose to tail then in this mini Rotax final. Addison Smith down the inside of Melissa Adrian into hairpin 3. Adrian straight back down into hairpin 2. So it's hairpin 1 and 2 rather than 3, sorry.
And all of that started from Lewis Goff going wide out of hairpin 4.
And you see, that's lost them 5 kart lengths to the battle between Ben Adrian in second place. And Addison Smith, though, was clean down the inside. Melissa Adrian, though, straight back down into 2.
Yeah, it's the best time to overtake is straight after you've been overtaken. Troy Bayliss used to say that in Superbikes. He used to say the absolute best time is the second you've been overtaken, get them in the next corner, and that's exactly what Melissa Adrian did there.
Lap traffic coming up, though, in front of them, Tom. So might have a blue flag situation if we can't get past cleanly as they go down the back straight. The 101 of William Robinson, who did start around about half a lap down on the rest of our field, having come out of the dummy grid quite slowly. So the rest of them now having to catch up on the back, and that could potentially, Tom, bunch this top four right back up. And Goff, contact with Robinson, he's down in 4th place now on the way out. Your race leader has dropped down into 4th place. Ben Adrian inherits the lead. Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith, 5 laps remaining in this 10-lap final. Addison Smith puts in a 42.990. The fastest lap of the race when he needs it, and he's going to try and go down the inside of Melissa Adrian into hairpin 2, into hairpin 1. Melissa Adrian returns the favour. Lewis Goff right on the back of this again, and he's going to try and come back down the inside on Addison Smith into the South Bank corner.
And does indeed get that move done by the looks of things. So the tinderbox has now had the spark, and away we go now with the Minimax final. It is going to be Ben Adrian over the line from Melissa Adrian. Then it is going to be Lewis Goff, who's now taken 3rd place back from Addison Smith. Lewis Goff with the fastest lap of the race in response to that. So an angry Lewis Goff now under that helmet.
Absolutely, I'm sure he's facing me like a beetroot under there. Down the inside of Melissa Adrian, he goes into hairpin number 1. Lewis Goff, bit between his teeth then. Already pretty much had this race won once. Now he's got to try and do it again.
Yeah, he's got to catch Ben Adrian as well in front, who it doesn't look like there's much of a gap, but believe me, that's enough at the moment.
It's not close enough for an overtaking opportunity unless he throws a move down the inside and hopes for the very, very best. Is getting closer though. 3 laps remaining then as they come over the line. Ben Adrian leading the way from Lewis Goff, and a personal best from Ben Adrian.
Just when he needed it as well.
Still a couple of tenths off Lewis Goff's best time, and Goff is there. And we know Goff likes to go down the inside of hairpin 1, and he does. Through and back into the lead. Lewis Goff from 1st to 4th and back up to 1st.
Classy as well. All overtakes nice and clean as well. So, yeah, very well done from Lewis Goff.
Here he goes then. Ben Adrian with a very comfortable 2nd. Looks like we've potentially got a warning coming out. It's a for the 21 of James Philip Byrne in 6th place. Addison Smith down the inside of Melissa Adrian. They're going to be side by side over start finish. He's going to have to slot back in, and he does beautifully as well without losing any time at all, and slot straight back in behind Melissa Adrian. Top 2 though have broken away. Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith look like they're going to battle it out now for the final step on the first Minimax podium of the season here at Teesside Autodrome. In 5th place then, Jared Fox-Whiteley, a lonely 5th place as well. 7 seconds off the lead, but another 6 seconds back is Benjamin Lee and Philip Byrne battling it out over 6th place.
Ben Adrian's not been dropped here. Lewis Goff made his way back through quite quickly, but Ben Adrian using the slipstream of Lewis Goff, who sets the fastest lap of the race, on as they start the final lap.
That's quicker than his own lap record as well for Lewis Goff, Tom. Fractionally as well, albeit we don't want to get into that discussion on Comets over Mojos again, but they're onto the back straight now, and there's contact between lap traffic, and Lewis Goff is on the grass, and Ben Adrian moves into the lead with Melissa Adrian 2nd and Addison Smith in 3rd place. Lewis Goff, not for the first time, failing to negotiate the lap traffic cleanly, but on the last lap there's going to be no time for him to recover. He's going to cross the line in 4th. Ben Adrian, Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith are going to take the podium with Ben Adrian, a first ever victory here at Teesside in all classes, leads over the line in Minimax.
Oof, very interesting final. We've got a replay of it here. So it just comes out of the out of hairpin 2 and just clips the back of Daniel Bridgen.
I think Bridgen was slowing Tommy. I think he might have had a problem there because he was going very, very slowly at a time where he would normally be on full throttle out of that corner.
I think he just caught him out.
I think Bridgen's had a bit of a problem on exit to that corner. Potentially, we didn't catch the early part of it, but was rejoining the track for some reason there, and he's going quite slowly down the back straight as well.
It just caught Lewis Goff out, didn't it? Just the closing speed.
Yeah, out of that final hairpin 2. Lewis Goff then into the back, unfortunately, and what would potentially have been a victory on that final lap means he's going to cross the line in 4th place.
So your penultimate final of the day is going to be Senior Rotax. After this, we just have Senior Pro Kart to go. So just 2 more races today. We have Andy Collinson taking pole position for Senior Rotax. Then we have Connor Lucas in P2, Paul Swan, Martin Fisher, Josh Redhead and Arthur Lothian. Chris Stoves, Jensen Jones, Tony Citro and Wayne Citro are your top 10. Then it's Emma Brown and Ashley Savage. Tyler Jex, Kieran Savage, Luke Davis and Jack Hayes Roberts round out the grid.
Jex for me on this one, Tom, will be the interesting proposition. He's had the pace to run inside the top 4 all day, but obviously picked up that black flag in one of the heats as well, and therefore, hence why he's starting so far down the grid. Final.
Any penalties that have been applied, David, in the previous couple?
They don't always update the final results straight away, you see, Tom, leaving us in a bit of limbo when it comes to them. we don't get up to the date information. We only run through the heats, and the final ones, I think, after technical scrutineering at the end of the day, are uploaded in one. What are we doing? Are we waving?
We're waving at the camera.
The camera on the far side needs to have a quick front end zoom in on the comm box. In fact, I demand it. It's on my rider. There it is. Look.
Hey, there we are. Look, we'll stand so that we can be seen.
See, that's Tom on the one side and me on the other.
And it's goodbye from me and goodbye from him.
I was about to say that, like.
Never mind. Senior Rotax are heading out.
I'd have joked before and made a joke about like one of us being the bald one, but it's definitely me now. Cause
it is you. It is you.
You've had a rejuvenation.
I have. Put the old baby bio on, and it's worked a treat.
Do they do it by the lorry load for me?
Yeah. More than a gym. I was going to say it's more than a gym membership, but you can tell I don't go to the gym anyway.
Oh, no comment.
So, warm-up lap seems to be about to be completed. Then we're going to have a rolling up lap, although I'm not sure this will get sorted out in one lap because we've got Andy Collinson heading into turn hairpin 1 as Ashley Savage is coming out of hairpin 4.
Yeah, well, Savage missed heat 1, didn't he? Hence why he's going to be starting this one from the back.
Absolutely. But has been flying through.
Got a poll up on our channel as well on the Alpha Live saying who will win the Senior Pro Kart final. We've picked 3 names out there in Scott Tate, Jess Alexander and Josh Volkers, and then a 4th option for someone else. So we'll close that poll in around about 5 minutes, halfway through this Senior Rotax final, and then we'll see what the what the public's opinion is and see whether they agree with Tom and myself.
Pick a name out the hat, and there's your winner. It's pretty much going to be like that for your Senior Pro Kart final. We will see how it goes, of course, as we are actually all lined up very, very nicely. Coming to the start line, it is Andy Collinson on pole, gives it the berries, and away we go for Senior Rotax final.
Oh, Collinson got a little bit sideways in there as he got hard on the brakes, but managed just to get it stopped comfortably as well. Connor Lucas behind, who had enough pace, and Lucas goes down the inside. Half the door, though, was closed by Collinson. Lucas not able to get through. So Lucas, who won heat number 3 on the track, but had it taken away from him with a front fairing penalty as this behind the 177s get themselves sorted out side by side. Also, Tom, I found out why Daniel Kell isn't with us this weekend. He's taking part in the Formula Student Sim Racing event this evening, and he's at Bolton University, so he's been preparing for that throughout the day. So he needs to be there in the early evening to partake in that event, and we look forward to welcoming Dan and the rest of Calamity Motorsport back here at Teesside later on in the season.
That's Calamity.
Calamity. Although there is a lot of calamities occasionally.
Didn't it fall off the trolley once?
It did fall off the trolley once. And that was Steve, his dad, not just the car.
Anyway, I'm sure they'll love us mentioning that. Sorry, Dan. Anyway, so it is Andy Collinson from Connor Lucas, Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, Josh Redhead, Jensen Jones, Ashley Savage. Chris Stoves is the leader of 177. Then it's Tyler Jex, Emma Brown second in 177. Rounds out your top 10. Then it's Arthur Lowther and Tony Citro and Wayne Citro. Finishing off the 13 that we have going here.
Savage already up into 7th place then. Jex in 8th. So in 2 laps they're already up from the tail end of the field. Connor Lucas has half a move down the inside there of Andrew Collinson.
Couldn't quite get it done. I'm not sure whether Collinson is defending or whether it's Lucas just can't quite get enough of a run.
It's just different lines maybe through there.
Lucas still driving it very much like a Pro Kart. You can tell the different styles. But, I mean, it's not holding him back in terms of speed.
No, I thought he was going to do the Pro Kart move there of just sending it down the inside of hairpin 4.
I think he thought about it, to be honest, didn't he? But
so as they make their way round in this final Rotax final of the day. And, not only the entire series sponsored by NRG Cycles, but our Rotax classes as well, sponsored by HRS Racing Engines. Thank you for their support throughout this senior, junior and Minimax season here at Teesside Autodrome. These are your 2 race leaders then, Andrew Collinson and Connor Lucas, and we see some of the different lines once again, and just shows that different driving style, doesn't it, between the 2 of them.
Absolutely. Collinson looking very, very smooth and calm and collected, like, you know, it's the swan on the pond kind of thing. As we've got 2 off here at hairpin 4.
That's actually Savage as one of them.
Is that Tyler Jex again?
It could be.
Coming
Tyler
together, the
Jex,
2 of them.
And that is Ashley Savage, and he does not look like he's enjoying himself over there, Tom. Looks like he could well be up on the tyres. And we're just having a quick check. The yellow flag's coming out. We're going to have a quick keep an eye on that digi flag, because there's a real opportunity that this race could potentially be brought to a halt, Tom, and it is being brought to a halt.
Yep, we've got a red flag.
For the first time in around about 18 months here at Teesside Autodrome, we're going to a red flag situation with 8 laps remaining. They're going to stop at start finish. They'll be allowed to.
Whoa!
Hard contact there from the 97 of Jensen Jones coming off the track, coming in. I don't think he was expecting to find everybody stationary as they came through. He's come straight into the back there of Connor Lucas. Now, during the pre-race briefing, if the red flag comes out, you are told that we are generally going to stop you on the start-finish line, and because we've still got 8 laps remaining in this race with this red flag, Tom. So we've got plenty of time. We're over there with Ashley Savage. The medical team are making their way out onto the circuit as well. Clark, the course, is coming down just to have a quick survey of the actions, as is Paul Franklin as well. Just having a quick look. Everybody's there sorting themselves out as the medical team are going to make their way down and round South Bank Corner. So Ashley Savage car's currently still perched up there on the tyres down at the outside of hairpin 3. And everybody else just gets themselves sorted. We'll obviously be going to have one rolling up lap, aren't we, Tom? As the
I'm just wondering.
Well, there's some tyres in between. You can't go straight across there and go through the tyre. I mean, I know what you're trying to say, but either way, still got there
in a hurry. So Ashley Savage will be receiving the required necessary attention,
and one thing that we don't want to do, Tom, obviously, is rush things too much here.
Absolutely.
Because if we have gone to a situation and we don't just go to a red flag situation at a whim here at Teesside Autodrome, do we? And whilst that's not said lightly, it's generally because there's a huge amount of runoff here, so you don't often see drivers or the like, going off into the tyres or anything like that. But when we do require a red flag, I think we had one in qualifying at one point last season in the early part. In fact, Tom, I think we went through the entirety of last season without a red flag situation here at Teesside. I think it was the tail end of the season prior, in fact, here at Teesside, where we had one in
I've
qualifying.
not seen a red flag here.
No, I think I was on my own that day.
I've never been here for a red flag. This is my first one here, so fingers crossed everything's okay with Ashley Savage. We will
nothing against some other series and other tracks, but sometimes that there's going to be at least a red flag at some point during every single race day. So for us to get through 18 months without any issues here at Teesside Autodrome is a testament to the circuit itself and the drivers here. So, but like I say, we're not gonna rush things because we've got drivers down there, and their safety is paramount. The helmet though is off for the driver, so that is always good. It suggests that there's no underlying neck or back issues there if they manage to get that helmet off rather safely with the driver still sat in the cart, and that's always good. So whilst we don't want to bring you too much by way of updates, it is important that we do mention things every once in a while, because we know that family and friends are watching at home, and it may well be your loved one that's been involved in that incident. So we do have to update, but we'll show the compassion that you'd expect from Tom and myself with these type of incidents. So whilst the medical team and the marshals are working away down there, just on that one, I think we'll just be a good time, Tom, for us to have a quick look in the live chat. So Caleb Lawson Donaghy's been saying, what a final, well done the Adrians, they finished 1 and 2. There is obviously still time for you to get in touch, and we'll probably get an extra 5 minutes actually in terms of our poll as well for our Pro Kart final until that one closes. Regarding that one, Paul White has been on, Tom, asking can we have a poll to see who finishes last in Senior Pro Kart? Unfortunately, we can't because...
well, Paul would if he was here.
Paul White's not here, is he?
Exactly.
So, yeah, exactly.
He'll take that well, I'm sure. Knowing Paul, that'll go down very well with him, that joke.
Like a lead balloon.
Yeah. He's currently the angriest man watching YouTube.
Oh, we've had one dislike.
Oh, oh, there goes that subscriber.
Oh,
thanks, Paul. No, it's nice to have you back in touch with us again. And hopefully we'll see you out here at some point this season. Still doing BPEC, I believe, Paul.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see him.
I think there's been a team name change this year because they were running as CRH Plant, I think, last year in BPEC, and I'm sure it's under a different name this year, but I'm sure also that Paul will get in touch and soon tell us.
I'm sure he'll be out in the British 24 as well later on in the year here at Teesside.
Oh, he's a glutton for 24-hour punishment.
He won last year, I believe, part of Race for Ruben that won one of our higher classes last year, and a fabulous cause as well, and we look forward to the 24-hour back here at Teesside Autodrome. Of course, a week earlier than normal.
And of course, when he takes part in the 24-hour, of course, he does have the nickname of Paul Takes No Prisoners in Traffic White.
Absolutely.
So it's only during the 24-hour that he has that nickname.
Paul has commented. Oh, he's not racing this year in BPEC. Only doing the 24. Because he's added an expensive addition to the family. Because he's having another child.
Yes, that is an expensive addition. no doubt be karting in 5 years. So it'll be even more expensive.
Yeah, very expensive. I mean, it's probably not the most expensive sport in the world. I'd probably go like equestrian or polo or something like that. But if you are looking for a cheap hobby, buy a football.
Indeed. Indeed, or a snooker cue.
Absolutely. Looks like Ash Savage's kart could well be retrieved soon. Driver's still down there with that kart. The quad's gone out though, because I'm fairly sure he's not driving that one back. I think Clark of the course is just there having a catch up with all the drivers on track. I think
it's letting everybody know what position they're in as well for the restart.
So, because they're going to count that back, aren't they, for a lap to see where they were. I think the top two are still going to be where you'd expect them to be. So.
So we will get going very, very shortly, I think. Looks like the quad's out there to recover the cart.
Ashley's up, Tom, out of the cart and on his feet, which is always good to see.
It is, and walking.
He's going to make his way, I believe, into the medical car. So really, really good to see. And if you are supporting Ashley Savage, I know his son Kieran's here because he was out earlier on in Heat 1 before some medical issues. Looks like it could potentially be an issue with an arm, but he's still up on his feet, which is always good when there's been an incident. He's getting back into the medical car, and to be fair, that you see somebody running through.
Yeah, and the cart's being lifted now onto the trolley as well. Sorry, not onto the trolley, onto the quad trailer.
And if you saw somebody run across the screen there, that was Kieran Savage, Ashley's son, who'd just been down there to check on his dad. I think he'd gone out actually in the recovery quad, Tom, because I know he works here as well when he's not racing. So that cart has been retrieved, and Ashley Savage will come back in the medical car. So we will be just getting all the carts into the correct positions in a few moments' time for the resumption of this race. It will be a single file rolling start, of course, rather than side by side throughout the period, unless they decide to go back to a full restart, which given that we were 4 laps in, seems unlikely, but we'll have a quick look, because upon the timing on the gantry above us, Tom, it does say 11 laps, so not sure whether we're going to go back to a full start or whether we're going to go to a single file rolling.
I think we'll find out in a moment.
Absolutely.
Medical car making its way back around the circuit in the opposite direction.
Top work from Murray Adams in the live chat.
Yeah, yeah. Nice to have you with us, Murray. Senior Pro Kart final coming up next as well, which I know you'll be interested in. And Jess is going off second, is she?
Yes, a consistent day really for Jess Alexander, because she's just done what she's needed to do throughout the day in terms of picking up the positions and getting through and scoring as many points as possible in the heats. Hasn't had any trouble throughout the day, you know, and whilst not really challenging for any race wins, will go off the final from the front row.
What was that noise? There was a noise then. Sounded like motorbikes going off the ground.
Yeah,
really not sure where that came from. Genuinely not sure where that.
But I don't know. We're going to go with a. Looks like all of our drivers are getting back into the hot seat.
So I imagine we're going to have a rolling up lap. Single file, I think we've just been, the clerk of the course has just signalled single file restart.
Yeah, and it says 8 laps now again on the overhead gantry. So we are going to have one roll round lap, single file, and then we will go green once again. And we will go through the D-chicane then at the first time of asking this time, rather than straight down, because it's it's classed as a normal racing lap, of course.
Yeah, just had it confirmed there. In fact, you might have even picked it up on the mic, the clerk of the course, saying just like a normal start. So it'll be a single file, but it'll be a roll-up lap, and then I need to stop saying roll-up lap. Rolling up lap.
Yeah, 11 remaining runners, although, Tom, they have moved the barriers, which is different. I thought we'd be going through the D-chicane, Tom, for for the first time, but looks like we could potentially be running this one round through the straight down to the national loop, which
here we go. Back underway then. So, as we said, rolling up lap.
We could
get some heat back into the tyres again.
We could even be going for a dual start side by side, Tom. You know, when he said normal start rather than single file. So we may well have that. That could be why the barrier's been moved. Oh, we've got a Citro racing backwards. And I think it was the other Citro that sent him that way. Oh, so here we go then. They are coming round in single file. And this they'll be going into this one, Tom, even quicker into that first corner. Got to get it stopped, that's the thing now, into that first corner. Through they come then, it's going to be single file. Andrew Collinson leading the way. Power down, and the race here in Senior Rotax resumes with 6 laps remaining. Single file as they head down towards that first corner round the national loop, so no D-chicane then for the first time, and then we'll get slotted back into position all the way round. Oh, Paul Swan sideways, Redhead into him as well, and then the 97 of Jensen Jones with nowhere to go but into the tyre wall. So Paul Swan into a half spin, Josh Redhead into the side, Jones with nowhere to go.
And both of those, Redhead and Jones, have not got going again yet. As we watch Collinson and Lucas heading over the line for the first time.
Clear then now at hairpin 1.
They are back underway, both drivers, Jones and Redhead. It looks like Redhead has got ahead in, well, he was already ahead, wasn't he? But has maintained his position in terms of those two.
Leaders then, it's Chris Stoves, Tom, promoted up into 4th place with Emma Brown in 5th with all of that incident going on there. The 177 runners.
Have we missed Tyler Jacks retiring from this race as well at some point?
Yeah, I imagine that obviously he was involved in that incident with Ashley Savage.
Oh, of course he was, yes.
So I don't know, but I didn't see him roll all the way through and straight into pit lane, you see.
No, I didn't either, so, but that's Tyler Jacks has retired as well, it looks like. Emma Brown up to 4th and leading the 177 class as they came across the line. So we look at Collinson very sideways as well, heading into hairpin 1.
Lucas as close as he's been then. Here on Collinson, takes that much wider line. Can't throw one down the inside of hairpin 3 though, which I'm sure if that was a Pro Kart he would have done. But the Rotaxers do take a much tighter line round that corner.
A lot more grippy, aren't they?
Yeah, and you don't really need to keep them revs up quite as much, do you, as you do maybe in a Pro Kart, so that's why. So completely different style and overtaking opportunities in this one for Connor Lucas. Andrew Collinson, the seasoned veteran in Senior Rotax, doing exactly what he needs to do. 4.5 laps remaining then in this final.
Indeed, and as we said, Lucas still driving that very much like a Pro Kart. This is his entry into hairpin 1 and hairpin 3, as we can see there, are exactly the same as what he was doing, or as how he would drive a senior Pro Kart. Collinson, on the other hand, very smooth, very calm, very collected. Now he's got the heat into the tyres, trusts the grip level, trusts the handling of the kart. But as we also said, Lucas, it's no detriment to his overall speed as he runs slightly deep into hairpin 1, almost into the back of Collinson, had to go slightly wide to avoid an incident, and that's dropped him back and given Collinson a couple of kart lengths. So Lucas seems to be quicker overall, but just can't find a way past Collinson. You can see how much Lucas gets it jacked up onto 3 wheels and really bends the chassis and flexes it as he goes through the corner and loads up those front tyres to get the grip.
No slip diff, of course, on the karts. It's a solid axle, so if you can get the inside rear wheel up, it means that the outside rear wheel will help drive you round the corner, of course, because if that inside one is on the inside, it's got a much tighter radius and will naturally try and push you a lot wider. So if you can get that rear wheel up in the air, you can almost unicycle it round on the rear wheel and make up quite a lot of time.
We'll see it here into hairpin 3. There it goes, look, up in the air, waving around like you just don't care.
Yeah. Still a lot closer now, Tom. 0.3 of a second, the gap on screen. In terms of timing, a 41.367, fastest lap of the race then for Connor Lucas. Closing in on the back of Andrew Collinson. 2 laps remaining in senior Rotax, and the door still closed then into hairpin 1 for Collinson. Lucas hasn't really tested the waters, has he? That with a show of strength down the inside.
They're coming up to the last lap. Lucas is going to get a good run through 3 and 4 here, potentially. Send it up the inside into hairpin 1. That's where my money is.
I'm going to go hairpin 4 last corner.
Are you? No, I'm going hairpin 1.
I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm just saying I think that's where he's going to save himself for. Some lap traffic in front, Tom. I'm not sure they're going to catch that lap traffic, but nonetheless. Well, that's your idea, Gon.
Yep. And this is why we don't gamble, people.
Blue flags are out for some of our lap traffic. Let's see whether they can move off line. They do. Good awareness then as Collinson and Lucas, as Collinson actually kicks up a little bit of dust there on the inside, catches a bit of grass. This is where I thought Lucas would go down the inside. We were both wrong, Tom. Andrew Collinson then out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag, wins senior Rotax final from Connor Lucas. Martin Fisher will come through for 3rd place in the 59 to complete the podium in senior Rotax. Emma Brown will cross the line to win in Rotax 177 with Paul Swan in 4th place, 5th overall in 162. The 177 podium will be completed by Christopher Stoves and Wayne Citro, your winners in our Rotax 177 class. Just having a quick look at our poll, Tom, as regarding the Senior Pro Kart final, which will be up in a few moments' time. Someone else won the poll. 34% of people think that it won't be Scott Tate, Jess Alexander or Josh Falkus, with Scott Tate winning out between the 3 of them at 26%, Alexander at 21 and Falkus at 17. So a fairly close spread between those 3, but most people think that it's going to go to somebody outside of those front 3 runners. Well, potentially Dan Tate, he's running well up there in the grid, but it's time to throw to our final race of the day here at Teesside Autodrome. It's time for our final in Senior Pro Kart.
So you're starting grid for today's final race of the season? Of the day.
Wishing it away already?
No, absolutely not. Final race of the day. Senior Pro Kart. Scott Tate taking pole position. Then it's going to be Jess Alexander in 2nd. 3rd is Josh Falkus. 4th, Daniel Tate. 5th, Connor Jupp. 6th, Asher Blythe. Adam Nichols is in 7th with Jack Morris in 8th. Gracie Mitchell in 9th and Thomas Braid in 10th. Toby Dodson and Mark Tate are in 11th and 12th. Then it's Connor White, Harry Nottage, Joe Burrell, Callum Booth, Joe Grinsell and Thomas Lowther. Gareth Plackett and Jordan Guy round out the top 20. Then it's Jake Richardson, Dan Fulsham, Lennon French and David Brown. Simon Doughty, Steve Nichols, Josh Eden, George Davis, Paul Wright and James Hitchen in the top 30. Jonathan Allen, Paul Stewart, Scott Blackburn, Andrew Worley in 34th, Mark White in 35th and Alban Dowell in 36th position.
The big one then, Tom. Who's your money on for this one?
I don't know. It's difficult. Very difficult. Asher Blythe, you can't count him out. Adam Nichols, Connor Jupp, you can't count any of those out. You know, they're starting a few places down, but they've all got class, oozing class.
Absolutely.
Asher Blythe's taking a heat win today.
But the one for me, Tom, in this one is the driver that hasn't done any winning yet, and that's Jess Alexander, who's scored consistently throughout the day to put herself on the front row alongside Scott Tate. It is, of course, the final race of the day. Unfortunately, we'd love to stay with you for much, much longer. We will be back, of course, next month. If you do want to find out more about this wonderful series here at Teesside Autodrome, have a look for Teesside Owner Drivers on your Facebook page and join the group, and you can find out more, find out about all the classes and maybe a little bit about some of the drivers too, as we do quotes and stuff throughout the month preceding each race.
That was Callum Booth.
Coming in hot?
Coming in very hot, sideways all the way. I mean, like F1 style burnouts they were. It's quite difficult to do in a Pro Kart to do burnouts, but yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Definitely. So,
just back down there on the right hand side of the grid, the number 13, that was who it was, who was fully lit coming to the grid. We've still got about 5 or 6 rows to place.
You know it's taking a while when your pole sitter and those behind have a quick look over their shoulders to see how everybody's gridding up. I wonder how many waves we can get, Tom. Anybody fancy a wave? No.
You go that way. I'll wave at the front runners.
All focused, Tom, clearly.
Yep.
On the business at hand here in Senior Pro Kart. The final 2 runners rolling themselves into position. 36 runners in Senior Pro Kart. A mammoth grid, as always, of Senior Pro here at Teesside Autodrome. We've got Scott Tate on pole with Jess Alexander alongside. Josh Volkus in third with Rotax 177. British champion Dan Tate in fourth. Connor Jupp, P5. Asher Blythe in sixth. Green flag is in the air. It's down. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Volkus in third place. It's an even better start from Daniel Tate outside of row number 2 in fourth. He's chopped all the way up. Jess Alexander loses 2 places off the line. So it's going to be Scott Tate, Volkus and Dan Tate, the top 3 as they make their way through. Everybody's made it through the D chicane nice and cleanly for the first time today. And now we're going to see they can get round the hairpins as well. Jess Alexander to the inside of Dan Tate. Connor Jupp's going to come to the inside. Down, he's going to go from 5th into 3rd place in the space of about 10 metres down that back straight. Connor Jupp takes full advantage through into 3rd place.
Yeah, fantastic start from them. Asher Blythe getting hung out a little bit into hairpin 3. Jack Morris moving through.
Clean first lap of racing, Tom, then, in this Senior Pro Kart final as they come over the line then for the first time. It's Tate, Volkus, Jupp, Alexander, Nichols, Tate, Morris, Blythe, Mitchell and Braid.
Yeah, good top 10. Adam Nichols has moved up a few places as well. So as we said, don't count him out. Don't count out Asher Blythe, although down in 8th and got hung out to dry a little bit. Could still well move his way back through.
Still leading the way though in our club class. That's what the red is down the left-hand side. So your pro runners with the blue backgrounds. And we've got 7 of them migrating towards the front in this final. So even with this mixed grid format, Tom, most of your pro runners are there where you need to be. As Josh
Volkus takes the lead.
Yeah, and he's going to have track position as well on Scott Tate, unless Tate keeps his foot in round the outside. Has to relent into the D chicane as Lennon French picks up a contact warning.
Yeah, Connor, we've got one of the Tates. Is that Dan Tate right on the back of Adam Nichols?
Oh, this contact, Asher Blythe is up on Adam Nichols, and they are beached between the 2 of them. They finally managed to free themselves from each other, and Asher Blythe and Adam Nichols have both dropped to round about 8 places each. They're lucky to still be in this race.
They were 5th and 7th respectively coming over the line.
Where are they now coming through? They're behind Joe Grinsell.
We've got a warning for Asher Blythe going out as well, so that'll be a contact warning.
They're going to be 15th, Tom. I think they're going to come through here behind Grinsell. I think they'll be 14th and 15th respectively. Let's keep an eye on it as they come through.
Connor Jupp's got in front of Jess Alexander as well through all that while we were looking at that, and that's 3rd place now for Connor Jupp.
He's right on the back of Scott Tate as well as they come round there. This as well. There we go. Jupp down the inside of Tate into hairpin 2. Tate now, he's going to be on pushing duty as as Jupp gets his head down behind the steering wheel. Let's have a look there. It is Blythe in 16th, Nichols 17th, dropping 10 places each.
Yeah, from the previous lap, and it looks like at the moment, certainly, that Jess Alexander's struggling a little bit in this final. relative to the other three anyway, because has dropped from that second on the grid down into fourth, and is slightly being gapped by, only slightly, by Connor Jupp and Scott Tate. Josh Folkus with a couple of kart lengths breathing room. There is that confirmation of the warning for Asher Blythe.
Folkus has a quick look behind him and then gets his head down behind the steering wheel. A driver, as we mentioned earlier, who in every season that he's competed in the senior Pro Kart class here at Teesside hasn't finished outside of the top three. Third in 2018, second in 2015, 19 and 20. Took the title in 2016 and 17, and obviously had a sabbatical last year to focus on enduros. He's back in the sprint series scene here at Teesside Autodrome, and 5 laps in, leading the way as Jess Alexander puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 55.7, a 45.7 for her.
Tyres now starting to come to Jess.
Down the inside of Scott Tate, this contact between the two of them into the side pods. They're going to be side by side. Quick look across at each other, and she slots straight back in.
I think she gave that place back.
Scott Tate.
I think she gave that place back. But yeah, as I said, I think the struggling early doors a little bit, maybe waiting for the tyres to come in, maybe running slightly higher pressures. It takes them a little bit longer to come in, but now they are definitely starting to work for Jess Alexander.
Folkus leading the way at half race distance, 0.3 of a second to Connor Jupp. Jupp has started to move away then from the battle for third place between Scott Tate and Jess Alexander, because they were battling it out themselves at this corner on the previous lap, leaving Jupp with a comfortable second place.
Well, you say comfortable, it's a couple of kart lengths now, isn't it?
That's comfortable in Pro Karts.
Yeah, exactly. Scott Tate doing his best to catch back up to the pair of them in front, though. It is then Daniel Tate, then it's Jack Morris. We've got an overtake here. That's Harry Nottage overtaking Mark Tate.
And Gracie Mitchell.
And Gracie Mitchell for good measure. And then Mitchell fighting back.
Mitchell not relenting.
Scott Tate, fastest lap of the race. I said 3 wide coming through the dog leg.
Yeah, Nottage bouncing over the curb. Fastest lap for Scott Tate. And Nottage does finally get past Gracie Mitchell, who almost ran out of track, and we had Mark Tate on the outside of it at the same time. Behind them, though, Asher Blythe starting to make his way back through the pack.
Yes, indeed. Up to 12th for Asher Blythe. Adam Nichols still in 16th, locked in behind Joe Grinsell, Connor White and Callum Booth. Oh, we got one round. That's the 27. That is James Hitchin. Folkus coming under pressure from Connor Jupp now, feeling the need to have a look behind.
Personal best as well for Jupp, 45.7.
And Scott Tate is there as well now. This is a 3-kart train. Jess Alexander being dropped ever so slightly. A couple of kart lengths, half a second back now from Scott Tate.
Still close enough though to take advantage should anything happen to Folkus, Jupp and Tate in front. Jupp with a look over the shoulder. Folkus defensive to the inside, 3.5 laps remaining, and elects to take far more tarmac than he normally would by coming inside and then back outside. But he's looking now to have to go defensive, because behind him, Connor Jupp down the inside. He goes through cleanly, but they're still going to be side by side. Folkus is going to have track position, slots back in. Tate and Jupp nose to tail over the line, 1.5 tenths between the top 3.
How patient is Scott Tate going to be? That's the question, because although he got passed by Jupp earlier on, he's looking very racy now.
Yeah, how patient is Jupp going to be? We've already seen him make a run on Josh Folkus, and Folkus defensive, parks the kart in the middle. This is where Tate could take advantage by taking his normal line and getting a cutback. We're going to be 3 or 4 wide. Jess Alexander's going to try and run round the outside. Scott Tate's going to come through down the inside of Connor Jupp. And we're already, Tom, going defensive. Alexander's back in the mix, up to P3. And up to second place, almost down the inside of Scott Tate. This one could now hand it to Folkus if they keep battling out. Tate's going to have track position. Back in they come. The gap to the leader, 3 tenths now for Josh Folkus as the those behind start to battle it out as the business end of the race comes to fruition. 2 laps remaining.
Indeed, here we go. Strap in and hold tight, people. It's whether Scott Tate can now get back up to the back of Josh Folkus. Connor Jupp hard on the inside of Jess Alexander, and we got a warning for Jess Alexander for the previous lap, and that's given a gap now to Scott Tate. Jack Morris up the inside now of Daniel Tate for 5th place. And Dan Tate responds immediately back up the inside for hairpin 3. Connor Jupp going defensive through hairpin 3. This is now going to be the crossing the line for the last lap, but it is a 0.3 of a second gap between Folkus and Tate, and it looks like it's going to be a battle for the win, and then it'll be a battle between Jess Alexander and Connor Jupp for 3rd.
Jupp defends then into hairpin 1. You saw him there in the background going very tight. Alexander's going to go round the outside, could get hung out to dry unless you can get a cutback. And then Dan Tate and Jack Morris are right there as well. Jess Alexander's going to have track position down that back straight. Through she's going to come. Dan Tate's going to go down the inside of Connor Jupp as well. Jack Morris
on the grass
is going to go through with the right wheel right on the curb. The leaders chopping and changing out of that final corner. Scott Tate's right on the back of Josh Folkus, but Folkus is going to have enough to hold on and take the victory by less than 1/10 of a second from Scott Tate. Jess Alexander, as we got drivers off in the background as well. We'll sort the top 10 out in a minute as they come through because they're still side by side over the line. Folkus, Tate, Alexander your podium. Tate, Morris, Jupp, Braid, Dodson, Nichols, Nottage completes the top 10 with Grinsell, Blythe, Booth, Mark Tate your winner in the 40s class.
I think with 3 laps to go, Adam Nichols was in 16th and he's finished 9th.
He's raced before.
I mean, he's been here before, yes, I get that, but still, that's an impressive final few laps for Adam Nichols.
Absolutely. Fantastic racing throughout the day. I think we seem to say that every time we come here to Teesside Autodrome, Tom, but I don't think we can be too light on that. The racing is always entertaining here at Teesside, all the way down that Senior Pro Kart final. The other classes as well throughout the day. We will of course be back in May for round number 2.
Very much looking forward to that one already, David.
Absolutely, Tom. Cannot wait. It's always a weekend I look forward to, coming here to Teesside Autodrome for this owner-driver sprint series. Now you can see in a single file, Tom, just how far this Senior Pro Kart grid goes back. That's Gracie Mitchell. She was 9th, I think. And the rest of them still coming out. They're queuing up past the com box to get over the weigh-in scales and have their transponders removed. But as we always say, Tom, thank you to the marshals out there. Thank you to the medical team. We did need them today for the first time in a long time. You know, it's always important, and we thank them for being here. Thank you as well to everybody that's taken the time either to come to the circuit to watch, partake as well, or watch the coverage at home. And we do look forward to welcoming you back in May for round 2 of this fantastic series. And Tom, I know that you'll be with me for the rest of the year, and I know that we both are really, really looking forward to now what has been... The stage has been set now for the season after this opening round, with markers put down by a number of drivers for their championship battles.
Yeah, absolutely. The fuse has been lit now. It's been an absolute pleasure being here. As always, and thank you to all our competitors as well for some fantastic racing, and thank you to Alpha and Teesside for having us.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us. Do give us a like and a subscribe to the stream before you leave us at the end of the day, and that will give you and press the bell icon as well. That way you'll be notified every time that Alpha go live.
And a final thank you to NRG Cycles
Absolutely.
as well, and HRS Engines
and
as well.
MS Karts for their sponsorship, and MS Lucas for our Senior Pro Karts. There's the event support going off. Thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to welcoming you back for round number 2 in a month's time.